Good evening and welcome to the Carlisle Board of Selectmen meeting of Tuesday, March 12th, 2019. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7:01. I will read through the agenda. We have a very packed agenda tonight, so I'm going to have to keep things moving along. At 7 o'clock, we will be doing community input. At 7:05, we will be deliberating and voting for appointment of a fire chief. At 7:20, we'll be discussing the Chenal grant. We're getting a Chenal grant update, the Board of Health, the Council on Aging, and the Planning Board. At 7:40, Allison Saylor will be giving us a proposal on managing the management of Center Park. At 8 o'clock, we're going to review proposed town meeting warrant articles. Those articles will be a citizens petition to amend section 10.1 of the general bylaws regarding hunting. Second is a citizens petition regarding 2123 Bedford Road and an easement for nitrogen loading credits. The third one is planning board zoning articles, marijuana bylaws, and ROSC is residential open space community, and master plan funding. And the fourth one is the recycling committee and a proposed pay-as-you-throw warrant. At 9 o'clock, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Trying to transition here. At 9 o'clock, we will have our third annual town meeting coordination meeting with the Board of Selectmen, FinCom, a Long-Term Capital Requirements Committee, the Municipal Facilities Committee, the moderator, and the town clerk. That's going to be a lot of people. We're going to be discussing the FY20 operating budget, COLA and personnel changes, the long-term capital municipal facilities capital requests, and a draft policy regarding personnel changes. At 9:30, we're going to review a draft annual town meeting election warrant. Somewhere in here we'll have to take a nap.
Yeah. Maybe just after you read through the agenda.
At 9:45, we will be doing a hearing regarding the exercise of right of first refusal on the property at 108 Stern Street. Did this get longer since? At 10 o'clock, cemetery deeds. At 10 o'clock again. I think we have a typo. Town administrators report.
So it didn't look as long.
At 10:10, Board of Selectmen liaison reports at 10:25 minutes. And at 10:30, you all can go home because we will be going into an executive session regarding collective bargaining and contract for police. We will not be returning to open session, and we hope to adjourn at 10:45.
I mean Wednesday. Yeah. On Wednesday.
Okay, so with that, I am going to open it up for community input. Is there anybody here for community input?
Oh, thank God. Oh,
Okay, please.
sit down.
Barbara Lewis, Reading Drive. I would like to express my support for the Household Recycling Committee's request to have an article on the warrant this spring that would give voters the chance to change how Carlisle manages its waste. The recycling that we already do is essential in reducing waste, but it has real limits that are quickly becoming more restrictive and expensive and perhaps even less effective than we believed. Offering composting for those who do not already do this will make a huge difference in the amount of trash discarded, but even after that, there's still so much that people can do to further reduce waste. This will take the incentive of a program like Pay As You Throw to encourage and engage residents to seek greater solutions.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public input? Okay, seeing none. And lots of people from the fire department. We will move on to item number 2, board deliberations and a vote for the fire chief. So we have had so we've had time to think about our interviews, and we have received, prior to the interview, we received feedback from town residents, and over, since the board meeting, we've received some more feedback. I think, I just want to say that I think we're incredibly fortunate that we have two really good candidates. It also makes it really, really hard. I wish we needed two fire chiefs.
Do you?
Thanks, Luke. And because we really, we have a really, really hard decision to make tonight. And so with that, I just wanted to open it up and see if anybody here had any initial comments that they wanted to make. We can't see you, Carrie.
I can't see you either.
Is that better?
Anybody have any initial comments that they'd like to make?
Yeah, as you said, we have two extremely qualified and dedicated gentlemen as candidates for this post. Either one would make an excellent fire chief. However, being well qualified is not the same as being best qualified. And I think we have one candidate who stands out for a number of reasons. One is his experience on different kinds of fire departments, his educational credentials, his performance on the assessment that we did for all the candidates or for the 5 finalists. And so I'm going to support Colin Shea for the fire chief.
Okay. Anybody have any other comments like that, or any general comments or process questions, or?
Carrie, got any?
Is that I
Any
can,
questions for Ralph?
No, about process
just
or
any,
any
yeah.
comments.
No, I just, other than I think we've been really fortunate to have this be in this position to have this deliberation with these two fine candidates. It's just, it's an embarrassment of riches, if you will.
So I have a quick question about
Yep.
process. So, we move to appoint somebody, right? And then ultimately, the contract process needs to happen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So we haven't set forth any, like, parameters for a contract yet, correct? I mean, we haven't sent around, or nobody's set up like a draft contract. I mean, I haven't seen anything. But-
The council has a template
Oh,
based
council
upon
does have-
other
okay.
management
Oh, all
contracts in
right.
town.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And
So-
do we know for what period this contract would be?
I think this is a big change for the town. I think, it's an important position. I would prefer to keep the first contract shorter
Yeah.
and then,
I-
and then do
I agree,
longer.
but I was just wondering, had that been discussed at any point?
Yeah, no, I don't,
No, we
we haven't
hadn't.
discussed any of that, yeah,
Right,
so,
okay.
which I think is, we're not supposed to, correct?
Right.
Except openly.
No, I meant, well, I didn't know if maybe during the process of,
Yeah.
the selection process, maybe that had been.
Yeah, no, we were
Broached or anything, I don't know.
purely
It was-
looking
it
for
was it was discussed informally, but
Yeah.
nothing
Okay. that's
Yeah.
fine.
even recommended.
That wasn't like which candidate is the
Yeah.
better
And
candidate.
Yeah.
by short, I assume we mean 3 years, not 1. I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, no, I'm
throwing that
definitely
out.
supportive of a shorter contract, initially. I mean, I don't know, 1, 3, definitely something in that range. Yeah, I mean, I think, the initial contract, if we have it too long, yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
but also too, yeah, so Bert, you're still on the hook for a little while anyway. But yeah, so I mean, once we actually move to appoint somebody, it's not a done deal just yet.
Right, no, we have to.
Because there's still a contract process.
Right, I mean, they still have to pass the physical,
Yeah.
pass a background check.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about, I don't think either one of those.
Yeah.
And then we, of course, have to get through the contract.
Right, okay, yeah. So
I had asked that question specifically about the term of the contract initially to a member, at least one member of the committee, and it was the feeling that 1 year would be appropriate in this case, in any event, no matter who was chosen. That the initial contract would be 1 year.
1 year.
What committee did you talk to about that?
I talked to Bert.
Oh.
The Burt Committee, the committee of Burt.
You were just thrown under the bus, Bert.
Just a comment. One, I will circulate to the members several recent comparable contracts for fire chiefs in the, in this area, within 30 miles of here. Secondly, on many of those, if it wasn't someone that was in a comparable position, they were done as a 1 year and then a 3 year, and pretty much it should, the 1 year was basically, if you don't fail, then we're going to negotiate a 3 year contract with you.
So kind of like a 1 year probationary period, right?
Yeah, and actually, you bring up a good point, Bert, because this was a concern of Kerry's last time. Both candidates are making the transition from lieutenant to chief, so I mean, that's a significant jump, in responsibility and everything, so. Yeah, so actually that, yeah, I think that makes sense at 1 year. Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other process questions? I think that's something that, I don't know how it works. Excuse me, everybody, we don't do this all the time, so some of it we're trying to figure out on the fly. But is this something that we kind of give you some parameters and you and town council carry it forward, or do we put some people together to work with
It's really
you?
the board's choice. I mean, a lot of times, the chair or a member of the board will be.
Okay, I'd be happy to be a part of it, but
Yeah.
if the rest of the board,
Like we've done with the other contracts, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So no other process questions? Just want to make sure we get those all out of the way before we get into any comments. I'm not asking people right now to just come right out and say if they don't want to, but, let's just discuss it. Let's discuss, I will say, we got a lot of supportive emails and letters for Brian. And I would say almost every single one of them also had a lot of really good things to say about Colin. And kind of said, good luck. Good luck with your choice. So it is a really, really difficult choice. I do think that they both bring an awful lot to the job. I think that they both, are solid, good kind of cultural fits, good background mixes to what we have. I'm not trying to make it harder on everybody else, but, I don't think that there's a wrong decision either way.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I think, in this case, the process worked. We got two very qualified candidates forward. And both of you said both, I think, a great cultural fit. Because, I think that was one of the things that concerned everybody, is that, are we going to have two candidates that, or three candidates, however many come down at the end, that, we don't like any of them.
I think that that's what we were really afraid of.
Right.
Was that we were going to be
Right.
sitting here and
Right.
we were going to be like, we have to pick from one of these?
Right.
Or Bert's going to do another year.
Yeah. Or Bert's like-
Well, I
And-
think the other fear was that somebody new would want to come in and just take us, away from the call department.
Mhm.
I don't think that's a fear with either of the candidates.
Mhm.
Right. No, I agree. So, yeah, so not easy.
So not easy. And, so I guess Alan came, Alan stated his preference, so I'll go next. I think that, I think, again, this is such a hard decision. But for me personally, I think that sometimes it comes down to giving an opportunity to somebody who has been doing a lot for the town and really understands what is, really understands the team and, just giving them that opportunity to achieve what they've been working for. And so I think I'd be inclined to go towards the internal candidate. And that was really hard to say.
Yep. I guess, yeah, I'll follow up. So, yeah, yeah, it really is a tough decision. I mean, we've got two excellent candidates. There was a significant amount of support at the last meeting. And we did receive a number of letters in support from people in town for Brian. While that's not, the underlying factor in my decision, I think, having town support, where it is a position that the person is involved in so many aspects in the community, just seeing that's general support for Brian, I think, that can't go overlooked. It's really, I don't know how many emails you guys received, but large numbers, I received a significant number. And then we received a lot. So I'm leaning with Nathan that, while, again, both excellent candidates, I think my support is for Brian.
Mhm.
Or my support, I shouldn't say I think. Yeah, my support is for Brian.
I guess the only thing that I would add, if I may go out of turn, or take
You
a second
usually
turn,
do. Yeah, second.
is that, there was a lot of support for the town, but I think that there's also a lot of support for the firefighters, and I think we have to understand that and really evaluate what their thoughts are, particularly since there isn't a wrong choice. Kate?
Well, on paper, I think Colin looks very good, and I think he presented very well at the table. And I feel like my life won't, on the other hand, be worth a plug nickel if I were to support him, because of all the letters I got from the town. I'd probably be afraid to, show my face anywhere if I weren't to support Brian. That's not to say he's not a good candidate, but on the other hand, I find it difficult and awkward to feel that pressure. So I'm still up in the air. I will go, what I've decided at this point is it's starting to look like it could possibly be split. I don't know. I'd like to see us have consensus. So I will go, once Kerry says his thing, I would, can go either way. But I would like to see us have the best candidate.
Mm-hmm. Carrie?
Well,
Where's he?
I think Lieutenant Shea
We see
was,
you.
had given us an opportunity to see a rising star in this profession. I was so pleasantly surprised with the way he handled himself, with the answers, the way he answered the staff versus line question. He knew how risky it was to move and start in a new location. We were so fortunate to have him want to be here. But Jay Luby, I think he took the words right out of my mouth like 2 weeks ago when he basically said, it's all about, this is risky business. You only get one shot at it, and you don't want to have to, do it over again in a year. I'm not surprised at the amount of support that Brian has received, because I've known him, and it's been pretty evident to me. And in many respects, I think his is the least risky or less risky of the two alternatives, because he's a known quantity, he's already here, et cetera. He has the support of not only the department, but everybody around him. So I think both are very well qualified. In some respects, technically, Lieutenant Shea is better qualified than Brian, and Brian readily admits that he's got some things that he needs to learn, still needs to learn, to grow into this job. But I think the whole cultural issue, the person in place issue, the person we know versus the person we know only a little bit, makes me favor asking Brian Sorrows to be our next chief.
No, I don't want to leave it 3-2, because that doesn't give us a good decision. So,
Does any, do you normally open it up for comments at this point, or we just keep going?
I think
No,
so.
Okay.
deliberate,
Yeah, all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Someone
We've
makes a
had
motion.
enough
and-
comments
Yeah.
at this point,
Yeah, it's-
more than enough.
Okay. So I guess, is there a motion, or we want to keep talking about it?
We can keep talking about it. I mean, if you want to discuss it more. we can
No, I
certainly
mean,
discuss it more.
I don't think there's much more to discuss. I mean, there was a lot of pressure from the townspeople for this candidate.
I mean,
But there was-
it's not surprising that an in-house candidate gets a lot of support
Absolutely,
from the House.
you know,
And it's.
so I
that's-
don't,
that's-
you know,
That goes without saying.
um,
And I say my feeling was based on performance, credentials. I think they're both outstanding candidates, there's no question. I wouldn't be unhappy with either of them. I won't be unhappy with either of them. But I find I have to go with the candidate who I feel is the strongest candidate, not simply on an emotional basis, but on the basis of performance, credentials, experience, and that's fine.
And I just want to say one other thing. Colin was indicating that he would be looking to move here. People who move here, even if they've only been here a day, they become Carlisle residents, and he would become one of us, just as Brian is one of us. And I think you can't punish him for not living here before, and we can't punish people who are just have been here for 2 weeks because they've only been here for 2 weeks. They're still Carlisle residents, and this person could have the same chance of becoming part of the fabric of our town as well. So I just wanted to put that as well. Because yes, the known quantity, but my goodness, we can't be that xenophobic. But I will go,
I
with the
personally-
on the other hand, whomever we decide this, as a board, I would like it, if it were possible, to have it be a unanimous vote. So I'm not going to hang out, if I see 3 people who are really, it's Brian and only Brian, I will not hang out there. I mean, I have to let Alan do what he wants to do, but I would want to have whomever we decide to have the most support as possible from this board, as well as from the fire department and the rest of the town, so.
Yeah, I guess I just want to address the idea, we did get a lot of input from the citizens of Carlisle. And we did get a lot, and, and not to say they aren't citizens of the Carlisle, though some of them aren't, but we got a lot of input from the fire department. But we requested that input.
I got input before I even know, as a selectman, I didn't even know who the candidates were, and I had already got my first phone call about Brian, before I knew who the candidates were.
It's interesting.
That's
So
interesting.
you're better connected than me.
Yeah.
Well.
How was that?
no,
I never get phone
and
calls, so
somebody in
nobody-
town- And there's some people in
Those are
town that
steady
are obviously
breathers.
better connected too, because they knew what, that was
Yeah.
supposed to be a private, secret
Yeah, but, you know, I mean,
Process.
you know, I guess I don't want to discourage people from doing that. I mean, it is part of what
Yeah,
makes
okay,
this
but-
kind of the representative government that it is, you know, getting input and, you know, we need to make sure that we're making what we think is the right decision for Carlisle. And, you know, I mean, there's, you know, there's going to be other things that are coming up here that I've gotten emails of support for that, you know, I don't. And, you know, so I just always try to compartmentalize it of, okay, I'm getting the information in, I evaluate all the information, but in the end, I need to make what I think is the right decision for the town.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And in this case, I don't think there's a wrong decision for the town. I mean, I think Colin is an awesome candidate, really, truly an awesome candidate. And I think that Brian's an awesome candidate, and, you know, I think that you give the internal candidate the bow, and let him try it, and let him lead the people that have expressed the support of his. I mean, that's just my own feeling.
Yeah, I regret that we didn't have the conversation about internal candidates before we even started the process, whether we were going to give preference, you know, like, you know, the federal government gives preference to vets and things like that. I think after this one, I don't know when the next one will happen, but before the next one happens, I really would like us to have that discussion, because I think it would be a much better process then, because if we know we already have an internal candidate, maybe we won't bother to, you know, look at outside candidates, you know, and spend money on consultants to do that, because if
If
they...
I may, on the feedback from the folks in town, I was not at all surprised that we got that kind of feedback. If anything, I thought it was an indication. Think about this: if there were repeating persons in the department, other folks that thought they were better qualified or as well qualified to be considered, you'd find a whole different kind of vibe coming from the input we've received. It wouldn't be as cohesive as it has been. So I was very impressed with the fact that in a situation where there could have been some internal strife as a result of this whole process, with more than one person thinking they could do the job better than the other from internally, none of that surfaced in any way, shape, or form. It was all very, you know, just very positive and supportive of one person. So for me, it's not a matter of pressure from the town. I mean, you know, as you know, that doesn't much move me in any direction.
We know that.
But I was impressed with the fact that there was none of that noise coming forward in all of this, and so that's I guess that's how I felt about it.
Okay. So do you want to do a straw vote?
I think a
Or do
motion.
you want to...
I think we did a straw vote, right?
Yeah.
Well, nobody's changing their vote then, at this point. Okay.
No,
I do need to fix Carrie here, though, because
Yeah.
we're looking at ourselves and not Carrie.
Oh, how'd that happen?
And, you know,
Before-
also too, I mean, I don't think this necessarily needs to be a unanimous decision. I mean,
No,
obviously,
okay.
we support,
Well-
we're gonna support the candidate
Absolutely.
who goes in either way, right?
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if you wanna vote for Colin, you should certainly vote for Colin.
Yeah.
And it just shows how good the candidates were. I mean, you know, you know, say that, and I know you're not necessarily saying this, but to say that the candidate who, you know, we move forward wouldn't have our full support, you know, I mean, we're obviously gonna fully
This is-
support.
We're not voting against anybody.
No, exactly.
Right.
That-
No, I
exactly.
understand.
Thank you.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a matter
so-
of,
It's a matter of how
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have two very fully qualified
Yeah.
candidates.
Right.
we come to different conclusions on how we evaluate which one will be a better fit for the community and all the ramifications of that, and we go with that, that's all. It's not, we have two outstanding people here, and
Okay.
I can support either one of them. I just support one more than the other.
Well, maybe somebody should make a motion.
I can't.
All right, where's the, it's in here, right? I move to appoint Brian Soros. Do we have to put an address in here?
No.
Should we put an address? Okay, as the permanent, full-time fire chief of Carlisle, subject to the successful pre-employment physical background check and contract negotiations. Oh, I guess I should have read this prior, too. That would have answered my contract question.
So, is permanent the right word there? Are we hereby appointing him permanently? Or just,
Permanent?
or are we
Well,
appointing
is it-
Brian Soros as the full-time fire chief?
He's a
As a
Subject to
full-time fire chief,
permanent, full-time, right?
Okay, subject to the contract.
whereas Bert is the temporary chief.
Ah,
Yeah,
Interim.
interim.
Temporary interim,
temporary.
And
not,
he,
not permanent.
and he also, it doesn't matter who
Full-time,
we vote
part-time.
for, he still has a smile on his face. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor, roll call vote.
Kissinger, aye.
Reed, aye.
Brown eye?
Oskalilowite? White?
Louis, nay.
Okay. I want to thank you both, and I'm going to get up and shake both of your hands.
Yeah.
Thank you, it really was hard.
I can see myself. My camera is definitely on.
Oh, yeah, no, we can see you, you're just not.
Wednesdays, anybody wants to sign up to be firefighter?
He's already fulfilling what he's going to
That's such a headache. I have such a headache.
I know. Yeah, I know, it's, you like him to be clear cut. and this-
We're gonna just see a really little box of you, Terry,
Oh. Yeah, well, at least we can see what he's
because we want to move on, we have a long,
We don't really need to see it, do we? Okay. That's okay.
yeah, okay. The Chenal Grant update.
We get the honor of being the first people to use the new chairs as guests of the Selectmen. Wow.
For the next 10
I don't know if there's any collapsing chairs or not.
Hi. So for the record, I'm Linda Fantasia. I'm representing the Board of Health. David Klein, representing Council on Aging. George Mansfield, representing the Planning Board.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second. You are speaking up, but I just want to remind you all, so you're facing this way, and they're behind you, so just make sure that you're speaking up, because these microphones
Don't carry to the audience,
yeah,
especially my voice,
just want to make sure they can all hear.
They're watching you streaming on their cell phone.
at the same time.
That would be wicked.
First of all, we're not here to ask you for anything. We are simply here to give you a quick update of the Caring for Carlisle grant that we've been working on since 2016, which kind of surprised me.
that long?
Yes, it has been that long.
That's wise when you're having fun, right?
So, back in 2016, we received a planning grant, and we did a community health assessment to try to look at quality of life in Carlisle. And we hired a professional. And the report, there were no surprises, but it kind of gave us a handle, numbers, data that we, could then use. And we used that to apply for an implementation grant. And that was also approved. And our steering committee chose 3 projects to work on. And the projects were a public health nurse, transportation, and a community center feasibility study. And we have had wonderful help wonderful collaborators working on these projects. Jerry Lerman, Ruben Klickstein, Holly Mansfield, Peter Bess, Melinda Gambino, Madeline Blake, Angela Smith. And so all 3 projects are now underway. And I'm going to tell you first about the public health nurse. So what Board of Health kind of took the lead on that. And we hired Emerson Home Care, and our public health nurse is Tricia McGeehan. And it turns out that Lincoln and Concord are also doing the same thing this year. And they're also using Tricia McGeehan. So it gives us a wonderful little collaboration of these 3 towns. And the kinds of programs that Tricia is doing is once a month we have an Ask a Nurse program. You can drop in at Town Hall and just ask any kind of medical questions that you might have. She is also done some one-on-one home assessments, evaluations with seniors, so that's been very helpful. We have introduced her to the school nurse and also to the EMS director, because we see this as a kind of backup resource. So the school nurse might have a student with an issue, but maybe it's really the family that has the issue. And so having a medical professional that we can kind of do some intervention with should be very helpful. Same with EMS. If we can intervene with some of their caseloads, it might save you a trip to the emergency room, which is a savings for both the resident and the department. So we're looking to really promote those. Public education, Tricia and I have taken trainings in Stop the Bleed, and we've also managed to get a grant to buy some kits for the town. So Tricia will be available. We'll have these later in the spring. And so we'll have these kits maybe at the library, maybe at Town Hall. And Tricia is now certified to teach people how to use them. So we think that's good. And we're also going to have a presentation on tick-borne disease in April, which of course is a big thing in Carlisle. So we're very pleased with Tricia. She's very accessible. She's very motivated to make this program work. This is a pilot program. We had not intended to ask for town funding. This was our year to try it out and see what works and how to modify the program so it might be something the town would want to continue in the future. Maybe partially funding, maybe through grants. For next year, we have already applied for a Concord Carlisle Community Chess Grant, and that looks pretty positive. So this contract ends August 31st. We would then move into the next grant if we get that award. So it's going to carry us through little by little until we get a good handle on whether this is a program the town might want to support in the future. So then the other 2 projects were transportation options and community center feasibility study. So David was going to talk about.
Right, thanks, Linda. On the, I should add that with the community health nurse or public health nurse that the Council on Aging has been able to work with her primarily through Angela, much or similar to the way we work with our social worker. It's really good to kind of have another professional to turn to and to get assistance with, and because it's helpful to have that collaborative relationship, even for somebody who's part-time. And the fact that she's working for more than one town speaks well of her. But on to transportation, we had a couple choices in mind. It's the smallest group of money in the grant, and one was possibly to use that sum to join the Crosstown Connect Transportation Management Association out of Acton. As it turns out, we have an interesting offer from them, but that's can get to that later or at another session with you guys if there's not enough time. The other 2 projects both seem to have merit. I think that one was to kind of create some type of shuttle between here and Concord or here in one of the other towns where we could get to other public transportation, like the commuter rail, or I'm using Concord as the example because obviously CCHS would be, a good goal too. And I don't know that there was any real opposition to that goal, but the reality is just to pay the driver enough hours to do it. A couple hours in the morning, a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours in the morning, 2 or 3 hours in the late afternoon to evening. That is easily a $40,000 plus project. So that wasn't going to be covered by $5,000. So there's one of the realities that we're facing, and not just we, but other towns too, is there's a lack of drivers available. As a matter of fact, we're putting an advertisement in Mosquito for a new driver this coming week. And Tim and I had been talking about that on and off for a couple months now. We have great drivers, but one of them moved to Arizona. His wife passed away this past summer, and he decided to move. And our other drivers, at least one of who is here today, are wonderful. The community loves them. We love them. But they're all on the older side, and maybe they could continue forever, but maybe not. So we're always looking. The time it takes to train a driver, because there's mandatory courses involved to drive the bigger vehicles, is it's a factor. It could take somebody 4 months to get the classes in that are taught, or 6 months even. And we have one vehicle that anybody could drive, the Nissan Rogue, but the bigger vehicles you need to be certified to drive. So anyway, we came down on this model of using one of the transportation network companies. That's what they call them now, the TNCs. So the ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft are now called TNCs in the lingo of the transportation industry. And we had both Uber and Lyft do presentations. We had people from in town that sat through these presentations, like Kate and Carrie sat through at least one. Melinda, people from the school board, David Modell. We had some people from out of town who are curious about this, who also came.
We had a full room here.
Yeah, we had a full room,
yes.
at least 18, 20 people. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
And they were very similar, and actually we would have been okay working with both of them. But as it happened, Lyft made it a little bit easier administratively to work with in terms of how they bill us and expect to be paid. They both agreed to bill us monthly, but Lyft, it made it easier in the respect that they agreed to be paid by check as long as we paid them within 30 days. So that just made it easier, and that conversation occurred even before Carrie Colburn-Dion left. But anyway, so we're working with Lyft now, and who knows if this is successful and is a long-standing type of service that people appreciate. Maybe Uber or some other company could be involved with the town at some future date. But at least, as Linda was saying with the public health nurse, at least we're going to get a sampling of what it's like to work with one of these companies. That being said, I'd like to take a moment to say what we're doing with them. And to admit that even though we've gotten off the ground, we're having a very slow start. And I think part of that is just an education process of getting people used to the idea that it's okay to take this alternative form of transportation. And what we found out from Lyft was they don't like to talk about it. Either Lyft or Uber don't like to talk about what they're doing, because they don't want the other to have an advantage over each other. But in our onboarding conference call, Angela and I and Debbie, our transportation coordinator, had, we did get the Lyft person from California to admit that they have 40 such arrangements with agencies, and by agencies I think they mean municipal agencies across the country. So we're in America's top 40, I gather, and when I asked for like a frequently asked question example from them, they said, oh, yeah, we'll send you a couple examples from our clients. And the two examples they sent us were Santa Monica, California, and Las Vegas, Nevada. So we have a lot in common with them. But I didn't... Yeah, right. So one of the things we noticed from the Santa Monica, they have a company called the Big Blue Bus, or a transportation organization called Big Blue Bus out there, was that they set up like Lift 101 classes at their library. And so we're working with the library and a couple volunteers to perhaps do the same thing. All this is fine, actually. I wouldn't even feel like we were in a rush, except that we do have a time limit in like Linda was saying, in order to use the money. So even though it's the smallest pot of money, we do feel some pressure to explain to people how to use it and to try to get them to use it.
Yeah, well, I had that conversation with them in the parking lot earlier to find out how do I, register for this service, because I'm very interested in it.
And so the basic message for people is that all that you need to do to register is be age 60 or over for any reason, or age 18 or over, and have a transportation challenge. And that transportation challenge, on the obvious side, could be that you're disabled in some way. But it could also mean...
Temporarily or permanently.
Or permanently, permanently, but it could also mean you have a temporary situation, like, when
Kate fell off the ladder.
Right, when Kate fell off the ladder. So, for example, right. But if you have, if you break your leg or your arm, or you're having eye surgery, or just, and we got an email from a gentleman who said, I just had surgery. I'm not going to be able to drive for a couple months. Can I do this? And I said, sure. And we emailed Lyft with what we do is Lyft wants us to email them through a Google Doc, the phone numbers that are attached to the accounts. They don't even get the names. They just get the phone numbers that are attached to the Lyft accounts that are on people's phones. And then they code the accounts with the discount. So it's an automatic process. Once they know who the people are that we've identified, they apply the discount so that when you go on the phone to book a ride, you'll see this was the cost of the ride and here's the discounted cost of the ride. So it's kind of cool, and it will renew every month because we're giving people 4 rides per month. 4 one-way rides per month, and it's up to a $10 discount. So the first $2 is paid for by the customer. Up to the next $10 is paid for by the subsidy from the grant. And anything over $12 is paid for again by the customer. But for $12, it's admittedly not a huge sum, but you can get to Concord or you can get to Westford, and it's
And you
basically...
forgot to mention that we have a 55-mile
We do have,
limit.
that's right, we have a 55-mile radius limit.
Gets you
We
to Worcester, gets you to...
Yeah, I asked him, could I use it when I was in Santa
sure.
Monica? He said no.
Right. I think Perry signed up, but he's in Florida, so he can't use it just yet.
No, there-
We really don't have any bias against where they're using it so much, but we'd like to get as much data as we can from Carlisle and
want
where,
to get as many people involved in this as possible. And
Yeah.
plus, it is one of the things we're struggling with right now, making sure that people know that this is out there. So we appreciate all of you to help spread the word.
So we got an email, I got an email earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, and I don't know what it looks like on people's phones, but apparently somebody sent this to me, and she said, well, it says the Carlisle Mobility Program. This is a screenshot from her phone. It said $2 fixed ride fares. You had 4 rides remaining in the month. Pay $2 plus any amount over 12. Valid on standard Lyft rides only. In other words, it's not the shared Lyft rides, it's standard Lyft rides, which can hold like 4 passengers. And then it said valid until March 31st, 2019 at 11:59 p.m. And so the person who sent me the email was questioning, well, shouldn't that mean 2020 instead of 2019? But what Lyft is doing there, because we asked them to do it, is not to allow the unused rides to accumulate. Yeah. Every month, a new 4 rides are issued, but if you don't use the 4 rides, they expire. So don't hoard your rides. If you register, use your rides, or don't use your rides, but don't think you can hoard them.
Use them or lose them.
Use them or lose them. At the same time, in terms of sustainability, we've through Tim and through the help on the planning board, we've applied for some regional grants that are also contemplating funding Lyft and Uber type of rides.
Grants through Magic, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, yeah.
So hopefully that will also come through, and if it doesn't, we'll go from there. I think, as Linda said, we're not asking for any money for FY 2020. In FY 2021, I think there will be some transportation decisions to be made. by the town. That $10,000 that the town appropriated at town meeting in 2014, it's our estimation that that will probably run out by at the end of FY '20. So it's lasted a number of years, but we'll have data to back up what our recommendations are at the same time. And interestingly enough, Crosstown Connect has made us an offer for one of our older vehicles. It's a 2003, which is due to be replaced next summer by a newer vehicle that the LRTA has acquired for us. And we think that that vehicle is probably worth a couple $1,000, $3,000 maybe if it were sold. But that $5,500 fee to join Crosstown Connect, they're offering to give us the 1-year membership in exchange for that vehicle as a backup vehicle for their use. So,
And that might be a very nice way to extend this program beyond the end of this grant in August for the next year at least, while we work on getting more of the bumps out of it.
So I'm only mentioning that not to go beyond what the scope of what we're discussing is, because it could involve more discussion or questions that you guys have. But it could also have some advantages for us next year, because one of the other things that the LIFT program is giving us is the opportunity to book rides on behalf of other people that might not have the LIFT, the app on their phone. The difference between the discounted rides program and the rides that we could book ourselves, which we now have the capability of, but are reticent to use, we'll start using it. We just want to jump in the right fashion, is that we're responsible for the full cost of those rides. And that's a separate discussion, I think. I asked our transportation coordinator how long a typical round trip is that we supply for the rides the Council on Aging does, and she said an hour and a half to 2 hours. We pay our drivers close to $20 an hour, so an hour and a half to 2 hours is between $30 and $40. And that's not including maintenance and gas. So I think we could easily surmise that we spend $35 to $45 for a round trip ride. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there because it's a lot to take in.
David could go on about
I'm sorry. Yeah.
this kind of transportation forever, I think.
I mean, what I would like to try to do is
we got to get to the
other thing is encourage people to sign up for for this. You're not going to hurt anybody else by signing up. And if you don't use it, you don't use it.
Yeah.
And if you do use it, you do use it.
Here's my phone number.
Oh, thank you.
Is Lyft going to put blue bikes in at Village Court and Benfield?
I don't know. I have a feeling, I was speaking to a mobility person at the Human Service Transportation office at HHS this morning, and she said there's only a few of us in Carlisle, in the state, that are doing this, and I think we're by far the smallest. So, and we're dealing with a company that's based in California, so there's some communication issues, but we'll plow through and make it work somehow.
Thank you.
Okay.
George?
Well, I guess I'm not here just to talk about the community center feasibility study, but the whole program. And David is just as involved in the community center, if not more so, as I am, because his clientele, the planning board doesn't have a clientele. The planning board's clientele is the town. But my role, I think, in this is to look at it, and the planning board's role is to look at it as the planning for the future for Carlisle, either in terms of public health, in terms of nurse, in terms of transportation, or in terms of bringing the community making the community more cohesive through a community center and other activities and programs that it can support. Also, I'd like to say that I think the timing on this is fortuitous. We didn't necessarily plan it this way, but the fact that the planning board, and you're going to hear about this later this evening from members of the board, the planning board is about to kick off or hopes to be at least about to kick off a master planning program, which will last a couple of years. Having the data that this feasibility study and these pilot studies can give the master plan steering committee and the consultant that we hope to hire will really make that master plan much, much stronger, and it will also mean that these initiatives that we're starting are much more likely to be able to be picked up, by the town, but through perhaps some outside source funding for the future. And so I think it's all coming together very nicely, and by the end of this summer, we'll be really taking off on this. I want to let David to say a few more words about how the community center study is being done, and don't forget the fact that we have a people who aren't here tonight, we have a lot of citizens, Carlisle citizens involved in overseeing, informally overseeing through advisory committees. Linda mentioned a number of names, there's more than that, who have had a lot of work output on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting a little bit of later start than we wanted to on the community center study, given where the grant process is. On the other hand, the architect that we're working with, Abacus Architects, has worked with Carlisle before, and so they're familiar with the property. Although there's been some discussion about whether it really should be that back of the Mosley property, or it should be part of Bandy Davis, or who knows if this Stern Street thing goes through. But
that's actually not the main thing. It's not exactly not where it's going to be, but what it's going to be. And that's
yeah, that's where I was
going.
going. It's just that I'm not as concise as George, and that's that. I think we're going to pick up some data, and we're going to learn. This is forcing us to actually kind of zero in on what we want, the Council on Aging, as opposed to what the Recreation Department needs are, and other departments in town, plus the people in town, and so this is a process that we're going through right now, trying to prioritize what
And we were also able to leverage another grant so that the Abacus, the architect, is going to build into the feasibility study using the center as an emergency shelter and an emergency dispensing site. So it can be multi-purpose. When the town needs a shelter, that's where we would go, rather than to the school gymnasium, which is not the best place to accommodate people for a length of time.
And the goal here is, it doesn't mean we need a bigger community center. It means we need a community center that can be used for that need when that need is there.
But it was nice to get some matching funds from another source, so.
And apparently, I had mentioned that to the emergency shelter, to the Recreation Department at their meeting the other night. Apparently, I took it for granted that they knew what I was talking about when I meant emergency shelter, because some of us have had shelters, and Alan was involved with this, when we had the Superstorm Sandy and other storms, when people lost their ability with their well water, et cetera. And apparently some people from well, I don't want to attribute this to any one person, but they thought I was talking about a bomb shelter or something like that. Not a bomb shelter, just an emergency shelter. But anyway, we hope to learn from this process too.
We ought to open it up to questions.
All right.
Board has any.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
What's the timeline now on the grant?
Through August.
Yeah.
We're a little bit more than halfway there.
And we have met with the grant funders just recently, and they're very pleased with our
We
projects.
made a midterm
Okay.
review of the activities, what we were spending their money for, and got thumbs up.
I read your report. I thought I was very impressed with the amount of work that you guys did. Impressed with the amount of funds that you brought into the town to do this work with. It's a very well-written report and very clear.
In that case, I should give a plug to Chenal 15, which administers the grant. The funds come from Leahy Clinic and Winchester Hospital.
Great.
Yeah.
Right, anything else, anybody?
Yeah, no, just to thank you again. I mean, I know what efforts you guys put in early on, and then to leverage it more with more grants. I mean,
Yeah, that's a good way to do business.
Yeah, because I mean, this is tens and tens of thousands of dollars that, would normally come out of the budget or not been done.
We're not been done, right?
From my perspective, the town is doing a lot more now in grant funding than, I've been here for a while, as you guys know,
Right.
and we're doing a lot more now than we've ever done
Yeah.
in my, tenure in town in the past.
Yeah, no, and the idea of pilot stuff too, to get an idea, is this something that would work for Carlisle? Whether it be a public health nurse or a transportation, it's great, and it gives us an idea, so we can make a more informed decision about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So Carrie, do you want to tee up this next one?
I have a copy of the slides, so.
Okay. Do you want to open it up though? Do you want to give the background?
Open it up? Well, I suppose I could. I'd rather not. I'd rather just, rather than provide any background, just let Allison do her thing. This is a new idea, that's being brought forth by a citizen that has really never been on the table before for whatever reason. And we're fortunate that we have an option for the future of Center Park that we've never had the ability to consider before. So thank you, Allison, and let's see what you got.
Do you have my presentation?
I do. Do you?
I'll
Do the
just-
slide.
Very soon, because I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Allison Saylor. I live on Stern Street, and I'm a master gardener. That's this one. Certified in 2017. It's a new credential that I have. And I'm also a garden club member for years and years. I won't mention how many. But it's as a master gardener that I'm presenting. And I guess we can just go straight into it. Is it going to show up on that
It's
screen?
going
or
to
this
show
one?
up on that screen, so the board will probably want to.
Sorry. It's a very short presentation. There's no pictures. If you want to go see Center Park, you just have to
Take a minute to come up. So
go
you can
to
Keep talking.
Burns. Yeah, I'll keep talking then. So the main part of the presentation is that master gardeners keep working in July and August when garden club members usually go away and do other things. And that's been the problem with Carlisle Center Park, is that you want it to look nice all year. So as a master gardener, a new master gardener, I had to think of how to help Center Park, because I think it's costing a lot of money to the town. And so we're going to call it Carlisle Center Park a living classroom. And by that we mean we're going to be running classes with the Center Park as the classroom. And it's a way that we work with the DPW to manage the gardens and the landscape. It will save money for the town, and following the mission of both the Garden Club and Master Gardeners, it will promote gardening education and involve the community. Next slide, please. So we're going to share maintenance with DPW. Site maintenance meaning the lawn, irrigation, snow removal, any tree work that has to be done. That will be done by Gary Davis, and he knows he's going to do that, and he said he'll look after the rest of the parts where to do the garden beds. And the garden beds will be handled by the Massachusetts Master Gardeners. And that is an organization that most states have a Master Gardener program. Massachusetts has one. That's when I was credentialed. And you have to volunteer. You have to volunteer at botanical gardens. I volunteer at the Concord Prison. And we have the coordinator, the outreach coordinator for the Master Gardeners, who has come to visit Center Park and said that would be a perfect place. It's perfect because it's public, and it's perfect because you're going to involve community groups. And what we have is the Council on Aging. Angela has got classes scheduled in her spring calendar, and the Holly from the Recreation Department has already explained that there's going to be garden classes run by Master Gardeners. Carlisle Garden Club has 4 Master Gardeners, so we'll take turns running them. And the consequence of having a class will be that we will weed them, prune them, fix them up, make them look beautiful. Additionally, the Garden Club is going to do kind of like a mosquito trash party presentation in April. They will invite the community to help do this big spring cleanup of Center Park, possibly do one in the fall. And then once we have approval from the Selectmen to use this model, we'll try and get other groups like 4-H and Scouts. Next slide, please. The second part of Center Park is that we think that people should use the park. It's not just a place to look at, but to actually use it for events. So we'd like to propose a steering committee to schedule and manage community events that will happen there. That this steering committee will create a new website which will promote that as encouraging people to have events there, and to have policies and procedures so that people clean up after themselves if they have an event. And this steering committee will morph into a 501c3 Friends of group. And I already have people in the garden club who have committed to be on the board, to run the schedule, to create the organization. So we're ready to go. If we get selectmen approval, we'll make it happen. We'll do it by the end of the year. And this nonprofit will be able to fundraise to do some additional support of park maintenance. Next slide, please. I'm trying to think of what kind of expenses will be for Center Park. There shouldn't be too many because it's already drop dead gorgeous. And the biggest thing that Gary Davis and I could think of was maybe tree work. I mean, if you did have some tree work had to be done, you'd probably have to bring in a crane. So we think that the existing Center Park funds should be handled by Gary for that kind of a possible future expense. But the small amount of funding that you would need to create a website, to buy mulch occasionally replace a plant or fix the irrigation, we think that the future Friends of will be able to offset those expenses. And as I said, we already have volunteers who have stepped up to do this if the selectmen are willing to use this model. And yeah, I think we're good. Next slide, last slide, I think. Yes, this is our summary slide. We think this provides a long-term solution to managing Center Park. It handles the use of the park and the keeping it looking safe and beautiful for people to visit as members of the public. We think it reduces the expenses that are being spent on this park to this up to now. Going forward, it should be a lot cheaper for the town, and it will maintain it as it's a beautiful little park. It's tiny, but it's a gem, and it will allow community groups to use it for things such as gardening education, which is the mission of the garden club. Perhaps we could showcase conservation practices, lots of things. So that's my final. You can turn it off now. You can go all back to your seats. I'm just asking that the selectmen, we already are going forward with the classes. They've been advertised, but we haven't advertised them in the Mosquito because we're looking for you to sanction them. Gary Davis said it was okay to do it, so we felt safe in putting them in little newsletters, but we'd like to promote them a little more. And also, we'd like to have you please allow our steering committee, which will morph into a nonprofit, get approval to form.
Anybody have any questions? Carrie, do you have anything you want to add?
Take my water out of this face.
I have a liaison report for the Center Park that's due later in the evening. So there is another, the current founder and manager of the park up until last year has proposed that she continue to do so as well. So there really are two proposals here for the Center Park going forward. And I should say there'll be additional information about the other proposal that'll be passed out when I do my liaison report. I should only say that the two approaches are very different. One basically wants to keep the park pretty much the way it is, using what the founder of the park refers to as paid professionals to maintain the park. She does not believe the DPW has been good to the park, and wants to use folks that she's worked with before and pay them accordingly. She founded the park 11 years ago, has raised nearly all the money for it, and wants to continue to be involved even though she has moved an hour away and a couple of years ago, and has been constantly seeking a follow-on, longer-term approach to managing the park, and has been unsuccessful at finding that longer-term approach up till now. This approach that Allison has just proposed to us would provide such a long-term position. I know many of you in the Selectmen board have wished that there were some way to better, more completely involve the garden club, for example, in this, and also to provide a way of keeping the park in top shape without spending a lot of money. And on average, for the last 11 years, there's been about $7,000 or $8,000 spent to maintain the park. So most of that has been private funds, very little of it town funds. And the founder of the park has just done a superb job of raising money for the support of the park. A lot of people support her in that regard. But this is a different approach. It's, as I think someone from the garden club who may be in the room mentioned, that it's the difference between a museum of a park and a playground of a park. Well, one person wants the park to stay the way it pretty much has been designed to be. The other approach is to make it much more of a community involvement process and activity. I have to tell you, though, that given the strong personalities that are involved in these two approaches, these approaches are going to be and should be viewed as mutually exclusive. We will do one or the other. We will not do a combination of both. So that's our decision for us to make going forward. But I think we're absolutely, I've been a very strong supporter of Center Park over the years. But I also think that the long-term view of things is what we ought to be concerned about, and the sustainability of it. And the more community involvement, the better, in my judgment. So those are the things we have to consider going forward. You'll see some more specific information about the costs of doing it the other way, the museum sort of way. I shouldn't probably use that as a descriptor, but it's probably a good way of describing it. So of it staying the way it is with paid professionals doing the work at $40 an hour or thereabouts, versus the more community involvement and the garden club involvement. So that's basically where we are, and that's the decision we'll have to make going forward.
Okay. So it sounds like there's going to be another proposal given. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
yes, a proposal from the current founder of the park who wants to continue the way it, her management of the park the way it was up until the end of 2018.
Okay, so in the meantime, I guess I would propose that, I think there's two things. One is I think that the classes are an awesome idea, and I certainly support that.
They're free.
One. But also, I'd like to know more about what is the process of creating a friends for something. I mean, I know that we have it for other things, but maybe in a near future meeting, we could just learn more about what that process is before.
Sure.
Well, as I recall, when the founder of the park was here a year and a half ago or something like that, or more, we asked her to create such a Friends of the thing, and we told her that if it could not be done by December 31st, we were taking back, and I hate to say ownership, but the park does not belong to a single individual. The park belongs to the town, and we need to decide the best way to manage it. I'm sure this individual put a lot of time and effort into it, but she no longer lives in town. She has not done what we asked her to do, and so I'm not really anxious to entertain a lot more proposals from her in her bid to just maintain control of our public property. So I'll just leave it at that.
To answer your question, though, may I, to create a Friends of Center Park would require filing some paperwork with the Massachusetts. I have a volunteer who's done it before, knows how to do it, and is willing to do it. All it takes is for the selectmen to say, we'll start with the steering committee, we'll work out what to name it, how many executive board members to have, and then we'll do it. And within 6 months, we'll get it done for you.
Just a point of information, there currently is about $6,000 in the Center Park Fund, 500 of which is a residual from a grant provided by the town a couple of years ago. And the majority of it is money that has been raised over the past 12 months by the founder for the park. And so there's a total of $6,000 currently in the park fund. And the manager from last year is requesting that the town provide an additional $3,000 as a subsidy a year for the park, and that a specific person be hired as the groundskeeper. Person by name be hired as the groundskeeper for that effort and paid for by those funds, most of which have been privately donated.
Right. Can we refund those funds to the person, since we're not, if we don't comply, is she going to request her funds to be reimbursed? In one way, it is her her organization, or I don't know what you want to call it, reimbursing us for the $6,000 that we put in a couple of years ago, and that only got spent at her insistence of having everything to be done.
As I understand it, Carrie or Tim, those funds are in a town account, right?
In a gift fund, yep, correct.
They're not in a fund that she controls.
Okay, so there are.
It's our money, which is, I think, the money that you were suggesting be allocated to DPW so that he could do things like the tree work
Right.
and things like that.
Okay.
Is there a specific alternative proposal that we
Apparently.
need to vote on, one way or the other?
Well,
We have two proposals which are not,
I'm happy to decide that tonight.
Well, I guess I would just like to know if Carrie, have you talked to this other person and told them that they're going to be heard here?
Yes, I told them I would be presenting a copy of her proposal at my liaison report, and it'll be passed out. If Jan, you want to pass those out right now, or you take a look at them, we can do it right now.
They're already out.
Move my liaison report up to
Spread on
now.
your, right there, top one here.
So, I agree with Kate on this. You know, I think Ms. Perry did a tremendous job over the years. You know, this has been on our agenda every year that I've been on the board. So 3, I guess I'm going into my 3rd. And, you know, it was, a year and change ago that we asked her to bring a proposal forward to make this sustainable. I think it was pretty clear we didn't necessarily like the approach, or we didn't fully support the approach that she took. But ultimately, if she could make it sustainable, then the board would be supportive of that. We did give her until the end of last year. There was not necessarily radio silence, but we didn't get much feedback. Just that she was working on it and she was trying to get people. So I mean, I admire the effort that she's put in over the years, and I mean, it is a beautiful park. But I think, just my personal opinion, I think it's time for a change. You know, having the Carlisle Community Garden Club interested is huge. Community involvement, fantastic. You know, and I think the town needs more of these opportunities where 4-H and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts can get involved. You know, we just, for being such a, you know, a nature-loving town, if you will, we really don't have a lot of those opportunities for our kids, and I think it's great. I mean, I like the proposal that Ms. Saylor's putting forward. I'm definitely supportive of that proposal, and I think, you know, so did we see this before? For some reason, it looks the same as something I've read in the past. So I don't think it's changed much. I mean,
I think it's remarkably the same.
yeah, right. So I think it's what we've seen before. It's just more of the same.
And it includes things that we said no way to.
Right.
Such as
That's right.
funds from the town, ongoing funds from the town.
Right. Yeah, and you know, and I think you know, having Gary's support for the new proposal, you know, because we had talked with Gary and he was willing to take on 100% ownership of the park, which it is a town park.
That would have probably been the kiss of death.
Yeah, I think, right, you know, and I
I mean,
don't
let's
think
face it.
everybody, right, and I don't think everybody was fully supportive of that, because you know how it's gonna change.
Exactly.
And it is, you know, it's a lot to ask his guys to do.
Yeah.
And it's above and beyond what they're
They're-
really qualified to. I mean, it
Right.
really is, it's, you know, for master gardeners and for people in the community who want to continue that. So I think the proposal is great. I'm fully supportive of it.
This proposal is what we asked to have for
Exactly.
last December.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
This is,
yeah, so I guess, you know, what my hesitation before was, I thought that this was in some future meeting. I didn't realize it was in the packet for later in the night.
okay.
And didn't understand if it was going to change or not. I mean, a lot of work went into this, but it is largely similar
Nobody,
to what we had before, and so it doesn't actually resolve the issues that we have.
that we have.
You know, we had said, and we had promised the town, a one-time ask of money. Excuse me. And this is proposing ongoing, and so, you know, we would be going back to the town and saying, sorry, we didn't really mean that, and we need more money, and, you know, maybe someday we'll have to do that, but now is not the time. So, you know, I know that Carrie has been, you know, knee-deep in this for a long time, and so before I just say, yes, I think we should do it, I would like to get his perspective on it. So Carrie, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Being the liaison to Center Park, your perspective on the two proposals.
Well, we have a situation where the founder of the park the park wouldn't be there without Sabrina Perry's insistence on it being there and support for it over a period of 11 years, unwavering support. She has about 100 folks in town that have written checks over the years in support of the park. She was in at the outset in designing it and involving folks that had good credentials in designing a garden to design it. She's had folks maintain it that she's paid over the years, that she trusts and has great faith in. She has moved away, tried to find a way to keep things going with being an hour ways drive and in some cases having to bum a ride to get here. She pretty much has a very insistent way of wanting to manage the park and see it managed. And it is a my way or the highway kind of an attitude. But it's been very successful because she's been so dogged about insisting on what she sees as a view of excellence and beauty in the park. There's just no question about it. She's made ruffled a lot of feathers along the way. I think she probably has ruffled most of the garden club members' feathers along the way, even though she has been a member of the garden club over the years. Because there's a feeling that a garden is not a static thing. It's a living, growing, changing, ever-changing thing that should be stewarded in a way that assures that has utility value and beauty associated with it. So that's where we've been for 11 years. No changes. My way or the highway. And Sabrina, we've all thanked her for her service. It never would have happened without her. All the money, most of the money that's currently in the fund was raised by her. And she still has a number of supporters, many of whom think that giving responsibility or giving any kind of authority for someone else to determine the fate of the park going forward is a travesty. And she feels that many of her donators, her supporters, would want their money back if she weren't allowed to continue the way she's continued. I'm just telling it like it is. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no.
I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. I know Sabrina will be heartbroken if this new proposal is accepted. And Allison, I know Allison well enough to know that she has strong feelings about what can be done moving forward, and they are completely at odds with Sabrina's view of what should be done going forward. So that's why I say they're mutually exclusive approaches and proposals. Nobody's going to be very pleased with how we decide to move forward. Some people will be very disappointed in it. One person will be potentially heartbroken by it. But the town is what we're here to
Yes, that's
represent.
exactly.
And we've always been concerned about how this is going to be handled going forward. We've always been concerned that there ought to be a way to get the garden club involved. I think Allison has provided a way to address all of our previous concerns, and should have our support on that basis. I'm hesitant if this comes to a vote, because I have been one of the, if Sabrina she does publish a list, and I'm near the top of the list in terms of people that have financially supported the park, I should probably recuse myself from a vote, so.
You're not getting your
not-
money back, Karen.
It's not much, but there's been
Yeah.
a lot of donors, been over 100.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think there's any conflict there, Carrie. I think that you should feel free to vote if this goes to a vote.
Well,
So I guess I certainly think that this is a direction to go. I think that the devil is in some of the details. On I would like to know more about the Friends of and what that process is, as I said before, and kind of what the charter is. I know that we did embark on the whole Center Park committee thing, which failed, I think, largely for all the reasons that that Carrie just outlined. But I certainly support this as the direction to go into, but I would just like to know a little bit more about some of the details of it.
I mean, 501c3s are relative, somebody's
Yes.
nonprofit corporation for public good, and they're very simple to set up, and just a matter of writing the bylaws for it.
Yeah. Which the steering
well,
committee
we have
would
the
do.
Friends of the Library, the Friends of the Council on Aging.
Yeah.
We have a number of those organizations in town already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but maybe we could give direction so that, we could maybe move forward so that we're not in the same spot. And
I should, I'm sorry, Kate, I should say one other thing. I did receive an email message from a supporter of the founder of the park, who basically said, this is the dirtiest trick I've seen in Carlisle in my 40 years here, and I wouldn't be surprised if everyone wanted their money back. Well, I've that's donated. I contacted that person and I said, if you really know of anyone that feels that way, please let me know. Do you feel that way? Please let me know. She said, no, I don't make any claims in that regard. I also know that whenever I have made a modest donation to the park, it has never been conditional or asked to be conditional that the money only be spent for a certain group of people to get paid to do the maintenance. So I doubt that people will be wanting their money back that have donated if we decide not to let Sabrina continue to manage the park. However, if they do, I think we should seriously consider giving them their money back if she has made it contingent, as I believe she implies in her proposal, that they will be used to pay a certain individual to maintain the park. So I don't think that's going to be a big deal or a big issue, but if it is, we ought to consider it. I want to make you aware of it.
Yeah, I guess I would say that I don't really see this as a huge change over decisions that the board has made in the past, right? We created the Center Park committee at Sabrina's request because she wanted to pull out of it. We funded that committee. We staffed that committee. And it just didn't
They-
work out. They because
quit
of
in
the
frustration.
conflicts, they for obvious reasons resigned. We talked with Sabrina, and she's done so much work on this, and it's just been amazing for the town. But we did talk to her several times over the last year.
Wayne,
And-
this is
and-
a hand up, just,
Can I finish first, or do you want to? Okay. We did speak with her several times, and we did give a timeline
We did.
for coming up with a solution, and we're beyond that. And we said and at that point, we'll have to go back to the original plan, which was getting another group to manage it. Or actually, I think we just said DPW.
We did.
So I think this is not out of line, which was originally requested by Sabrina. It didn't work, but I think we're kind of right back where we started again. And Wayne,
Wayne Davis, 739 Concord Street, in great hopes that I can just speak as a citizen and this thing will never come to town meeting. Normally, I don't speak on town issues because of the fear of that, but if it comes up, I'm recusing. I'm not going to moderate that discussion. In the interest of time, because I know there are a lot of people here, but I don't think all of them are here for this issue, let me suggest a path forward that you suggest to the Garden Club, if they're serious about this, go ahead, create the organization, come back with a formal proposal with an agreement that the selectmen can sign off on that says there's going to be a management agreement or whatever the legal structure is, so that you actually have something you can vote on and approve. And if you're going to transfer control to the Garden Club to the Friends, under some sort of contract, that you've got everything in front of you, that you can just have this discussion once more, sign off, be done with it, and get on with life.
yeah, okay. So I agree with that, Wayne. And I do want to apologize to everybody. I didn't realize that there were going to be two proposals when we were going to be deciding on it. I thought we were just going to be hearing one proposal, but I knew that there were two proposals. So this wasn't supposed to take this long. So I think that's a great
That's a
idea.
great idea.
Wayne. So
which means that we give direction, which
Mhm.
means that we say we are in favor, in general, of this proposal. If you bring us now, like a drafted contract, and for that matter, if they want to go ahead and set up their,
no, I think that they should work on the draft with Tim and come back before setting it up.
And Tim be
Before
on the
setting it.
steering committee? We're going to call it a steering committee that leads to the contract.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it, I don't mind.
Wayne, you're the lawyer.
Way to help work.
I was just going to suggest, look, if you've got someone who's willing to do the work, go ahead and get the work done. It's not expensive, it's not time consuming. Certainly bringing a draft back before you sign something probably makes sense for discussion, but make things happen, don't waste time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and let's be understanding, if this work gets done, we are in support of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
all right?
Good.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Town green. Oh, my God.
Are you okay? Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have another slide presentation.
Okay, so we're going to start off with the citizens petition for general bylaws regarding hunting.
They have a presentation.
Okay, so we have 1 hour, so each group will get 15 minutes.
I'll just roll back. Oh, you're rolling over? Take down the audio visual.
Yeah, it'll take a minute to come up.
I can see.
Oh, okay, can I see it? Bob, can I see it again? I never get out of there without one.
I'm not sure if you need to get this on the screen
Okay, well, it's your computer.
Duplicate, right?
Thank you, Jim.
Function F5 function F5. Did duplicate come up? Something pop up that says duplicate?
There we go.
Okay, now I need to get up to duplicate. So how do I do that?
So you can see it. Oh, they'll go away.
It'll go
Yeah,
away?
copies. Yes, will go away. Now I moved. Just everything
I had no problem before.
Okay. I have copies of the presentation here.
We have it.
No, this is the third packet. Okay, this is slightly updated. It's basically the same, but it's much more, it's polished, let's put it that way.
Carrie has it. It's the third person.
Carrie, we just sent you one 15 minutes ago, so you have an updated one also, sir.
Yeah, the latest one. I couldn't find the right one.
The one that was sent at,
Any changes to the 10 or 12 slides?
yes, it changes, so I would prefer you to go with the one that we're projecting right now, which is the last one you got at 8:12.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do that, but.
That's all right.
Yeah, on Skype at the same time, but.
Okay?
You know what? Just turn them so we can see it.
We're going to turn you towards the screen, so you can't see my face anymore, thank God. Okay.
Okay, so
Thanks,
there's a lot of slides here, so we should get.
Yes, we'll go.
get going.
Okay, what I'd like to say is we're here for the citizens article, and it's to amend the general bylaw section 10.1, which covers hunting. Let me give you a quick introduction. Okay, I'm an Italian-American from a blue-collar family. I have 10 uncles on one side, 8 uncles on the other side. They're all hunters. Okay, I have nothing against hunting, and I just want to state that for the fact, because a lot of people will think the citizens article is some sort of thing that is addressed at not hurting deer and for animal rights. That is not the issue here. The issue is way, way beyond Bambi lovers, okay? My family's hunters. I hunted as a child. I don't hunt anymore. I also associate with people who are sensitive towards animals. So I look at myself on both sides. So I don't want people to feel that the citizens, myself, with this presentation, is anti-hunting per se, or it's love of deers per se. There are a lot of issues besides those two polars that I'm going to present tonight, and hopefully everybody will see that we can all be unified and not in contention. So my objective, next slide, is twofold. One is to present the point of April 29th. And what we're going for here, the citizens, and maybe even the BOS, by the way, is a town-wide policy issue to clarify whether the citizens of Carlisle want to restrict hunting from Carlisle's highways, parks, and other town-owned lands. However, we have a second motive. We were asked to present this on March 12th because the BOS wants to consider how they feel about the issue and whether they want to make a BOS recommendation for a yes vote also, so that we go into the town meeting hand in hand instead of as two contentious opposite parties. We are not opposite parties, and part of my presentation is to make that fact known so we're unified and we go in with heads high and that we follow the due process both sides. And we are going to follow the due process both sides. Next slide. What is the big deal? It's not that much of a big deal. The existing bylaw now is written as is existing. No person shall hunt, fire, or discharge any firearms or explosives of any kind without the written permission of the Board of Selectmen. What's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is it's limited authority in many people's opinions. The discharge of firearms and explosives usually is on a case-by-case basis. One taxpayer needs to remove ledge, so he has to have an explosion. This is not so everybody goes out and has explosives. It's usually a case-by-case basis. This is a boilerplate type statement that is in almost everybody's bylaws, and it just covers you for exceptional cases. Fireworks and firing arms, you need special permission on a one-by-one exceptional case-by-case basis. However, what's happening now in Carlisle is there's this deer hunt that has just started a few months ago, and it's getting foggy whether or not that the existing law or the existing bylaw covers global hunting, not case-by-case hunting. And that's a new idea. We don't know if it does that. So we need a clarification. If you want to vote one way, that's one way. If you want to vote the other way, the other way. But we need a clarification bylaw. The clarification bylaw is the proposed one. No person, we take the word hunt out of the first paragraph and make it into a second paragraph, or a second. No person shall hunt within the limits of any highway, park, or other town-owned land. And what that does is it puts the choice in where it belongs with the overall policy of the town, not the discretion of the BOS. Next slide, please. Okay, what it does do, I just said it, clarifies the long-term town-wide policy, not exceptional one-by-one basis. Do we want hunting in this town as opposed to not hunting? It does not change the private property rights bylaw, which means you can have hunting as private property. We're only talking about town law, okay? Town land, big chunks of parcels, not your 2 acres. The second thing that it does not do, of course, it can't and it won't change any federal or state law. Next. So voting no keeps the existing bylaw, and the BOS authority seems to be unlimited or maybe limited, or we don't know if it's limited. We don't know if it's case-by-case basis. It's vague. A yes vote simply amends it and confirms that the people, the long-term hunting policy, remains with the citizens, not with the BOS. Not that there's anything wrong with the BOS, we just need a clarification. And it removes the 2015 non-binding ballot question ambiguity. As some of you might know, next slide. Next slide? Yeah. In 2015, because of the Lyme disease scare there, which has disappeared because Lyme disease is no longer an issue in this town, because, well, excuse me, Lyme disease is a huge issue in this town, but the deer connection has been discredited. But in 2015, there was an understanding that the deer and Lyme disease were connected very strongly, and that has been disbanded. However, we still have this lingering thing that happened in 2015 because of the Lyme disease presence, which now is gone. And so the question was, in 2015, shall the town of Carlisle request the selectmen to place an article on the next town meeting warrant to regular bow hunting on town-owned lands as an approach to deer management? The yes vote was 350, the no vote was 90. So it passed. However, it's ambiguous because we'll look at the ambiguity. There's 2 polls here. Does this mean that there's a town-wide policy vote needed, meaning, again, power to the citizens? Or does this mean that the BOS should institute and regulate hunting? The yes vote supports both cases, depending on which way you want to read it. So this beautiful thing that was supposed to clarify something just added mud to the situation. And we are trying to remove the mud, and that is April 29th, our town meeting. Besides, the town binding ballot was never even placed on the warrant. More mud. And the third thing is, well, wait a minute. This whole thing was due to Lyme disease and Lyme disease connection to deer, which has now disintegrated or disappeared somewhat. So we want this clarification, and that's why we'll put that on the ballot. It shouldn't be contentious. Next slide. Why now? Well, why now is because, not apparently, the hunt flavor in this town is expanding in a funny direction. All of a sudden, there was a pilot program in 2018, which started in September and it ended in November, just a couple of months ago, okay? And the hunt situation is the pilot program on a limited number of parcels of land in Carlisle, which, if the hunt is now a pilot program, look what's going to happen, perhaps. Second point, the succeeding years, 2019, that hunt, if it's considered successful and necessary, will inevitably go into next year and years afterward. We will have a permanent policy change. Do we want a permanent policy change? So yes, vote no, I don't care. But the point is, that's why we need a thing and a binding ballot situation for us to decide on April 29th. Third thing, if the hunt is a pilot now, and it goes on for years and years, well, wait a minute. The hunt was restricted to only 5 parcels this year. That's going to expand to more parcels if it's considered necessary and a success. So this question is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's go to the next point. Longer hunting seasons. The pilot hunt was a truncated fall foliage, which is bad. We like fall foliage hunt, which was only a subset of the usual fall season. That will expand to all fall season, and you know what? Since hunting is allowed for deer, it'll be hunting for other animals in other seasons. So we're really getting a macroscopic, large decision here, which started off as a little baby decision, and now all of a sudden it's running away from us, and it's going to run away more unless we decide. Not only that, it started off as a deer hunt, but if hunting is allowed for deer and the seasons expand, well, how about other species? Let's hunt other. So now hunting becomes a way of life for Carlisle. Do we want this? If you want it, fine, think. If you don't, you don't. But that's why we need to decide now. Last step. Now it's the pilot hunt was restricted to bows and arrows. Well, but if we're hunting and the seasons are growing, and the species are growing, and the time is going, well, why not guns now and other instruments of weapons? Last one. Okay. How about now, not even guns, but how about trapping? That's hunting. So we're on a slippery slope. That's what the parenthesis says. And we have to see, the next line is that town-wide hunting is a major, ever-expanding change in Carlisle policy and how we want to live in Carlisle. The quality of life will be changed. So it's a major decision. It's not minor. It's not some sort of silly thing where we're moving the word hunt from here and putting it there, and it's semantics and it's nebulous. It's important. It'll change a major flavor of the town. Next slide.
You want this one?
Yes. We set up a deer committee, which is fine. The deer committee is like any other committee. It's a subcommittee of the BOS that is supposed to investigate things, and they have a 20, look at footnote number, I wish I had a laser pointer, but footnote number 1 is basically that. Thank you for pointing that. It's a deer committee presentation that was made on February 2nd, 2018. It was their initial program where they're going to set up something. Is this something that they should do? Of course, they have to have a program, right? So it's February 2nd, 2018, and the presentation of the deer committee, in one of its most basic questions is, why are we having a deer hunt? They have to justify a deer hunt. Why not? There has to be a reason. And the reasons they gave are, the biggest ones, is that they're following the USDA Forest Service report of January 2008 and 2016. Well, that's fine, except that the USDA Forest Service report is focused on the whole northeastern United States. It is not Carlisle-based. It includes the state of Pennsylvania especially, which does have a deer problem. Pennsylvania has a major deer problem. You want to know something? Louisiana has a Katrina problem. Okay? The fact that Pennsylvania is in trouble and they want a program in Pennsylvania does not mean that it applies to Carlisle. So the basis, the USDA basis, sounds very good because it's United States, Department of Agriculture. But when you get that report, it actually says, the name of it is entire, it's down there in footnote 2, white-tailed deer in northeastern forest. It's a huge plot of land. Does it apply to Carlisle? well, Carlisle's a little dot in there. Some say yes, some say no, but it's not written for Carlisle. The second thing that they keep referring to is mass wildlife. The mass wildlife sounds like an official part of, the government of Massachusetts. Okay, some will say yes. But they depend on the mass wildlife presentation report. And the mass wildlife presentation report, as I'll show you in a future slide, puts us, Carlisle, in Zone 10 of Massachusetts. Zone 10 of Massachusetts is not just Carlisle and Chelmsford. Zone 10 includes the city of Boston and the city of Worcester. And it's a chunk, you'll see it in a second. So is that a good basis for us making our Carlisle plans? No. Neither of these things that are so central to this deer hunt have little relevance to Carlisle, yet they're going forward as if it does. Next slide, please. This is the USDA Forest Service publication, and this is a slide from the deer hunt that basically says, let's read it. The scientific evidence is clear. White-tailed deer overabundance is a threat to millions of acres, okay, of forest land in northeastern United States. Is this true? Yes. There are millions of acres. It goes all the way from Pennsylvania to Maine. What does that have to do with Carlisle? What does that have to do with the cement-ridden downtown Boston? But that's the argument. There are plots of land that need regulation here and lots that don't. Do we need it? Well, let's see if we need it. Okay. The next thing in the same slide, no, back, next slide. This is back. Look at the last one. Unfortunately, fewer than half of Pennsylvania's forest holds adequate numbers of young trees to simply replace itself. Is that true? Yes, but we're not Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Katrina and the hurricanes, and let's talk about Californian earthquakes. The point is, we don't need something that's written for Pennsylvania in order to make us feel that something needs to be written for Carlisle. Maybe we do, but maybe we don't. But this is a capital major slide justifying the hunt in Carlisle. So if you know that this slide was used to justify the hunt in Carlisle, your eyebrows get ready to say, wow, is this really relevant? And some people would say no. Next slide.
Just want to ask you to pick up the speed.
I'll pick up the speed, thank you. I will.
Just halfway through and you're already at 20 minutes.
Okay, fine. All right, this is the wildlife, the mass wildlife map. Look at Zone 10, that's where Zone 10 is. And Zone 10 is a chunk of northeastern Massachusetts. Boston is in there, and yes, Carlisle is buried in there. The Carlisle area, look out at the box, is a mere 15.52 square miles. And Zone 10 area is 1,449. We only are 1.1% of this whole map. So therefore, the rules and regulations and suggestions and resolutions and solutions don't necessarily apply. They certainly don't apply to downtown Boston, where there's no deer hunt. So that's why Boston downtown doesn't have a deer hunt. So do we need a deer hunt? Well, we don't know. Next slide. The Deer Committee, in the initial slide program, again, the one that they presented to us in Carlisle on 2/2/18, has these things that look like are very serious. They're the expected measures of success. I don't expect you to read all these. You can read these at your leisure. Some of you have the package, right? But it talks about reduced biodiversity. Yes, there's something called the understory, where the deer come in and chomp all the grass and the forest and ruin the forest. Yes, that's happening in Pennsylvania. But if this is Carlisle-based, we expect there to be before and after testing of the reduced biodiversity. The second one, we expect there's going to be a before and after lost capacity to withstand disturbances like fire and drought. We expect, so there's a lot of expectations here, which basically the Deer Committee is saying, this is the consequences of too many deer, and if we have a hunt, this is going to be stopped. Well, that's fine. So then the test has to be, let's test it before the hunt, and let's test it after the hunt, and see mathematically if it's improved. This is their report card. They're saying this is what we want to be tested on. Next slide. However, after the deer hunt, 2 months later, we have this report from the Deer Committee that we have succeeded. This deer hunt of 2 months in Carlisle has been a complete success. And when we questioned, we had questioned that, wait a minute, go back to the previous slide. What happened to all these tests and all these criterion that will show if it's a success? Next slide. No, the BOS now says it's a revised definition of success. We sent the Deer Committee this directive that for the 2 months of September to December to November, we wanted a safe and productive deer hunt. All these criteria are now down to 2 words. We wanted them to do something safe and productive. The Deer Committee concludes after 2 months, yes, we did that. You know why? Watch their sentence. No one was hurt. Safe. And wow, we killed 10 deer. That's productive. That's not the definition of success. Here's the citizens' expected measure of success, the page before. Page before. There's the measure of the success that we were never promised this, but these were the report card points and bullets that we expected a before and after change that we never got. Next slide. So they did not succeed. They succeeded with a completely new definition that has nothing to do with the real issues that they presented as the real issues. Next slide. There has been unfortunate characterizations. Now, this purpose of this is not to embarrass anybody, so please don't get alarmed, especially the BOS, okay? The purpose of this is to fence mend and to actually join us together with all this confusion. The BOS has looked at the citizens and have felt that words have come up in the past. They're not the nicest words. They feel the citizens have been insincere. They've been disingenuously arguing the case. Basically, they have a secret agenda, a secret agenda, and that's pure love of deer. It's not pure love of deer. Okay. On the other hand, let's go down to the second chunk. The citizens towards the BOS have accused the BOS of being unilateral, heavy-handed, exceeding their authority, and abuse of power. I think that's kind of volatile language, too. Neither is right. We have to make peace, okay? And so the purpose of this chart is not to throw bombs at each other. It's just to say both sides are justifiably passionate, and I want to fence mend so both sides come together on this article and want to vote yes. Next slide. Okay. These are the issues. These aren't Bambi lover issues. This is not, oh, the poor bleeding deer, okay? There are poor bleeding deer people, and there's nothing wrong with that either, by the way. Okay, but these are the things that have been expressed by the citizens that far exceed the dialogue, the misinterpretation. There's safety involved because there's people, shooting things in the woods, trespassing, signage problems. There's surveillance cameras that are part of the hunt in order to, and the surveillance cameras don't go up the day they're shooting deer. It goes up for months before so they can track the deer so they can shoot them later. Okay. There's trash excrement, there's favoritism. There's only 7 Carlisle hunters. There's 3,900 voters in this town, and only 7 hunters have been given permission. So if the tail is wagging the dog here, you got 7 hunters controlling access to the woods for 3,900 people. Some people find that exceptional. It has nothing to do with Bambi lovers. It has to do with, hey, what makes sense here? There's costs involved. And the most important ones are in the bottom. There's the core values to Carlisle. Restricted uses, trails. The signage says during deer hunt season, stay on the trails. Is that a good thing? I'll show you a trail map in a second. Okay. There's also law and authority. Who has this authority? There's also freedom of speech. Why can't the citizens honestly express their concerns without being subject to feelings that they're out of order? That there is no freedom of speech in this town. Next slide. It's the democratic process, too. Has nothing to do with deer. The 2015 ambiguous non-binding ballot question was already brought up in a previous slide. There's been a mosquito editorial, which downstairs is written in the fine print. The whether, where, when, and how of bow hunting in Carlisle might better have been discussed at town meeting, where important changes to town policies are typically vetted. There's been mosquito letters. This is citizens' rights and a democratic process. This is not volatile stuff. These are people expressing and practicing the democratic process. There's citizen petition. We got 53 signatures in 2 hours. We could have got 300 maybe in 2 days. So there's a big concern here, and they're not Bambi hunt lovers. Next line. Next line. No line. Back. City in the Woods exchanges, and we're going for the town meeting. Next slide now. Thank you. Okay, this is very important. Other towns around us do things their way. Why not? and we do things our way. Are we superior? Well, we think we are. I mean, obviously, we live here. I mean, you know, we have our own little rules and regulations, our little fiefdom. Okay, but let's look at that. Other towns' choices and values are not ours. I have nothing against Lexington and Concord, and neither does anybody here. They're sort of like sister towns, right? Carlisle, Concord? No, they got a different tax basis. They like industry, they like a lot of taxes, they have industrial parks, they have businesses, they have little knick-knack shops. Why not? Everybody pays the taxes, all these businesses pay taxes, and their real estate taxes are lower. Is that bad? No. But Carlisle isn't like that, and you know that. That's why you moved here. You want to go to Ferns, that's about it. You know, I mean, and that's okay, because we chose that. We chose that lifestyle. But we're paying for that lifestyle. We have higher taxes. So other people's choices are not ours. That's fine. Other towns' safety issues are not ours. Lowell and Haverhill, just to use examples, they have gangs, ethnic strife, drugs, and school vandalism. We have less of that. So a solution for them isn't a solution for us. If somebody, some bureaucratic situation says that mass something says that we need a vandalism program, we would say we don't have a major vandalism program. What I'm trying to say is we pick and choose those problems and those solutions that we select. Not because we're arrogant, because we just don't go by a global problem and a global solution when we have particular problems and particular solutions that we customize. The next thing, other towns' problems are not ours, and that happens also to include the word deer. Dover has a problem, Acton has a problem, and Weston has a problem because they don't have the trees we have, they don't have the forested land, so they have this open sort of development policy where all their houses and buildings have a lot of open area, and that is like fuel, that's like jet fuel to deer. So they have a deer problem because they have a different environment, they have a different topography and different foliage.
I'm going to give you one more minute, you're 30 minutes.
Okay, let me go, okay. The big question, give me just three, okay? The big questions here are core values. Who are we and why did we move here? What kind of town do we want? These aren't merely philosophical questions. Town land is a major asset. Town land is a tax issue. We pay $26 million and we have 3,800 voters because we want low industry, we want minimal development. So this taxpayer, we're paying for this. We bought into this town and we're paying through our nose for the town. So this land is ours and we don't want it taken away too arbitrarily. Next slide. Okay. The town says now in the deer hunt that the trail users should stay on marked trails during hunting season. This is obscene. A trail is a 3-mile wide piece, 3-foot wide piece of land in front of you that goes on for a length. Okay? The park is the areas between the trails where the nature and the history and the science and adventure is. The trail area of the land that is used in this town, the trail area is only 0.08% of the total area of the parks. So we are being told to stay on the trails, and we're losing, with this hunting argument, literally 99.2% of our parks, because they're saying it's safe if you stay on the trail. No, I don't want to stay on the trail. Neither does anybody else. The nature lovers and the history lovers want to be the whole park. Next slide. Carlisle's New England heritage. Rockwell, this is the Rockwell painting. It's the famous paintings, you know, basically the town meeting and the right to...
Can you just skip to the last one?
Okay.
Give you 3 minutes, yes.
Okay, fine, thank you. Okay. The last one is simply this. I think we could do a win-win-win approach. I think the BOS is honest and it feels it represents the people. I think the citizens think they're honest and they represent the ordinary voter. Okay? So we have a potentially divisive issue here. The proposal solution is simple. Defer to the democratic process. In fact, we have been. It's been painful, but I think the BOS has been following the democratic process. It's been a little heavy-handed, but that's okay. Maybe the citizens have been heavy-handed, but they too are honest and want the democratic process. I think the joint recommendation, the position of both parties should be let's make peace and vote yes on the article. Yes will actually put the present controversy to bed. It'll be properly handled and diffused, and nobody will have a black eye. In the future, next year and the next year, it eliminates going through this exercise again, and it's non-confrontational. The voters rightfully decide. One last word. Thoreau was in Concord, and he was around Walden, okay? Walden's a nice place, but it's not a nice place anymore people walk around it and tramp along and it's cotton candy. People eating cotton candy, and it's no longer the pristine place that Thoreau ever thought it would be. If Thoreau was alive now, he would choose to live in Carlisle. And I'm sure he wouldn't be sticking only to the trails. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Just a
You have questions?
one comment. I think, Wayne, how long do people have to present at town meeting? 8 minutes, and that was 33 minutes. So you're going to have to cut this down
I will. I'm sorry.
minutes. I think one of the things that I was confused about in this, and I do want to move on to the other ones, but what you're trying to do here is eliminate it being a decision of the Board of Selectmen whether or not they allow hunting on town property. But then throughout this, you're talking about how other information was needed and further analysis is needed by the Deer Committee. I'm not sure how those two fit together. I think your amendment to the general bylaw is simply, should the Board of Selectmen have the authority to allow hunting on town-owned properties? And I would keep it to that, and simply keep it to that, and that way you'll keep in your 8 minutes. Or unless what you want to do is not propose this, and you want to propose some more analysis and future pilots about the hunting program.
No, I don't think
It's unclear to me, which of those it is that you want. I think what you're saying is you want the Board of Selectmen to no longer have the authority to allow hunting on town-owned properties. I would just keep this to that and let the town decide, do they want the Board of Selectmen to be able to decide whether or not there's hunting on town-owned properties, or do they not want
Well,
to?
let's go to the first page. I do want that, okay? And I think we already have that, because it is already going to go to the town meeting. And that is the purposes.
Right, that is what's going to go to town meeting, and so I
That's
think
the
I'm
one.
just suggesting that if you want to keep this to 8 minutes.
Yes.
Don't throw all the rest of that in there.
I will.
What you want is, what you're asking the town is, the Board of Selectmen currently has the authority to allow hunting on town-owned property. You want the town to say the board does not have that authority.
It doesn't have blanket authority. The Board of Selectmen has limited authority now. They have expanded it to exercise town-wide authority. The exercise of authority was on a case-by-case basis until it assumed authority that they could make policy decisions for the whole town. They cannot. And so the existing section is vague whether that authority extends to town-wide hunting or just exceptional permission hunting.
Except for the written permission of the Board of Selectmen or such other town officers or officers they may designate from time to time. We designated a Deer Committee to manage this.
Oh, that's not it. That's not the. That's the 2000. Okay, no.
No, I'm reading the existing ones. I'm not
Yes.
talking about what you're proposing
Yes.
in the existing one. But anyway, that's just my feedback to you. Is you have 8 minutes. I would try to keep it focused on
Okay.
the amendment to the bylaw that you're requesting.
One other thing though, Nathan, please. The second point is what you're missing also. We're presenting here to you on May 12th so that we can get a positive joint green light that a yes vote serves both the Board of Selectmen as well as the citizens at the same time. We already know that we're going into the April 29th town meeting. But one of the things we talked about last meeting 2 weeks ago was whether or not we can go hand in hand and both say, this will let us both off the hook, and we can both want a yes vote would solve the problem and let the people decide this, not the Board of Selectmen in the future. Just simply give us more direction.
Right, so
we
I
want a
think
yes.
the
We
board-
want a
the
yes
board-
recommendation.
The Board of Selectmen will be taking a position on here. You were
Exactly.
here last week, and you heard us hear them, and we didn't take a position on any of them last week.
I know.
We're hearing them all, and then we will be taking a position.
That's what we're asking for, to
Yeah,
take a
on all
position,
of
but we're
them.
hoping it'll be yes.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I hear that.
May I ask
Okay.
a quick question?
Yes.
Sure.
Does anyone think that the council's opinion about whether the Board of Selectmen have the authority to do this was ambiguous?
Yes, it is. I think so.
No.
The town council. Town council.
In their opinion, was it ambiguous? Not in your opinion, in their opinion.
I think we asked. There was no ambiguity.
They're the ones that
Why
rendered
would
the
you just want to
opinion.
change the bylaw if there was
Right.
ambiguity?
Yeah. No, there was no,
Change the
there's no
bylaw.
ambiguity in part of town council on whether or not we had the ability to allow the hunting on town-owned lands.
And I would say, before we take a position on this, I would certainly ask town council to look at the language of the amended bylaw.
Yeah.
And if I could put my point in here too. Two things about the town council. One is the town council, okay, did not necessarily look at the existing law as a case-by-case basis as they would when they looked at the word explosives. Obviously, explosives is...
So I'm going to cut you off because we need to move on. Town council is our town council. They looked at it holistically because they represent us.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You okay?
Okay. Eric.
Thank you. Yep.
Hi. Seats.
Thank you.
You can hear me okay, right?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We never managed to connect
I
ever.
know. That's okay. Life is busy. We need one more chair too.
Can add this one. Thank you. Very well. Thank you.
Unplug it.
Well, both. This.
All right, we're going to move on, please. Okay.
So, am I addressing everybody here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're addressing the board, but if you could, because it's
Yeah.
a citizen position, if you could just state your name and your address, just so everybody knows who you are. We know who you are, but.
I'm Eric Adams, 250 Acton Street.
I'm Angus Beasley, 9 Lowell Street.
So we're here tonight. As many people know, we have owned the property at 2123 Bedford Road for a number of years. And in that time frame, was originally purchased because we own a construction company. We are focus of our work typically includes historical restoration, sometimes historic preservation. After driving by that property for a long enough time, we felt compelled to stick our necks out and purchase it and try to, in the hopes ultimately of saving it and kind of breathing new life into it.
Just want to interrupt.
Sure.
2123 is, just so anybody doesn't know, it's the building directly across the street from the library.
It's the one with
That has the fence
the
around
barn.
it right
Got-
Yeah, I sort of.
now. Yeah, I didn't want to put it that way.
It's the reality.
But the eyesore way predates you.
It's better.
We have spent the last several years trying to figure out a very complex puzzle, which I routinely refer to as a multivariable equation where all the variables consistently change. What we're asking the town for now is to grant an easement for a nitrogen loading credit associated with Town Park. Currently, the property does not conform to state regulation with regard to Title V compliance for
Sufficient acreage relative to the
Yeah.
amount of gallons of flow.
in previous work that we've done, we've worked with the Board of Health to, and have kind of basic approval from multiple town boards to rebuild the house in kind as a multifamily structure, which heretofore has been a two-family home.
In Carlisle, a multi-dwelling unit, but nonetheless 2 units historically.
And we've signed into law a deed restriction and registered that with the state, restricting the flow of waste to 770 gallons a day, which, based on typical flow rates, is equivalent to 7 bedrooms. The thing that we're trying to solve now is that the financing products that are available to us to rebuild the structure, in essence, don't pay off as a two-family structure. And it's the only way that we could potentially get our money back would be to rebuild it in kind as a two-family structure and sell it. Our desire is not to sell this property. We want to hold on to this property as long as we can. We have a very long-term vision for that property and for our residency in this town. We own another property down the street on Bedford Road where we operate our business out of right now. And so by getting the nitrogen loading credit from Town Park, which I want to be explicitly clear, is a dotted line on a piece of paper, has absolutely no implication to any above-ground anything.
Construction, septic, actual loading of nitrogen into the land.
It doesn't change a single thing about how the park is used, maintained.
Well, we wouldn't be able to put a toilet on it, right?
In the future, that would be, there's two implications.
That's true.
It's necessary, essentially the entirety of the park, the acreage is necessary to make, in addition, as a credit, in addition to our own land on 2123 Bedford compliant with state level. So it would mean, moving forward, that Town Park couldn't be paved and couldn't be loaded with additional nitrogen. It would need to be, those are the two implications, but.
Basically remain as it is now. Again, notwithstanding previous conversations tonight.
I was going to say, could we require their joining the Friends of as a condition?
If this was something the town had an appetite for, we would do more than that. Happily.
There is in fact specific language on the warrant to this regard, that there may be some, mutual benefit to be derived from a partnership. We certainly, as adjacent, proximate property owners, would love to see Town Park stay a park for obvious reasons, and I think that the Town Park would benefit greatly from rebuilding the eyesore. It's clearly visible, sort of almost blend the property lines there. But just to be clear, what the town would be giving up is, in essence, nobody would know the difference. It's not land that's currently being loaded with nitrogen, and unless the intention of the town was to build some type of
Develop
septic
the property.
or develop on there, or to pave it, there would be, in our estimation, and we hope the boards would find the same, very little impact to the town.
And that
Short-
center park is 6/10 of an acre.
Yeah, so we have a preliminary plan from Stamps and McNary, basically showing Center Park, 29,730 square feet. Our property currently 2 square feet under 23,000, so 22,998. Collectively, they would be 52,728 square feet to achieve the nitrogen loading.
Necessary acreage to
Yeah, the necessary
make the
acreage
lot
to do-
compliant.
And basically, the main thrust of this is, we cannot change the number of units or the use of the structure without losing the 770-gallon flow that we have kind of grandfathered currently. If we're able to get additional nitrogen loading credits, we would have the ability at some point in the future to either change the number of units and/or change the use of the property, which then makes the financial viability of this resurrection possible. And so
We would not, the three things that currently we can't do: we can't change the number of units, we can't change the use, and we can't change the flow. There's a finite amount of land, so we would never be able to increase the flow from the deed-restricted 7 bedrooms. But the other two aspects, adding units or changing the use, gives us a great deal more flexibility relative to the financial products that we could attach to get this project under, a shovel in the ground, as it were.
So you can put in more units, but not more bedrooms.
Exactly right.
Right, right.
And so,
potentially, or
but
yeah.
that's not, it gets, we're not asking for any specific occupancy or use. We're asking the towns to consider this easement as a way to give us a flexibility and frankly, to be able to attach a lending product to be able to construct it.
And so what types of uses are you thinking that you would have with the credits?
I think we're thinking that over time, those uses may evolve depending on our personal needs, the needs of the town, kind of, economic and municipal opportunities, shall we say.
I think
The clearest thing for us in the immediate term would be to move part of our office business operation from 669 Bedford to 2123 Bedford, most likely in the deconstructed barn space, which is, basically a large open space. And the reason that that's the most likely scenario for us now is because a commercial lending product that is attached to an owner-occupied scheme is, from the three banks that we've talked to, the most attractive to them, the least consistent with a development model where they're most at risk.
To be clear, and to answer your question more directly, I mean, I think we have all kinds of ideas about what might be the best use for the town. And I think on some level, there's been some discussion about density and flexibility relative to, residential code, zoning code and the village in general. There could be, to be able to have the flexibility to rent one of our bedrooms as an office space as opposed to a 5-bedroom residence would allow, I would say the community a greater diversity of options relative to, to real estate sort of assets in general, but in specific, this one in the center of town.
And I just want to add that there's a lot of precedent in Carlisle Center Business District for this type of mixed-use space. Pretty much any structure you could hit with a rock from that house headed towards the Rotary is a mixed-use structure.
In fact, if you do the sort of historical due diligence, you'll realize that the barn that has been dismantled, not demolished, but dismantled, was in fact one time used in a mercantile use, a trading, bartering use. So it's not, this type of mixed use certainly has historical, is precedent. But I would say our overall concern is trying to attach the money to save this building, which we feel like has substantive historical relevance to the town, and one that is at the minute sort of negatively impacting everybody's quality of life.
And honestly, we're this close to securing the deal from the bank, but we need to be able to demonstrate
the town's willingness to be flexible
this mixed-use
about the use.
capability.
I guess what I'm just trying to figure out is, I understand there's all kinds of different uses, but like, what's the universe of possibilities? Are you limited in the number of bedrooms you can have? Are
Yes.
you limited in the number of units you can have? Like, what's the universe of possibilities of what might go in there?
So currently,
So from a residential context, there's anything, currently what we have is 7 bedrooms of flow. And by getting the easement for Center Park, it doesn't increase that. That doesn't change. So that's kind of the one that we can pursue right now. If we got the nitrogen loading credit, we would have the opportunity to increase the number of units. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. How many? Obviously,
it's a bit of a complicated, layered issue. But you can imagine it like this: we have 7 bedrooms of flow. We could ask the town to allow us to make it one residence with 7 bedrooms in it. It could be 2 bedrooms, 4 and 3, or 5 and 2, 1 and 6. That
Two and three.
in perpetuity, no matter what.
That's with 2 units. He's saying.
Even if we were to be, even if we were not able to get this nitrogen loading credit, the town or the board didn't support it, the town opted not to allow it. We still have an approved 7-bedroom septic system that would go in on our lot of land that would give us that flow. So this is why we say there's zero impact to the town park itself unless it were to be paved or loaded with nitrogen in the future.
We're going to put the salt shed on it, but
to try to dive more.
But I think to answer Nathan's question, it's the spectrum of options would be anything that currently exists in town, right? A small office practice. I mean, we have the dentist, we have an insurance agency, we've got Ferns, we've got the artists association and realtors and like.
In some of these bedrooms, we might opt to say, you know what, we would use these in a residential context. We'll rent these as rooms for living, and aspects of the structure could be habitable in that regard. So the mixed use gives us much more flexibility, as well as allowing us to take advantage of owner-occupied lending products, which, I guess to be specific, and I think Eric already alluded to it, like our intention may be to bring our office, or at least a portion of our office, from our 669 location over to the barn as a way to kind of inhabit the space which heretofore has been empty and sort of not usable. We cannot change the number of bedrooms of flow, but we can't,
and we can't change the square footage.
Currently, we cannot change the use, and we cannot change the number of units. If we get the nitrogen loading credit, we still will not be able to change the flow, but we would be able to change the use and change the number of units. That allows us to write pro formas that the bank sees as financeable. Does that make sense?
No, I don't get it. So, I mean, there are a couple of things here. So first off, I'm very uncomfortable with granting a nitrogen credit, because now what you've proposed initially is no longer economically feasible. And second piece here is, it's kind of cart before the horse. I mean, you want the nitrogen credit before we know what you're going to do with it.
Any occupancy would need to be permitted again before all the boards in Carlisle.
But still, we've given that, and now it's deeded to that land, right? So, I mean, we can't take it back.
But the town would retain its proper authority to regulate any installation or any use thereafter.
I understand that, but ultimately, the land is now affiliated with that property. So if you decide to sell the property down the road, we would still have to permit it, but ultimately you can't not permit something just because you don't like it. I mean, what if, if it's a perfectly reasonable proposal to put, and I don't know how much credit that's gonna get you if you could expand to 12 bedrooms, 4, I don't know, right? But then you can do what you want before
I just want to maybe hopefully assuage some of your concern. The Historic Commission has said explicitly, and we have permission from them, that the building has to be rebuilt in kind from the front facade. The ZBA has said explicitly, this is the number of square feet you can have. Those two things can't be changed. So we can't.
The Board of Health has counted the rooms, asked us to restrict the deed in perpetuity to 7 bedrooms. This nitrogen loading credit changes nothing about how much nitrogen goes into the aquifer. It changes nothing about the safety to the public, and it changes nothing about the approvals the ZBA and the Historic and the Building Department have already given us. All this is a dotted line around the town park that allows us to change the use. That if you that we need to be clear that
it doesn't. We would still need additional permission from the town because it's as you could see on this, which is, I apologize, it's so small. The structure is not in the Carlisle Center Business District. The backyard is, so we still need additional approvals to do
anything,
a change of use.
Well, that wasn't like half of its business and half, isn't, because you came last year and then you withdrew the proposal to change it all to, right? Right. I mean, I'd just like to know what the proposal is before we before we say that we would grant.
So can I just ask, in terms of what do we need to
Well, I want to know what you're going to do with the property and justify why you need that parcel, why you need that nitrogen loading, because ultimately you could build a 7-room unit or multi-unit, whatever you called it, right? So 2-family unit, right? 7 bedrooms, have the current septic, not get the nitrogen loading. And
it would have to stay residential. We could never change the use. We could never add. We could never add a unit.
Right. So it wouldn't change from its existing.
And it also would remain unfinanceable, which is why it's
right.
not.
Well,
been rebuilt.
right. So that's the thing, and that I think that's, if you guys were going to make double what you paid for it, you probably wouldn't be here asking for the nitrogen loading. I mean that's where I just feel like, you're asking us for something, because what's to say that a developer next to a conservation land, isn't going to say, ooh, I'd like to build this here and I mean, we saw something similar when we were with the Till property. or with the golf property, Mosley property, whatever it's being called now, where they wanted nitrogen loading on, what is it, Fox Hill, right? And I think ultimately they did the nitrogen loading on the property itself and it restricted part of the use towards the back, if I remember correctly. Because it was just that sort of thing. What sort of precedent do you set if you allow?
We feel as though presenting to the town our vision of a downstream use is murkying the issue. What we're trying to do is get a compliant amount of acreage for the already restricted flow for a structure that we can build as is. It is not about the intended use. I think we could agree that adjudicating that in front of the town would be almost an impossibility. If we were to go to a dentist office or an architecture office or a custom builder's office, we would still need to go before all the boards of Carlisle to get that approved. We're not asking the town to adjudicate what the use will be. We're asking the town to give us a nitrogen credit to give us the flexibility to change the use or add units, not the flow. Change the use or add units in an effort to get financing attached and get this project built. So I want to be clear, we are specifically not talking or asking for support for a specific occupancy. We're asking for the nitrogen loading credit to become a compliant lot in Title V, state code.
I think that, we're not the people who are going to be saying yes or no, right, ultimately. I think that that's a hard sell to town meeting. I think it's a hard sell to say, we want to do something with our building to make it financially viable. We may have all of these different uses. We don't know what those uses are yet, but can you give us the nitrogen credits on Center Park? I think that's going to be a hard sell unless you're saying this is what we want to do.
Specific use.
Specific what you want to do. I mean, you can think about, even the town has gone and tried to buy, property, near the center of town and said, we want it for municipal. And the town has said, no, we need specifics. I could be wrong. This will go to town meeting because it's a citizen petition. But I think that, that's kind of like why I was asking the questions is like, what's the universe of what you might do?
Yeah.
I think that's.
Right, I mean, it's basically, because the thing is, I think ultimately, if you came with a proposal that said, we want to do this, and, we were generally supportive of it, and we got feedback from the town, and the town was generally supportive of it, then I can see saying, sure, the town supports this, maybe it includes an affordable unit, there's got to be, I also think there's got to be some sort of benefit to the town.
There is language in the Warren article about a gift to the town or a gift to the Friends of the Center Park as a.
Yeah, but I'm not even just, one gift is vague, and then, but also too, I think if this is truly, because this is a parcel that now we couldn't develop, right? And it's not conservation land, it's actual municipal land, right? Not that we would, but it does restrict.
We need the salt shed, we need a place for the salt shed.
Right, so it does restrict our use of it. But I think, I think we're too far away from what it's actually gonna be before I feel at all comfortable supporting what, sorry, I'll let you.
I definitely support progress on 21, 23. I think that, but I think you're gonna need to be a whole lot more specific, in when you go before town meeting.
Okay.
That's just my gut reaction, but, Linda?
Wait,
1 second, Carrie.
Wait.
Total square footage that's allowed,
Approximately 8,500.
8,500,
Yeah.
including what?
2 units.
The whole built structure.
So that's rebuilding the building and the barn.
And the barn.
It's one structure.
Yeah. But conceptually, it's the house
Yeah,
and the barn.
house and the barn.
Yeah.
Okay. To Linda.
Linda, did you want to?
So just 3 things. This hasn't come before the Board of Health, so I'm really kind of in the dark about this proposal. But I think the selectmen should be aware there may be competing environmental interests in the center due to density. For example, Ferns has a septic capacity that's only 27% of what they need. So before you look at, a particular proposal, you should be aware of what's happening in the center. And third, I think they do have other alternatives. It would mean upgrading the septic system to increase nitrogen loading on that lot. I'd be happy to talk with them about it. So I think there are other options, and I just caution you to be careful about what's happening in the center.
That's a good point.
Anybody have anything else?
Well, thank you for your time.
Wayne, sorry.
Wayne Davis, Discover Will, Town Moderator. Just to clarify, because I didn't hear it explicitly mentioned here, the language of this article says to authorize. So I just want to be clear, at least the way it looked to me, and I want to make sure that the proponents interpret it this way. And if not, then we'll have to figure out what the right one is, and if the selectmen understand it. To authorize does not, if town meeting would vote to approve this, this is not a directive to the selectmen that they must.
Yeah.
It is purely advisory, and then it is up to you, following whatever, I don't even know what the procurement rules are around negotiating an easement, whether it has to be put out for public bid or whatever. But that it's, my interpretation is it would be purely an advisory motion at town meeting and still,
Adjudicated here.
yes, it comes back here, and you don't have to say yes if you don't find terms that you don't like. At least that would be my interpretation.
I think that's a hard sell, though, you know, I mean, ultimately, because people,
I'm
yeah.
just
right.
saying, that's my.
No, I know, yeah, no, that's the way I read
If
it.
asked at town meeting, that's how I would say, that's what I think it means.
Does that go either way? Would you
I'm
say?
sorry?
I mean, if the town said, no, we don't want that, would they be able to also make an incongruent decision in that regard?
I won't opine on that.
Okay,
David?
David Frieden, Hutchins Road, but I think, you know, in terms of talking about what the presentation is going to be to town meeting, it needs to be in relation to what the article is, because you don't want, as Luke's pointed out, a debate about what the use is if that's not what the article's about. And if the article is just authorizing the selectmen to perhaps negotiate, and I'm not even sure it specifies negotiate with this particular group, it's to negotiate the use on the property. The other question, I think, and I think you have to have answers to this, and this is really what the presentation is about. It's what this article is actually doing. It's not all the stuff you've spent the last half hour talking about.
Sorry, but-
No, I think
But
it's
it's
fine.
gonna come up. I
But
mean-
no, but that's exactly what you don't want to have happen at town meeting, because you're having a discussion about what's, but the other key question is, this is town land. I don't know, but, you know, I would talk to council, and you may already have the authority to do what they're asking you to do. And independent of town meeting, you could decide whether you wanted to, I mean, ask town council this, but you may already have this authority, and it may include all the processes that Wayne is suggesting may involve, which is putting out for public bids, seeing if Ferns or somebody else might need to do it, and you could decide whether to do it or not. And this article might actually not accomplish anything and be totally unnecessary. And if I'm at town meeting, I will ask the question of town council, do the selectmen already have the power that this article is authorizing them to have? And if so,
Why? Why are we
Why are
here?
we doing this?
let's not take any more time and let's move on to other things.
Wanna check with
Yeah, Pete Gambino, Stonygate. So, as you know, Chair of the Planning Board too, they came in front of the Planning Board, and so I worked with them a little bit to kind of figure out this deal. I actually put that exact question to Town Council, and Chris Heap, and his interpretation was the town is giving away town interests, so it's best done in town meeting. And that's quite simple how he put it back to me.
Well, but that's.
Oh, that's a little different.
That's.
That's us bringing the article then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you couldn't
Yeah.
get it to that point and town meeting decides whether to
Yeah.
allow you to do this with town property.
Absolutely.
But this, the article doesn't do that. The article just authorizes you to negotiate something. You may be able to negotiate it anyway. It still would have to go to town meeting, because as Pete says, it's town property. But the article, as Wayne pointed out, is just to authorize you to do something, I think, as the selectman with town land, you may already be able to do. And it was really frustrating at town meeting. We spent a lot of time talking about something.
What we're gonna build
that
there.
No.
No.
No, that's what,
Nothing to do with,
yeah.
that doesn't move anybody forward, even you.
Yeah,
He
so-
was just finishing your sentence.
So what I'm hearing is potentially,
I thought I heard him.
potentially as this is written, and let's ask town council, as this is written, perhaps it's not getting you anywhere. And perhaps what we should be doing is talking about how a structure like this might work. I don't mean a building, I mean
An arrangement.
and figure out what other uses there might be and everything in town. I'm looking behind you at Linda. And then once that's decided and that's negotiated, bring that to town meeting as a solid, do you authorize to do this?
And if I may, it also then answers a lot of the questions that people will have, because in order to come to that conclusion,
We'll have answered
you
all
as
the,
selectmen
yeah.
will have to have the discussion that this article theoretically authorizes you to have. Now,
Yeah.
Lou pointed out, town meeting's not comfortable with that, because it's basically saying we're authorizing you to do something, to come up with something that we have no clue what it is. And it's not because you guys haven't answered it, it's because you need to, both because they have to be clear and whatever. And, you know, you're not gonna grant this unless they sign things that say it'll absolutely be X. Have that discussion first, decide if you wanna do that at all, pay attention to the stuff the Board of Health is. It's pretty weird that they haven't talked to Board of Health yet, since it's all about Title V stuff, et cetera. But it's like,
So,
save town meeting.
Okay,
I think we need to have that chat.
that'd be great.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the board's indulgence, the superintendent of the regional school district is here, and they wanted to give a presentation on their capital project. They had to leave a meeting in Concord to be here, so if we could take them out of order.
Sure. What number were they?
72.
Yeah, where are they?
I'm not sure it got slotted in, because they had a competing meeting, and we weren't sure when.
Are they in the 9
Be here.
o'clock, the coordination meeting?
All right, let's,
It's a capital article.
it's a capital article.
Yeah,
It's for the,
the capital
So
request,
it's
it's
6B?
6B.
I just want to make sure there's something in here. 6B?
Oh, yeah.
yes,
Okay.
it's a capital
Yeah,
article.
Alrighty.
If I could go grab them, they've got a presentation.
What, they didn't want to hear all this interesting conversation that we've been having?
It has been interesting. It's all important, Kate.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said it was interesting. Come on. Very interesting. But not very funny. Oh.
The email said, come at 8 o'clock to hear that.
As well.
Okay.
Okay, for now, and I'll get the slides up in a minute.
Oh.
Thank you for taking them out of order.
1, 2, there's a done. Sorry, hi. Okay. She needs one for the record.
We brought some, not enough. It's going on the slides, too.
Okay. If they don't turn off the lights, we won't be able to. Okay.
Okay, we're going to get started.
Good evening, thank you.
The chair moves up if you want it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm... Did you do it while you sat, as you sat?
Right side.
Thank you, that's too funny. Ah, better, okay, thanks very
Your
much.
feet won't reach the ground.
I know.
You know, you get your choice.
I know.
It pays your money and it takes your choices.
Well, we're grateful for the time tonight to talk with you on the warrant article proposed to do some work on the high school property. We'll take you through...
Just so people who are watching, could you just introduce yourself?
Of course. Lori Hunter, Superintendent, Concord-Carlisle Regional School District.
And Jared Stanton, Director of Finance and Operations.
It's been a long day.
Finance and Operations.
So we're here to try to give you as much information as we can on the warrant article that the school committee proposed. The focus of the article is on the access road and the need for parking to be restored to where it had been previously. So among the elements of the access road work, we'd also be installing lighting to better light that so it's safer, and to repair some sidewalks and curbing that are failing. The access road, and you'll see when we get to it, hasn't been touched since the building project. It was initially in the building project and then was value engineered out. And just clarity on the parking, we'll get into some data. We're looking to restore parking to where it was before the project. So additional can be misleading in that regard, and we can tell you the story of how that happened and why. So Tim, if you'll go to the next, actually go to the slide after, we'll get to the picture. Great. So if you look at the photo, we've highlighted the access road that we're talking about. It's the entrances from Thoreau to Walden Street. It goes the full width of that, goes in front of the Beatty Center. It's really our main and only thoroughfare in and out of the school. The parking that we're looking at would be, so the landfill site is there right under the arrow pointing down from the access road. So the landfill site, we are looking to try to maintain that, so we have other options there, and we can talk on the options that we're considering potentially way down the road. But the parking would go adjacent to that along the driveway that loops up the hill around to the front entrance. Okay, why don't you go to the next one? Great. So just a little bit of history. You'll remember our special town meeting conversation that we funded, right? I know you remember. So we did fund that study, and what we're bringing to you is an outcome of that study that was done this late fall and into the early winter. So Gale Engineering evaluated the campus road and also looked at what was coming out of the campus advisory work that had been done last year through a committee, and tried to help us understand how we could make plans going forward without limiting the options of other projects that we had hoped. So in their evaluation of the road's in poor condition, significant ponding, damaged, cracked, uneven pavement, alligator cracks throughout the length of it, some significant potholes that are just continual and ongoing. The strength of the road is failing. They did not cut into it, so some of the conditions of the estimates that you see for the warrant article are based on the fact that we would need to get into it and see what's there and the condition of that, and then we just want to make sure the sidewalks and curbs are also reconstructed. So there's
just real quick before.
Sure.
So they haven't cut into it yet. Is there the possibility that this could go up?
No, this is it. Yeah, this is the max. In fact, we think this is high,
Okay.
but they've built in pretty significant contingency just to cover whatever they may find there, and also to deal with drainage, which is another big factor on the campus with the slope.
Thank you. Sorry to.
No, not at all. Please ask questions as we go. I love to make it a dialogue. So the photos are what you'd expect with that description. So we won't put you through each of those, but you can see the road is not in great shape. So they've proposed a new gravel subbase, compacting and paving of the roadway, new granite curbing. We are ADA compliant, but we could do far better than we're doing. It's a minimal compliance. Lighting, drainage, and again, because of the high contingencies they've built in, the campus can be very complex, and drainage is always a major discussion. We're on a public water supply. They've estimated at the highest cost of the roadway work would be $1.2 million. And we would all admit sticker shock on that number, and I've just learned the escalating costs of this kind of work over the last few years. So we do think that's the highest. We know that's the highest it would be.
It's just the road.
That is just the road. So take you to the second piece of the discussion. We've had a pretty significant pressure point on parking since the new school opened. We want to talk you through a little bit of how that pressure evolved and why we are where we are. In April of 2015, we moved into the new high school. Demolition of the old building begins, but the old parking lot is still available. So it wasn't an immediate need because there was carryover of the old lot through demolition. In November of 15, the new parking lot comes online. Remediation of the old parking lot begins, making it no longer available. At that point, we are 135 fewer spaces than we had been. And that truly has been a source of stress since the building opened. Ongoing issues for families, kids, trying to get themselves to school, get to the activities that they are highly enrolled in. That's one of our strengths as a high school. Visitors are highly challenged. We have only 10 visitor spots, which is almost never adequate. So we're just constantly having this discussion about parking and hearing concerns and complaints. So we tried to outline in the graph, and I'll let you read it for yourselves, where those spots were and where they are now and what the gulf is. But essentially, we had 548 spots before, and we have 413 now. That's inclusive of staff, students, and visitors. And so we've tried a number of things, which we can go through in the next slide. The school committee acknowledges that when the building opened, they wanted to see if the fewer parking spaces would work, and thought that perhaps if there was less availability, we would conform to the need, that didn't pan out that way. So since the last 2 years, we've moved faculty. There's an upper lot that hadn't been highly utilized before. We are using it extensively now up at the Doug White turf field, so we've parked staff up there. We've rented spaces from the Beatty Center, which had a mixed outcome. Trying to keep our neighbors isn't the way to go. We had struggles with containing who was in there and the inconvenience to those who belong to the Beatty Center. Spaces, we've numbered the spaces so that every student and staff member is assigned a space. Right now it's the senior class that's assigned spaces. We've told the junior class there won't be parking. We told them that in the fall, which is a significant difference for our communities. The juniors have had availability in parking over the last years. Also in numbering those spaces, the Beatty Road, which we were just looking at for the paving, had not been assigned. So kids who didn't get a space in the lottery were actually parking out there first come, first serve last year, and literally getting over there at 6:30 in the morning and sleeping in the car so they'd have a space to park. We've tried, and we're going to continue these sustainability efforts, which I can talk on in more definition. We believe in sustainability. We believe our kids can be part of that discussion. But there's always the ideal of what you wish we were, and then there's the behavior change. And that takes a long time, and we've got a lot of work to do there and a lot to talk about, and it just isn't going to meet our needs quite quickly enough.
Sorry, one more quick question.
Of course.
So that access road, that's also the access road for the Beatty Center?
It is. Mm-hmm.
So are they
Yes.
going to contribute anything to this? Since you're making us pay for parking?
So it's regional land that we lease to the Beatty Center, and they pay,
Oh, so they
it's
pay-
through
they
the
do pay
lease.
through
Oh,
it.
yes. Yeah. If you go to the next slide, then, this has been a discussion. Not long after the building opened, we realized there was realization of an issue. There were also discussion of what other projects to be done. These were the priority projects that came out of the work of this campus advisory committee a year ago. That turned into the campus oversight committee this past fall, who really oversaw the Gale engineering work and the feasibility study that they did to give us guidance. And now I am working with a campus sustainability committee, which includes stakeholders, students, staff, and we're having some really great conversations about different ways to promote and do better. Really simple things like putting bike racks in that we're pursuing grant money for, some charging stations, and really talking about what those efforts and ideas will be. The kids are part of the solution. We learned in meeting with the green team at the high school that they a year ago had this conversation, and the green team quickly said, well, what if we had an app where we could find a carpool from another student? And don't you know, our computer science kids have already designed the app, and we've just got to figure out how to execute it. So there's a lot of potential here. It just takes time, and the pressure we're feeling right now, the timing's not going to correlate with the relief fast enough. Just a little bit, if you go to the next slide on, why we're struggling. Juniors as they drive, they don't have spaces now. We're certainly hearing from them as they age in and get licenses as the course of the year goes by. Why are kids looking to drive? We can talk on that in a minute when we get to the next slide, but they're coming early now to grab spots. We're trying not to negate the later start time with the early arrival because they can't park. The lack of visitor spaces. We had a big event there today at the high school, our reality fair, where community members come in and coach our kids in the reality of business, of daily life with economics and how far your salary goes, and the level of planning that had to happen to make sure that the participants could park was extraordinary this morning. So we're just really limited in our options. Large community events, whatever that auditorium can hold should be an easy park. We can't do anything in the auditorium during the school day now. Not that this would totally remove that, but we can't even host, say, professional development for a group of teachers or anything to that extent. The stress is significant, and we are having lots of discussion of wellness of our kids, and feel like if there's some pressure points we can relieve, we should be trying to. And people talk on the pressure it puts on the high school principal, and I will admit that we spend a lot of time talking about parking, but that is not my first reason to ask you to fund this. And then if you go to the next slide, we're asked a lot about why kids are driving, why can't they get on the buses, on the late buses. Our kids are just really, really active, and they're not on set schedules that make that easy to do. So, and you can see the list is pretty varied here, from off-campus teams to jobs to clubs. It really, really is a need for many of them as they age in. So the proposed idea, if you go to the next slide, Gail is proposing that they see that we could fit 104 spaces down along adjacent to the access roadway. That would still allow for space if we get to the point, or privately fund or whatever. Not an urgent discussion, but we didn't want to eliminate the idea of a track eventually. And so the 104 spaces is placed in a way that allows for the track to be a future possibility on that landfill. The estimated cost, and I think to the same theme of the roadway, it's a high estimate. We do have a lot of work to do with Concord's Natural Resource Commission and making sure that everything over there adheres to all the guidelines and bylaws we have to follow. So we were very, very conservative in making sure our contingencies were significant. We expect there'll be economy of scale if we do both of these projects at once, and that we will be under the $2 million. There's no way to get to that until we fund the article so we can get the design work completely fleshed out and go out to bid. So finally, we're asking, again, the price tag is much higher than we would have anticipated. $2 million for both projects. I think it will be less than that if our professional consult is correct, but we don't want to get caught short and not be able to finish. So we would only borrow what we needed, whatever the bid was. There would not be an excess beyond whatever is needed to finish these two projects. We did break out costs so you can see the impact to Carlisle. $69,300, and we had to make some assumptions in that over a 10-year borrowing period, and that's an annual average for the 10 years. And if we go to the last slide, you can just see how the two total together, and it is just a little over that $2 million that's in the article. We're expecting savings, and if not, we would figure the $15,000 out. So we're here to answer any questions that you have. We appreciate the time and thought.
When does Concord vote on this?
So, in terms of the actual town meeting, April 8th.
Okay.
April 8th.
Could you put up the third slide back up?
Sure.
Third slide.
And why go for both of them at the same time?
Well, we feel pretty strongly that they're the two priority needs on the campus right now. The roadways needed to be done since the building was complete. The parking's just this chronic underlying stress for all of it. So, in realizing there was
parking's a bigger issue, and so maybe if they had gone on as two different warrant articles, maybe one would have been resolved.
And we've been asked that. Most of the reason to put it in one was the economy of scale, that we believe that if we do both together, that we will save money. And we thought that would drive a conversation on that topic if we put them together, so.
So, I'm going to say something a little wild.
Shocking.
Well, I'm just looking at no trees on that whole place, and we also have a parking lot problem at our Concord Public Schools, and one of the solutions that we've come up with was putting solar, leasing the land out for solar panels, and we feel that that's going to go a long way towards funding our repaving, and I'm just wondering if you've given any
We have. It's not a wild idea at
consideration to
all.
that.
It's come up several times. It hasn't been able to be a discussion of reality because Concord Municipal Light is not able to manage the grid load if we were to do any solar on the campus. The roof is actually ready to go. And so until Concord Light has worked through the infrastructure and capacity needs, it's a hypothetical conversation. We've talked on it already, not in any great depth because it's not a real option yet.
Okay, just thought I'd
No,
put it out there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so the 104 spaces, what does that get you in terms of need?
Yeah, so, and that,
400
it's a fair question, right? So, it's not gonna solve it's not like every junior is gonna get a parking space, we acknowledge that. But it will be enough of a core mass and get us back to where we were. And my message is going to be, at that point, we've done all we can. The impervious surface, limits in Concord mean we already need a special permit to go back to the percentage of impervious surface on the campus that we had with the old high school. We do not expect that the Concord Resource Commission would ever give us over that percentage. We're still going to have to go in and ask to even get back to that percentage. So at that point, I don't think there's any more to do. Then we have to figure out how to live within what we have. And that's where the sustainability efforts and the messaging to the kids and the lottery that is all there is, and just make that master long-term plan.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Thank
sorry,
you.
just one more general
Oh,
one.
yeah.
So I have no idea, but like curbing, right? It's new curbing. Does granite curbing go bad? I mean,
No,
you know, is
it
there
lasts
stuff
a
like-
really long time.
Right, so is there stuff
Yeah.
like that where, I mean, that's a ton of curbing, right?
Yeah, that'll be part of the bid specs that we
Okay.
could look at what the different options are.
Do you even need curbing?
I think to preserve the road you do, right? Because you see where there wasn't the curbing and it's a
Right.
mess, right? Because you get construction.
Yeah.
Well, the standards, yeah.
Yeah,
the,
but I mean, I'm just thinking, I'm not trying to
Concord
nickel diamond. but,
uses,
you know.
Concord actually, their road standards are the Cape Cod berm.
Yeah,
They use a
Cape
Cape
Cod
Cod berm, so, I mean, that's what they use in their roads.
Yeah, right, so, I mean,
All
that's
right.
the other option.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for moving us up a little early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you're going to use it.
Actually, I don't know if the FinCom wanted to ask any questions, but I guess they didn't.
Okay.
Their hands up.
Presented to.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's quite a bit of delay on this picture. It's kind of weird. Where were we? Planning board
Has the meeting
zoning.
actually ever gone into the next day? 'Cause I think that's what you're aiming for.
We had a planning board meeting at 1 a.m. once. It was my very first one. I was on it. Remember that one?
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh.
So there's a,
Yeah, common link.
yeah.
So let's get going.
Yeah.
I'm an hour behind.
Okay.
More than an hour.
Well, I will tailor my presentation to what you guys want to
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Slowly, Pete. So maybe keep going.
Okay, well, I'm going to go over the list of articles while we wait for the projector to catch up with me. Probably because it shut down.
We have it.
It's in that refresh.
Yeah.
mode.
Yep. No.
Basically, there's six total articles the planning board is looking at putting on the warrant this year. Some of them I'm not going to present tonight because they're actually, even though they're zoning bylaws, they're not presented by the planning
There's
board.
3 here.
Yeah, so we'll go over all of what we have. The first one is a general bylaw for the scenic
the general bylaw change for the scenic road bylaw, and it's to add Rockland Road and Stern Street to the scenic bylaw list. That didn't make that list, but I confirmed with Tim that is on the radar.
It's in.
It's on the draft warrant.
It's in the draft warrant.
It's in the draft warrant,
Yeah.
right. It didn't make the list of the planning board articles
Okay.
tonight, but I just wanted to bring it to our attention. Last year, it came in really late in the process, so it didn't make it on the warrant. I want to make sure we don't lose it. It's from the administrative perspective, it's very easy. We're just adding 2 roads to the list of names that are already there.
Rockland, and what was the other one?
Stern Street. Yep. I believe we're going to try to approach this with a single warrant article with 2 motions, just so that they're not tied together in case one does pass or one doesn't pass. We don't want the residents of the other road to suffer because it got tied together.
Let's stick to the ones that are on here, the marijuana, ROSC, and master plan.
Yeah, so I'm getting to that. Okay.
The ROSC one is very
Let me get to
short.
ROC because that's a very easy one. Basically, last year we passed the ROC zoning bylaw that would allow us to build the development that's going to is currently in the special permitting process on Bedford Road. There needs to be a small text change to the ROC zoning bylaw so that we don't lose our access rights to our water rights on Great Meadows behind it. So it's a very simple wording change that basically protects us to ensure that the town maintains our right-of-way access to the water rights on the open space conveyed to the town, and that we don't jeopardize that. So it's very specific to the ROC bylaw. It's very specific to the open space conveyed to the town. And it's just basically protecting our ability to access public utilities across that open space. The reason it's necessary is because once we put a conservation restriction on it, conservation restriction locks it down. So this would allow us that loophole, so that won't lock down our rights to public utilities. I'm really hoping this will be a non-controversial one. The other one, which I'm not going to present too much on tonight unless you guys want me to go into it, I have a feeling those chances are pretty low, is the master plan warrant article. We've already come in front of the board several times, and we are getting on your agenda for several more times to present the details of it. I believe most boards are in pretty much favor of this. We will be asking for unanimous support across all the boards when it comes up. This is the actual draft warrant article that Chris Heap came up for with me. It should be within directly corresponding to what we've already spoken about in previous meetings. A very quick 5-second update, respecting everyone's time tonight, is that the Master Planning Steering Committee has moved ahead. Since we last spoke, we formed the advisory group. We're actually starting with some information sessions with it's going to be a very informative one on the economics of the town coming up at the end of the month, and there's flyers for it on the way out.
It's in my calendar.
And so as we're moving ahead, the one thing that we really want to make sure is that we don't stop dead in our tracks with no funding for a consultant, to drive forward the master plan. So we will, again, ask everyone, all boards, to unanimously support it. And if we have any concerns about that, I would like to take that up at the board meetings. We will be getting on your agenda to present and discuss an RFP. It is in the draft stages now. The group's working with Tim to make sure it's administratively compliant with what we do as a town for RFPs. We're looking to have that in the planning board by April 8th, I believe, and then we'll be coming out to the other boards prior to town meeting to discuss that RFP and review it and take feedback on it. That's really all I have now without getting into the specifics of master planning. So if you guys are all right, I was going to move on to the medical marijuana, or the recreational marijuana, sorry.
Yeah, the only thing, so with the 160, because Stacy came to the CPC meeting last night, and she said that there's a $35,000 contingency. Or
Yes, there is. Yep.
Okay, so
you
really need, what, 125?
120, well, we need 135 to be
135. Okay,
sure,
so there's-
certain. Yeah, there's a $25,000 contingency in there. Now, some of the confusion is the planning board already has $10,000.
Yes.
But we're using that for prep work. You know what I mean? We still have 9,600 of it left, so we're not using it up very quick. But right now, it's going towards prep work, towards marketing, and so we're slowly chipping away at that, as we go. So the sum that we've estimated for the RFP will be about 135, and then the 25 is contingencies. When I talked with town council about where it's going to come from, whether it's town warrant, operating expenses, bonds, whatever, he said leave it out, go for the 160 in here, and then however we want to fund, that contingency of that 25 is up to, us as a town at the time, whether it's coming out of operating budget or what. But this gives us the ability to spend it, and that's why you see the 160 in there, even though we've talked about those different numbers.
Contingencies generally come in play like for a construction project, not like.
They will
a
for this too.
consulting company?
You know, they will for this because if we uncover issues, we're in need of other consulting costs, or what part of the contingency was maybe for a GIS analyst if we have to gather specific data. So the contract that we hope to get for the RFP will be set, right? It's not going to be like, hey guys, here's 135,000, but here's 5-10% more if you go over. It's not like that. But it's as we go through the entire process, if we run into other needs that aren't covered by that contract, that's where that 25,000 came in. And to make it clear, the Master Planning Steering Committee didn't initially ask for that. I believe the idea came up first at Planning Board, and then I believe when we went to FinCom, it was also discussed there, and it seemed like a good idea. So again, if we come across something that is above and beyond what we're anticipating for the master plan consultant, that we don't run into a roadblock and have to stop the process and wait for the next town meeting to get funding. And that's what it's for.
So that 160 or 135 or whatever
Yep.
the number, so that would be spent in a year?
No, over a course of 2 years.
So then
Yep.
you really don't need the full amount in 1 year.
Well,
we're spread it out
right.
over 2
So if you look at the warrant article, and that's another thing I did talk to town council about. If you look at the warrant article, it doesn't actually say that we have to spend it in a year or 2 years. It just gives us the ability, so we won't have to come back to next town meeting and ask for more money. So how we come about it with the budget, we'll work out with FinCom and all that.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just thinking, if we could spend 80 as opposed to 160 this year, or 100 as opposed to
Yeah, but then we get in the point, let's say we go ahead and we change this to 80, we present it to town meeting, now we're going to be back in the next town meeting asking for 80 more to finish the same project that we were already going on. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I
Yeah.
don't see any issue with it, but, okay. I mean, I get your point.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I get yours too. It's like, when we're talking about budgeting, we don't have to reflect the whole 160 in 1
Right.
year.
Yeah.
So.
We had no money.
Right. I know.
Any other way to say it?
Yes, I know.
Could we just go back for just 1 second to the ROSC
Definitely.
article?
Yep. I have the actual wording if you want to see it that's being proposed.
I was wondering, because the thing is that there's a second amendment to that bylaw, and so I was wondering if that was in the...
Yeah, there are.
Okay, because I didn't see I just didn't see the warrant article, so I just didn't know if it was included. In
Yeah,
that
it's
sense, you
all-
didn't discuss it in your presentation. Okay, that's
So
all.
that's all you want? Okay. you
That's
don't
all I
wanna see it.
wanted to make sure it was in the article, because otherwise we would have to break it up into 2 articles.
Yeah, no, it's all in one. So there's 2 small wording changes too.
And I guess the question is, do you really want it in one article?
Yes, I think so.
All right, great.
I do think that it's such a, it is bookkeeping changes in there for the most part.
It is, but I'm wondering if, okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it.
Okay, now we're going to get to what's going to prove to be a confusing bylaw, and I've got to explain why. Let's go back up to, let's click on that. Slideshow. Okay. Okay, so I need to explain to everybody what we're proposing. Oh yeah, sorry, that's in the town. Don't blame me. It's in the town meeting format. I think that we've used. So this is going to be along the lines of the presentation for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments for the recreational marijuana establishments. Okay, I got to be clear on what we're asking the town to do, because we're asking the town almost to do some things that might seem to be conflicting with each other, but they're not. We have to have 2 sets of votes. One's going to be at town meeting, and the other one's going to be at town election, right? Now the reason now, and I'll go into the details that we're doing this, is basically because of the statewide vote a couple years ago on the ballot question. We were over the 50% mark, and that means that in order to establish or change a bylaw, we need another vote on that. So we're going to ask the town to vote on one or both the zoning bylaw amendments that'll set up either a temporary or a full moratorium on recreational marijuana facilities in town, or we're going to ask the town to vote on a ballot question with those 2 same questions or similar questions. Okay. Why is this? What the mass law allows? It allows possession, use, distribution, cultivation, in limited amounts, persons age 21 and older, right? We are not touching that. This is only to do with zoning bylaw amendments. It provides for the regulation of commerce in marijuana, marijuana accessories, marijuana products, taxation proceeds from sales for these items. This is where the zoning bylaws are going to regulate. So what we're talking about is establishing zoning bylaws that will only pertain to the establishment of zoning facilities related to recreational marijuana. So the other thing to call out too is that this has nothing to do with the medical marijuana facilities and the zoning bylaw that we have in place for those today. Okay? What are marijuana establishments? The state defines 8 types: retailers, cultivators, craft cooperatives. Craft cooperatives are smaller business, because they're limited in the square feet, multi-use facilities that can cultivate, manufacture products, and distribute, not retail distribution, but wholesale. They do not allow retail distribution in craft cooperatives. We also have product manufacturers, transporters, research facilities, laboratories, and micro businesses. And these are right from the state, from the Cannabis Control Commission for the state. But they're important, and it'll come out why they're important, because the state law allows for one of each of the 8 types of establishments. That means that we can't zone to say in one spot we can build recreational marijuana facilities, because the state law allows for one of each, aka 8. Okay? So that's why the zoning bylaw and what we're proposing is a bit confusing, because we need to zone below the state minimum if we're going to establish the proposed bylaws. So what steps have we taken to get here? We basically sought 2 temporary moratoriums. However, midway after we've already approved the second, the Mass Attorney General had started denying the temporary moratoriums statewide, after the Cannabis Control Commission got everything in order. So we're working to catch up now, because there's some question about that second moratorium and whether or not it's valid at the moment. We've conducted 2 public meetings to gather information. And we've also included from there a specialist from Town Council's office on the zoning bylaws for recreational marijuana. We then conducted a townwide survey to gather information. We as a planning board didn't want to assume that we knew what everyone in town was thinking, so we did conduct the survey. Hopefully you all participated and let us know. And then we worked with Town Council to draft the bylaws for this town meeting. What's the survey for the input? Or what was the survey results? We presented 3 options. Number 1 was establishment of a townwide ban. Number 2 was regulate and adopt state statutes as they exist today, which is one of each of the 8. And the third was to establish a zoning bylaw to limit and regulate recreational marijuana facilities to less than the 8 types stipulated by state statute. Okay. We had 321 responses. 81% of the respondents were in favor of some sort of limitation of recreational marijuana facilities. 58% of the respondents were favoring a outright ban. Okay, so obviously the 81 includes the 51 too. So while the first preference was for a complete ban, almost, with 81%, a large majority wanted some sort of limitation. When we started to ask people what those top 2 that they would like to allow are, it was cultivators, we're a very agriculturally centered town or focused town. That doesn't surprise me. And craft cooperatives, which can also be a cultivator. And there is the smaller business model of that. So this is what has led us to where we are today, and why we're things are a little bit confusing. We're proposing 2 amendments for recreational marijuana facilities. Amendment number 1 is a townwide ban on all facilities. Because we had more than a majority of people favoring that, we thought that was the first thing that we needed to go out the door with. However, our confidence level on that passing is not 100%. So we needed to have a plan B so that the town was not left unprotected with no zoning bylaws in place. So that's why we actually have a second bylaw that's going to be out there too. So I want to stress, if you are in favor of a partial ban, if you're in favor of a full ban, please also vote for the partial ban. And it makes sense, because otherwise if you are in favor of the full ban and the full ban fails, but you don't vote for the partial ban and that doesn't pass either, then we're kind of out of luck, and we're back to the drawing board on these bylaws and have to present them again. And again, I need to stress this is not going to apply at all to the personal use of marijuana, as defined by the state. So I wanted to call out what other towns are doing around us. Concord has a partial ban. Bedford has a partial ban. Both of them are not allowing retail establishments. Acton, Westford, and Chelmsford have full bans. In Billerica, it doesn't have a ban. It has a zoning bylaw in place that applies with the state minimum. But if you look at what they've zoned, it's a very small spot. So it's almost akin to a full ban across the rest of the town. And so visually, this is what it looks like around us right now. You know, Acton, Westford, Chelmsford, full ban. Most of Billerica, you can't do anything in other than that small swatch of green, which happens to be right over our border on Treble Cove Road, going up Route 3. Okay? Bedford and Concord both have partial bans, not allowing any retailers.
They're doing it at the prison?
Yeah, it is. That's the area. There it is. It's in the prison there. Yeah.
Wow.
So the commissary is going to have great business now. You know. So here's specifically what we want to ask for the town: 2 votes at town meeting. 1 to adopt a bylaw to completely ban recreational facilities. If that fails, then number 2 is to adopt a bylaw to limit the establishment and placement of recreational facilities in town of Carlisle, which will be below the state minimum of 8.
So are you not going to move number 2 if
No.
number 1 passes?
No. Here's why. We have to move and vote on both, because then we also, these have to be backed up by a town ballot, town ballot election.
But then the town ballot will have been printed beforehand.
Yep.
And if one of them failed
Correct.
at,
Yep, the wording that town council is going to come up with for the town ballot is going to be very specific to say, look, if this passed, you know, at town meeting and this passed here, then this is the law. So this is why this is confusing at best, you know, and the simple thing to communicate
I don't know
here.
that nobody reads the ballots.
I know.
I mean, there was,
Yep.
I forget which election, everybody, I think it was about the one that for the school, that everybody voted for the school parking lot.
Yeah, that was, and there was,
It hadn't
yeah,
even
that
been
was already
moved
withdrawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So those are the 2 zoning bylaws, and then the 2 votes on the town ballot to match. The zoning bylaws do require a 2/3 majority, and that's the reason why we're not 100% sure that the full ban will go through, because we only got 58% on the warrant, or in the survey. The second one is, you know, and the town ballot is only a simple majority, so hopefully whatever passes at town meeting will have no problem passing at the town ballot. This is a flow chart. I won't bore. It's late tonight. Our eyes are going to go cross-eyed. But I've already covered this, how it'll work. The one thing I want to keep calling out is if you vote for the full, vote for the partial. Okay. Once again, that's that's it, guys.
So what this does is it's just the zoning. If it's voted that, if the partial is voted, then there's still more work that would have to be done as to how to regulate it and.
Correct, yes. So this is just a zoning. If the partial does pass, then the Board of Selectmen is going to have the ability to pass the general bylaws that include the licensure of the facility.
Pass it on to us.
Yep, yeah, exactly. That's, here you go, pun. But there's also like a whole process mandated by the state for the host agreements. If we do get to the point that retail passes, then there's the collection of sales tax and things like that. So there would be if we do not go with a full ban, there will be a bunch of work that is going to come back to the Board of Selectmen to do. Yay, yeah.
Medical marijuana?
Medical marijuana has nothing to do with this. We already have that zoning bylaw in place. There's nothing for medical marijuana. Is that on your list?
Just the cleanup.
Oh, the cleanup, yeah. Okay, thanks, George.
In
Yep.
order to make some very small sections of the medical marijuana bylaw consistent with the partial ban, if the partial ban is what passes, then there have to be amendments to the medical marijuana bylaw. They don't really change.
We're doing this all in one article, though, right?
No.
Oh, did that change?
Well, Tim's.
No, it's in a couple of articles.
It's a third, okay.
And in fact,
I'll come
I
prepared to
have some
talk
questions about the numbering of the articles, because those are, anyway, we'll go over that later.
Yes.
If I could.
Yep, Wayne.
One question, one comment. Wayne Davis, town moderator. This was probably on your flow chart. If you have 4 votes.
Yep.
So if all 4 pass, then what happens?
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
question.
If all four pass, the wording is going to dictate that the full ban takes effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is just a comment. Goes forward. Please work closely with Tim and me early on about the written summary, the factual summary that Tim normally supplies in the warrant.
Okay.
This is going to be a bear to explain very quickly.
It is, yeah.
So
yeah.
let's get
Yep.
more.
I wish it was better, but that's just how it's all coming from our vote of 52%.
I
you know?
completely understand.
So should we just book Tuesday now?
I think it will be.
I would.
2 nights.
You might want to look at Wednesday.
Wayne thinks that too, yeah.
That's it, I think, on our list. I don't think we had solar on our list because you're going to hear from the solar working group. So even though it's a
Right.
zoning bylaw, we're
Yeah,
not.
we had them last time. Solar folks, 2 weeks ago, right.
Okay.
Yeah, but they have to come back again, right? 'Cause
They haven't had their hearing before the planning board yet.
Yep.
They had- they're
Yeah, it was
gonna-
referred to us,
we-
but
we
the hearing
talked to
scheduled.
them about changing
The,
the district at the school.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
The language is actually in the draft warrant.
Okay.
Well, it was
So
amended.
that's
to-
in this one here.
Tim,
Yes.
do we owe you anything at this point?
Don't think so.
Summary and final wording? Oh, okay. Do you have the final from town council? on
We
that?
don't have the ballot questions yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Council, but
We'll
that's
get
it.
on that and get him. He knows they're up there, but I think
Yeah.
it's taking more priority. to town
The
meeting.
referendum questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is the next presentation.
Thanks.
Take one and pass along.
Okay, here's your throw.
Another presentation there. Claude, are you
So we
doing that?
got this presentation. So a lot of this we've already seen, right?
Is Claude out there? Yes, he's going. Yep, he's still there. You still awake there, Carrie? Hi. Why is Angela still here?
You're gonna use your.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I sit here or should we do it on the podium?
Wherever you're comfortable.
A podium will work, I think.
All right. Yeah.
So I don't even know the rest of this.
Anybody want to make a motion on the cemetery deeds?
Hang on. Turn to the right page. I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to transfer land in the public burial ground to Nicholas and Susan Shaw, 105 Captain Wilson Lane at Green Cemetery Lot D19, graves 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second?
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Kissinger, aye.
Reed, aye?
Brown eye?
Who's aye?
Okay.
You say 45 seconds.
I know.
Oh, boy. Another break.
Okay.
There's no minutes?
No. Yeah. Are you disappointed?
You can start here, that'd be great.
Conclusion, yes, of course.
Conclusion.
And go backwards. Conclusion.
No.
Thank you very much.
Go backwards.
There you
So
go.
we did get a presentation on this a month ago, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so keep that in mind when you're going through this.
Yeah, we're going to try to be very
Okay.
brief.
No, where do I do that? Folks? Yeah.
More pictures, less words.
And then will I see? Oh, it went to the wrong place. So give me.
think you're gonna have to explain this a little bit more thoroughly for us.
Okay, let me, unfortunately.
There it is.
I've got
There
up
it is.
there.
It's okay if it's not in full sight mode.
Yeah, just leave it like
Okay,
that.
all right. So, pay as you throw, the proven path to solid waste reduction. Carlisle does a great job recycling. We're in the top 10% of Massachusetts communities. Our recycling stock is very clean as well, which is important. So we congratulate ourselves. And but Carlisle is in the top 10% in solid waste, which is not a good place to be. We produce 1,811 tons of waste that we send to the incinerator every year. That means 234 dumpster trips, and that results in a bunch of ash. There's a 4-to-1 reduction by weight of the solid waste. So that's 453 tons are sent to the landfill in Peabody. That's 11 tractor trailer loads, 18-wheeler tractor trailer loads of ash, which is pretty nasty stuff. So that's what we're trying to mitigate. We're trying to get rid of that because it has an impact on air quality and water quality, and it involves a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions. The Energy Task Force has estimated that it's a 3% of Carlisle's greenhouse gas emissions as a whole, if you take into account sort of a comprehensive look at all the greenhouse gas emissions we as residents are responsible for. So if we can reduce it 44%, that's going to give us a big big lead on reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. The other reason is that we want to do a reduction is that there are 20 landfills in Massachusetts. 2 of them are closing in the next few weeks out in Chicopee and Southborough. That's Chicopee's 1,200 tons, Southbridge is 1,500 tons, and that brings us down after those closings to just under 10,000 tons, and there are 4 more that are going to be slated to close, which will remove another 22% roughly of the remaining capacity. So landfill space is dwindling here in Massachusetts, and there are no communities that are stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, bring your landfill material here. We're open for business, you know? So what's happened? Well, in response, Massachusetts communities are limiting the amount of solid waste their residents can dispose of without paying a user fee on a per bag or per can basis. And 154 of 351 Massachusetts communities now adhere to the Mass DEP pay-as-you-throw standard of no more than 35 gallons of free solid waste per week. And 7 of them have moved into this category in just the last year. So it went up from 144 to, or 147 to 154, just in the last year. So all the communities that surround us, there are 6 communities that surround us, and I'll call them out here. We'll start in alphabetical order. It's Acton. So where do we have Acton? So Acton has a transfer station. They charge, let's see, $1.75 for that bag. There are no free bags. You have to, anything that goes to the incinerator has to be put in a bag like that. You buy it at Demula's or various other retail outlets. Bedford has 48 gallons free, but because they're curbside. But after your 48 gallons per week, if you have more than that, you have to buy a bag like this available at various retail outlets in Bedford. In Billerica, we have, that came from O'Connor Hardware. And Billerica is 64 gallons free per week, but you have to pay $2 for that bag. $2 was the price for the Bedford bag as well. Let me see if I can scroll down here a little bit, and then let's see, then who's next? Chelmsford. If we could stand up. Chelmsford, they also have a nice blue bag, as you can see. And they have 64 free gallons in the form of 2 32-gallon barrels, but you have to pay $2 for that bag as well. Let's see, who's next? Concord. Concord, I think. Where do we have Concord? Yes, so Concord, it's a barrel. It's a 32-gallon barrel. And you see that sticker above the white Concord label there? You have to buy these stickers. It's not a bag system, it's a sticker system. That's $1.50. But you have to pay $262 annually, no matter how much trash you have. It's kind of a sticker fee. And then it's $1.50 essentially per 34-gallon barrel. And then we've got Westford. And Westford allows, very generous, they have 3 35-gallon barrels free, but it's $5 for an additional bag. And this is a sticker you buy at Demoulas or Market Basket. It's a $5 sticker. And then we have Tim's Hometown of Littleton.
Not in a budding town.
Not in a budding town, yes.
That looks familiar, that bag.
So in Littleton, you have to pay $110 for your dump sticker, and you get this beautiful purple bag for $2.75 at Demoulas, Market Basket, and so on.
Yep.
So that's the scoop with regard to our surrounding towns. So we are an oasis of free trash in a sea of trash restrictions. So what would pay-as-you-throw look like in Carlisle? The Household Recycling Committee has a proposal. It's just a proposal. It can be tweaked. There are many parameters that can be adjusted. So we're proposing the transfer station sticker would be free. You'd get 20 33-gallon bags per household per year free, or the equivalent number of 8 or 15-gallon bags. It's your choice. The bags would be bought at Fern's. They'd be priced at a rate of 10 cents a gallon, so $3.30 for the 33-gallon bags, $1.50 or 80 cents for the 15 and 8-gallon bags respectively. There would be charges for bulky items. This is very typical of pay-as-you-throw: couches, TVs, dishwashers, etc. There's a schedule of payment. You look on the menu and say, okay, dishwasher, $10, $25, whatever it is. And then we're proposing to stop accepting construction and demolition materials. Right now, we are spending $18,000 a year to tip these construction and demolition materials, but we collect less than $3,000 in $50 vouchers. So this is a pay-as-you-throw system that we already have, except we're selling quarters for nickels. And most transfer stations do not accept any construction and demolition debris, and it's forbidden from the solid waste stream by state law. And unfortunately, because it costs us more per ton to tip construction and demolition debris at Fort Devens than it does to send it to the incinerator, the transfer station staff here encourage people to put their construction and demolition debris in the dumpster for the incinerator, which is against state law. So, that's something I think that we need to look at. Oops. Let's see. Okay. So, what else? Oh, and what I wanted to say is that construction and demolition debris is not part of our solid waste numbers. That's considered recycling because it goes to the Devens Recycling Center. So our solid waste problem is not a function of the construction and demolition debris that we collect in that dumpster. So how would this impact each household financially? Well, we have a calculator online that you can go to. You plug in the assessed value of your house. You plug in the number of dump stickers you buy. You plug in the number of bags you bring to the transfer station on each visit. And then you plug in how often you visit the transfer station. And then you press the button and it tells you whether you're going to come out ahead or behind on the system. Some people will find that they actually will spend less money because they're not buying a transfer station sticker. And with the 20 free bags, they're not buying any bags. And there's a property tax mitigation involved in this, and that's why you have to put in the assessed value of your house. So that all comes out in the calculator. So here's an example of one household, and this household will benefit $100 annually. It's a $700,000 house. Only one 33-gallon bag per 4-week period. Some people have a hard time imagining that. Other people are like, hey, that's easy. Here is a household that has 2 33-gallon bags per week, and the assessed value of the home is lower. And so it's going to cost that household $232 annually above what they're paying now. And then here's a $1.2 million one and they will benefit $33 annually because they only do one 33-gallon bag per week. So one of the big questions that people ask is, where does this 44% reduction come from? Like, where does this stuff go? Well, 11% typically of the 44%, a quarter of it, 11% is more recycling. 12%, we estimate that it's due to increased composting. Composting or food scraps in solid waste is up to 30% of the solid waste stream, and a lot of that can be diverted to composting. Bulky items are definitely part of it. Gary Davis has made it very clear that bulky items constitute a lot of what goes into his dumpsters, mattresses, couches, things like that. Construction and demolition debris, some of that is going into the dumpster, which shouldn't, even though we do have a separate dumpster for that material. And then 5% due to textiles and other miscellaneous items. So that's, a look at what that 44% might look like. The warrant article that we're proposing, that we're asking to have on the warrant is, it's an important step to better environmental stewardship. And we're asking that Carlisle have a way for its citizens to speak their mind on this issue. How do they feel about the responsibility we have to the environment? The ash and the smokestack emissions from the incinerator have consequences. And the warrant article specifies a very specific Mass DEP pay-as-you-throw approved program. In other words, no more than 35 gallons of free trash per week. But outside of that, we aren't really, although we have this proposal, that's not part of the warrant article. We're saying, let the selectmen decide what the specifics are going to be, how many free bags, what the price of the bag should be, when is it going to be implemented, so on and so forth. There are many parameters that you can tweak, and we have tools, a financial model where you can plug in these various parameters and look and see what is the revenue to the town, what is the expense. We have the calculator so individual households can be modeled very easily, and we have an FAQ that addresses all the questions that we've run across when we've spoken to various committees and people individually and in groups. So we feel that we have, and because we have a precise proposal, it's not a fuzzy idea. Not to say that this proposal is the only choice, but it lets people understand what's at stake here. So in conclusion, I can say, yes, pay-as-you-throw is going to be less convenient than the system we have now. You can't get much more convenient. I don't know that any town has such an inexpensive dumpster sticker or transfer station sticker with absolutely no limits other than, well, most transfer stations don't take construction and demolition debris at all. So we have one of the most generous transfer station programs out there. And we feel that and so due to the time constraints here, we haven't covered every little issue. The FAQs are online. They go into a lot of detail. And we're looking forward to having the Selectmen, the DPW, FinCom, the Energy Task Force, and the citizens of Carlisle at large have their input on what this program specifically would be. And we think that there are 154 communities out there in Massachusetts that have taken this step to reduce solid waste. And my feeling is that Carlisle, looks at its resources, its natural resources, as something very precious. We don't want to have 18 tractor trailers coming in here with 453 tons of ash and depositing in our community. Well, we're sending that ash to other communities, and people say, yeah, oh well, we're paying them for that. But if they were so eager to accept that, we wouldn't have these landfills closing left and right. So my feeling is that we have a responsibility to take this best practice step of pay-as-you-throw to reduce our solid waste to the point where we're matching, what almost half the other communities in Massachusetts are doing. So that's that's my concluding remark.
Anybody have any questions?
My only question is about the Black Earth project and pilot and where we are with that.
The composting?
Composting, Black Earth composting. Did we not have a grant and a pilot program that was supposed
I
to?
think, I'm somewhat guessing here, but pay-as-you-throw is a prerequisite to get some of these grants. You know, I don't know, maybe we can get a grant?
Okay, just to clarify, we, as long as I'm our recycling committee, Lowell Street, we have a grant that we applied for this year, and we have to basically, for compost bins, the compost bin project that we ran this year, and also some extra money that we were thinking could be used to support a stipend for someone at the school to oversee the school composting program, a waste reduction program in the cafeteria. And that didn't materialize. So then the thinking was, well, if we wanted to run a pilot townwide, because that grant preceded this effort here somewhat, there's money left in that grant, as far as I understand, there should be, that would be enough to allow a pilot of a townwide composting program with Black Earth. So that money is available. If we wanted to move into a full-scale program moving forward, then yes, we would, if we did a Mass DEP compliant pay-as-you-throw program, we would be eligible for larger grant sums that would help in turn fund a program like the composting program, as well as on-site monitoring for pay-as-you-throw for a 6 to 8 week period to get it off the ground and make sure that things are being done properly.
Yeah, and in our financial model, we put in Black Earth composting fees. And so the bag revenue and the reduced tipping fees that you get with pay-as-you-throw, you know, gives you some revenue to play with. And so in our model, we've assumed that we would have a Black Earth composting program. And so the savings that we're talking about in the calculator and so on and so forth take that into account. But if we don't have a pay-as-you-throw program, we have to go to the selectmen and say, we need, I think, $3,000, I forget what it was.
I think it's a little over $3,000.
A little over $3,000 a year, you know. Where are we going to get that money? You know, I don't know if we can go to Gary and just say, give it to us from his budget. He might not be happy.
Yeah, the only reason, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because somebody mentioned to me, why don't we do that pilot? And if people the people who do not like the pay-as-you-throw program, if they were to significantly reduce their household waste by using that Black Earth program, they would be sort of challenged to put their money where their mouth was, so to speak. And it would be like the carrot and the stick for the pay-as-you-throw program, because if we do significantly reduce our waste, the idea of the pay-as-you-throw is to incentivize use of those recycling programs, but we could turn it on its head and say, all right, we'll put this pilot program in for a certain amount of time, and if you can really, step up to the plate and get it to work, then we wouldn't be forced to do the pay-as-you-throw.
I think I just want to ask Wayne a question first. This is a non-binding thing. Is that right? Have you seen this article?
I've seen it, I wasn't looking at the exact text.
It says this article is advisory to the Board of
Well,
Selectmen.
if it says advisory, then it's advisory.
Right.
I mean, it's
a resolution.
It's a resolution, yes. This one is advisory, so
Okay.
it would still be up to the Board of Selectmen to decide what to do with it, but as many citizens petitions are, it's trying to give the sense of the town.
Is this a citizen's petition?
It is not.
It's not, okay, so.
Okay.
It's from the Household Recycling Committee, submitted to the
Household
selectmen.
Recycling Committee.
So I guess I just have a couple questions, and so, I totally get that the pay-as-you-throw is, you get a set number of bags, so the incentive is not to use up all your bags. You don't have to go and buy more bags. But if I look at what you have here for the percentage of what's being recycled, two of these are things that would never, would typically go into the dumpster anyway. I mean, perhaps some of it is, but, you were saying that by law, the construction debris shouldn't be going in there. That's 6% of the 44%. Bulky items is 10% of the 44%, which would be dealt with by a different payment than the bag, right?
Correct.
And then 12% is due to composting. So really, 11% of the 44% is what would be reduced in what's going in to the incinerator, right? By the pay-as-you-throw program. And so I guess I'm just wondering, once again, as I said in our last meeting, what makes, it seems to me like the signage is very, very bad. It seems like we should be charging for the larger, large items. We should not be accepting construction debris. We should be doing composting pilots. And, we have the new textile bins there. They're benefiting the school a very small amount. And what I worry about is that this resolution kind of ties us to a pay-as-you-throw. So it's saying that, developing the timeline for and implementing fiscally responsible solutions, including a strategy for pay-as-you-throw. So it's kind of like, if we do this, if the Board of Selectmen decides to do this because it's advisory, we have to include pay-as-you-throw. And it just seems to me like there might be some other steps we can do to make big progress without making that step. And then before I stop, there's seeing hands coming up, but I'd like to know a little bit more and not tonight, because we asked about it last time too, but what is the cost of doing this? It's definitely going to need more people, right? Understanding that would be, I think, important as well. And I think that that's what we could, I totally think we need to reduce it. And I think that we could work through all those things, but having an article that says, do all these things, but it must also be pay as you throw, I think is kind of not only putting the cart before the horse, but it's tying our hands into doing something that I wouldn't support. But David was first.
David Friedman, Hutchins Road. It doesn't tie your hands at all, because all it's doing is an advisory. So if 80% of the citizens say we want you to do this, including pay as you throw, and 50% whatever, and you sit around and talk about it and say, okay, that's the advice, but first we're going to do all these other things and see how it works. You can do that. There's absolutely nothing in this that ties your hands. It's just an advisory.
Yeah, I think that got us in trouble with the deer hunting though.
No, it didn't tie your hands. It just, that's how people reacted. So it doesn't tie your hands. The other thing is, those other reductions are presumed reductions that if you charge people to throw away stuff that they can now throw away for free, they will not throw as much away. So it is a total 44% reduction, which is the average across the state of
But part of that is because we're also charging for bulky items.
Yes, it's
right.
Those are the things that the incentive of doing pay-as-you-throw will result in. And I'm just saying this because I think I understand it, to explain it to you. I'm not advocating or not, but that's where that comes from.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Nancy Cronenberg, 152 Wolf Rock Road. Could you read this thing you're looking at for us?
The warrant article?
I can't possibly read anything this small.
No.
The warrant article. Yes, I'm sorry.
The warrant article.
Resolved that town meeting supports the creation of a plan and timeline to evaluate and implement fiscally responsible solutions for increased recycling and waste reduction, including the strategy of pay-as-you-throw, or take any other action relative thereto.
Yeah, I think
So it says investigate, including pay-as-you-throw. It doesn't bind you to.
it says
that's true. The whole presentation is about pay-as-you-throw.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the assumption is it's pay-as-you-throw.
Yes, I mean, if you look, there are towns that have a lot more resources than we do, like Needham and so on and so forth, that have economies of scale to do beautiful signage at their, at their transfer station and so on and so forth. And they all go to pay as you throw because that's the only way, that's the only thing that works. So I would advise against going on a sort of quixotic mission of let's try to do even better. We're already in the top 10%. Even if, even if we get to towns that are just a little bit ahead of us, it's not going to have a significant, it's not going to have an impact on our solid waste numbers. Because if you take that out of our solid waste numbers, we're still going to be in the bottom or the top 10% of solid waste. So pay-as-you-throw is the only proven way to actually move the needle on that solid waste number. Nothing, 154 communities wouldn't be doing this just because it's fun and the townspeople think it's, convenient or cool or sexy or something like that. It's because nothing else works.
Okay. Any other questions?
So, just out of curiosity, what do all the other communities that were in green up there, what do they do? I mean, they're not all...
Well, some of them are curbside.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
some of them are curbside, so they have pay-as-you-throw that's not Mass DEP certified.
Yeah, but-
They all have, a lot of them have limits. There probably are some towns that are like us that don't have limits, but they're few and far between.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured, okay.
Yeah.
But
So
I
the
didn't want
green
people
ones
to
were
assume
all,
that the whites were like us.
no, because those were Billerica, Bedford, Westford are all white because they are above the 35 gallon per week limit. So it's only Concord, Acton that are pay-as-you-throw communities. Littleton also is. That's a true pay-as-you-throw community. Bolton is. Bolton is a good example. They are a town very similar to us. If you look at the demographics and geographics of Bolton, 5,000 people, 2-acre zoning, wells and septic, blah, blah, blah. Very little commercial real estate. They have a pay-as-you-throw program going on 15 years now. And it's Mass DEP certified. Many more communities than 154 have restrictions. I think it's getting to a point, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's getting to a point where what we have is kind of a rarity.
David?
Just to be clear, it's kind of like the 2123 Bedford Road one in that it's advisory and you don't have to be convinced that pay-as-you-throw is the way to go. All they're doing is saying, town, tell the selectmen, if you're convinced that pay-as-you-throw is the only way, and that's what they're telling you, to get this 44% reduction, tell the selectmen that you believe this is the way to go. That's all it's doing. They don't have to convince you at that meeting that it's the way to go. It's just, if it's 20% tell you that, then you've got more reason to try all your other things. If 80% do, there's more reason to take it seriously, but you still can try all your other steps first. They will be sitting here the whole time saying, you can do that, but you're wasting a year or two, and you can say, well, fine, but we think that's the way to go. So the article will have absolutely nothing to do with convincing you at that moment to do anything specifically relating to it. It's just asking the town, do you want to let the selectmen know that this is the way you think they should go? And then you do whatever you want. You could ignore it completely regardless of what the numbers are.
Possibly taking cutting the electricity off from the third rail.
Well, but the point I'm making is the key here is from a town meeting perspective, they make their presentation, the citizens tell you what they want to tell you, but you don't need to get into these discussions about whether this might be another idea or this might be a better idea or I don't believe this or whatever, because that's all the stuff you're going to talk about later. And if you spend your time talking about that at town meeting, people are misunderstanding what the article's about, which is just letting you know this percentage of town is convinced that this is the right way to go, and you just take that into consideration as you move forward.
Okay, yep, one more.
Thank you. So just a quick reminder that the recycling committee was asked by this board to do a report on the operations at the transfer station. And in all honesty, when we started looking into this, we were surprised by some of the findings and continue to get surprised by the issues around the ash and landfill closings and that sort of thing. So it isn't as if we went in with our minds made up as a recycling committee that pay-as-you-throw is the way to go. I happen to believe that pay-as-you-throw is an efficient and effective way of reducing solid waste trash based on the evidence that's out there. So we talked about a comprehensive frequently asked question sheet, FAQ, that we've been starting to circulate around. It's been in development based on terrific questions that we've gotten from people in the community that we really, really appreciate. People really trying to understand this, voicing their questions and concerns. So it's been a growing, it's an evolving document. We are happy to take more questions and try to get them answered there. But the responses are based on, I'm going to say, extensive research into the issue of solid waste reduction, what works and what doesn't work. And the bottom line is, if there's a financial incentive, that motivates people to think a little bit more about the waste that they're throwing, what they're calling waste and what they're throwing out, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you.
I would disagree with David on the wording of the warrant, in that if it basically says pay as you throw, and then 2 years from now, no one has acted on that, then someone will say, well, the Board of Selectmen have once again abused their power by ignoring the will of the people when we told them that we wanted pay as you throw in the warrant article wording. So anyway, that's kind of neither here nor there, right? But I think we ought to keep it out of the wording. I think that it's important for us to determine what the goals are for this. There seem to be two different goals. One is the goal of reducing cost for the town. It's a separate goal from reducing the solid waste that we dispose of. And there are things that we could do to achieve each of those goals. I think some of them are the same things, but also some of them are separate things. There are things we can be doing, for example, like the construction debris, the large items, the composting, without going to pay as you throw. We could look at those, and they would certainly reduce our costs. The thing that I'm so concerned about is that the average, if you look at the average homeowner in town, the average homeowner will pay in their first year over $300 in additional fees over and above what they've spent before for transfer stickers or any of the deductions that you can take place. That's the average number, is over $300. The calculator that they've developed assumes that you will immediately go to 44% reduction in order to achieve those results. It's 2 or 3 years to get to 44% reduction. And so I think, you're going to get a lot of pushback from folks that say, I'm going from a dump sticker to $300 a year. That kind of shock wave is, if it's revealed, would really put a damper on this. I think one way we may approach this is to go after some of those cost things, like the construction debris, the large items, the composting, but also what would be wrong with letting people on a voluntary basis say, I'm going to go to pay as you throw for $3.30 for a 33-gallon bag. I'm going to voluntarily do that. I will have some way at the transfer station of being identified that I've opted in to do that voluntarily because I believe it's the right thing to do. And that number will grow. They'll have an experience that they can share with others as to what was achieved and how quickly it was achieved in terms of their own reduction of solid waste. So we'd have some data that we could go by, and that way you can do it voluntarily. We'd probably get maybe 10% of the folks in town?
Actually, I think that was what I was saying. I think if enough people would do this voluntarily, and we were able to reduce our waste, let's say even 11% a year for the next, you know, and for 1 year and then 22% the next year, then we would not need, as you say, pay as you throw, but I don't think it'll happen.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Oh, Claude, the other night I called you because we needed help over there.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for calling back.
Okay. Was that for the fire chief thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was disappointed that didn't go up on YouTube.
Yeah.
I educated this.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, he didn't know about it. I don't know how many more staff they have. They should.
Okay. So if anybody
Okay.
Got my note right? Yes, thank you.
After, so finish the budget, yeah.
But before town. Because it'd be nice.
I had my first meeting at, well, I was here at 7:30 for the conscom.
It's not working, but I think it's got caffeine in it.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It was $300 on average. The average?
The average? I don't know where you're getting that number from exactly.
I got it from Claude.
Well, I actually plugged myself in and I didn't show $100, so I don't know.
Calculated the number
We got a bunch of people.
That's the cost and 23 bags, dump sticker and the whole 9 yards.
Who's part of this section?
I think you need to clarify. I think you need to clarify that with, you know, we need to clarify that.
We don't have.
That's not how I read it.
Should we just take turns?
Yeah, I guess as the conversation.
I did. I didn't factor it in here. It's unofficial, but I just kept it on the back. I didn't plug anything in there.
866 and some odd for the police station? The police, the other contract, okay. Well, the police station, we got down to 866. The 701,
866. I had less than 866 in here. It's going to go up now.
well, the 701 that you had in there originally did not, there was a mistake, and there was no contingency in it.
It's 866.
Yeah, and it'll be, I'll give you the exact number, I just didn't bring the
that'd be
notes
fine.
with me. But, yeah.
We could,
Sorry? Yeah, for the police
Nathan, we
station.
can move that executive session to the next time. We don't have to do that if you want to save time.
Oh, yeah, way down. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean,
All right.
Hello.
Get through it.
All right.
Really sorry how long we're going here, but we do have a new fire chief.
That's great.
Come on up here. Do you want? There's a bunch of groups in this section.
Yeah, we have income, long-term capital requirements, municipal facilities.
We have personnel.
Wait, am I on the right one? Yeah.
Yes.
Wayne,
Yep.
We're number 6.
Not every
Wayne?
meeting goes like that. Yes. Well, I feel for you.
Just every board of selectmen meeting.
Happened to my agenda.
The chair.
There's a chair.
Oh,
What happened to my agenda?
you're not allowed up here.
That might be a new
Okay, so long-term
Okay.
capital,
Yeah, you're,
facilities.
I'm municipal
That's
facilities,
Kate,
I
yeah.
guess.
Wayne?
And I'm not prepared,
Windows
because I didn't know we were coming
Wayne
tonight.
left.
Town clerk.
You are the representative tonight.
I know, but I don't have my notes.
Chair smell.
Well, that's the way it is.
Leather. Chair smell. New chair smell?
Which one? Is that like new cars? No, they don't.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh, my God.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Sorry. Right.
Yeah.
Can you move me around a bit?
It's like, there you go.
Better look inside though, Karen.
Okay, so this is to go through operating budget, COLA changes, personnel changes, and capital requests, and a draft policy of personnel changes. You're on the list.
Okay.
No,
He was invited.
I think he's for
to
number
be part of the
8.
meeting, yeah.
We're on number 7. Or 6, rather. Okay, whatever.
So,
first.
let's do
we-
the operating budget.
All right. Are you able to project? I sent you the slides.
You did.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago. As I realized I didn't bring the special thing for the
The
app.
dongle.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
have,
if
I
I'd
can
known.
hand out these, but these are going to be eye
I
charts.
don't have email on this.
Oh, you have an Apple one?
An Apple dongle?
Oh, okay.
Well, I saw Claude had one in his hand, but
Claude had
I
one,
think
but
he
that
took
was
it with
his.
him.
I usually have one. but-
HDMI.
Victor,
No.
what do you got? Is it USB-C or is the older or the newer Apple?
Older one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think it's the older one.
Video cable.
Who has one? Somebody has one.
Nope. It's
Yeah.
probably a Thunderbolt.
Yes.
The Thunderbolt or the
Sorry. No, it's okay.
And you've done this before because your name is on it. I have to do that on mine.
All right, and
We do want a projector.
You got one?
Got the plug.
Oh, yeah.
Plug that one in.
Maybe,
Put your dongle away.
yeah. Sounds slightly.
If you would like to take notes on an eye chart, I apologize. I printed it out and said, oh.
But you didn't decide to reprint it.
No, I was running out the door, so.
Yeah,
But if I knew you were gonna run this late, then I would have reprinted it.
Yeah, you would have stayed home and done it. There's just the 4 slides?
Just 4 slides,
Okay.
short and sweet.
Okay.
You were at the meeting last night.
I know I was. And then-
All right, so for our section, I think it will be fairly brief. This is an update in terms of our current view, which you have an executive summary of. I think there's a few other things that we also would like to chat about as well, is that in that those slides you have there, we actually have kind of a sum total of what we know of the warrants. There may be things that need to be added in there, and really to talk about the aggregate potential impact of all these warrants, as you can imagine. And then from the standpoint of, there's a couple items here around personnel requests. And certainly there's an aspect of process that goes into that too, in this discussion. So if you go to the first slide, which, so I hit,
two-sided.
there it goes. All right, so our current FY20 guidance is 29,301,000 and change. That's an increase of a little bit more than 4% for long-term caps, long-term debt. Includes a 2% COLA estimate, so it hasn't been precisely calculated, but we got an estimate from Priscilla and kind of plugged that in there. And I did it as an exclusion of long-term caps and long-term debt because from the standpoint of long-term debt, we have kind of decreased in terms of the amount that we need to pay back, as well as long-term caps. There was a shift as well between last year and this year. If you apply those in there, you actually have an increase of about 1% and change, which is, it doesn't really give you a great picture of it in terms of the operating budget, in terms of what's actually increasing. So I give you the 4% there, but overall, if you kind of factor those in there, it's a percent and change. So the outstanding items that need to be, hasn't been updated. Further discussion is not 96,000, it's a lot less than that. We've resolved most of those things between December and now. There are outstanding items to update. Library, and you remember they actually came in and requesting $6,000, which we essentially did not put in there, but we did say that we would meet the MAR. So based upon the 2% COLA, again, that's an estimate, we think there's another $1,200 that go in there. We need to confirm estimates on group insurance, police negotiations, close, but not
totally finalized. Vocational school, getting a sense of whether there are any other students that would end up in that, going to vocational school, that obviously impacts the budget. Carlisle school negotiations still open, and then we need to get an update on the bus contract, as well as a decision on a CPS request. We had, they come back and ask for $33,000, and we can talk about it on the next slide in that. Warrants identified, we have here at about $2.2 million. And that's actually a prorate of essentially what the Concord one of the 2 million. I think it comes up like 600. I used 600,000. Tonight they said 69,000 per year for 10 years. So that's what, 690 including interest. But I just plugged 600,000 in there. So it comes to about 2.2 million, which is not an insignificant sum. So I think that bodes a question of, kind of what the aggregate potential impact, and obviously as we consider that as BOS and FinCom. So the outstanding items wasn't 96, we've reduced that, it's about 16,000. The key thing here is really this aspect of additional staffing hours. And if you remember back in September, we had a conversation, a first coordination meeting around when do we want to have all of this kind of wrapped up in terms of personnel types of things. And we had put a stake in the sand and said, end of January, that all has to be reviewed with FinCom. These two have not been, and I guess that bodes a question in terms of how we handle this. So in here, there's actually three things. The town clerk had requested additional hours. Conservation Commission, it was additional hours as well as transitioning support from the revolving fund. If you remember, they were paying some of the hours from their revolving fund, and the last contact we had, they said, so the revolving fund has been whittled down. They're concerned, obviously, eventually they're going to hit zero, so they want to kind of push it into the operating budget. So that's included in there in addition to additional hours, and very well in terms of the discussions around the grade change around the Conservation Commission administrator. So those are really the summary of kind of the operating budget types of impacts and outstanding items that need discussion, in addition to anything that we need to update that's still kind of outstanding on the first page. Any questions? Okay.
Doesn't the town clerk additional hours also involve a grade change? It was a title change, not a grade change?
Just a title change, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Okay. You wonder why.
Get him involved. Get people, fund people out.
Yep. And it comes back into the operating budget.
It always does.
Um, 4.04.
4.04.
Not including the...
Not including long-term debt.
Long-term debt or these additional hours?
That's right. These are not baked in there right now.
Okay, so
And
it'll be a little more.
We still need to assess the impact fiscal 20 of the warrant articles. We will assume they all pass, and so we need to, for purposes of the budget, so we have to look at how they're each going to be funded and estimate some will have a fiscal 20 impact, like facilities. Others that require borrowing might not have a fiscal 20, but they'll have a fiscal 21 impact. So we have to take all those warrant articles and figure out what that looks like in terms of fiscal 20 expenses. So it's not lumping them into fiscal 20, but
right.
What do we think? It might be 600,000 in terms of additional, but that work still needs to be done.
Yep. Yeah, we had estimated it about 600 last night, right?
And we have roughly 300,000 in debt coming off the books, which is great. We don't want to replace it.
Yes.
Or double it.
But so the 4% he's talking about is mitigated somewhat by that. But I can talk about long-term caps. You have to kind of take out the ambulance from last year from long-term caps, because that was a big expense that was funded out of the ambulance fund. So you don't want to. It's kind of paid for itself. So you don't want to factor that in as well. So it's
better than it is.
Yeah.
And what's the 20,000 for Spalding too? Do you remember that one?
Yes.
That was going to be Reccom had voted to do an engineering analysis of the suitability of that property to either to build anything, to repair things, or
go along those lines. So it's basically money for a study to look at the soil composition, because Spalding is not in great shape. It's underwater in some parts. There's sinkholes across all the fields. So it's in pretty rough shape now. But before spending money, we need to figure out.
But where's that warrant article?
So you haven't seen that one yet? Okay. You heard about it, so I put it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the draft warrant. RecCom hasn't been able to come to either of your meetings to talk about it.
There's a placeholder for it?
There is, yes.
And then town hall, the GIS updates, this to actually have somebody update the maps, right? We just get a CPC request. For the open space and recreation plan, one of the things that there is a GPS license. So, this is.
So is that in addition?
I assume this is just paying.
Yes, paying
Donald
somebody to
do
update.
the assessor's maps.
Mhm.
It has nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
It's not in-house.
No, it's not an in-house thing, okay.
Originally we had 5, but then we were told that that was probably not enough, so we kind of bumped it up 8 to 10, so.
Yeah, and so we just heard from the regional school district, and it's listed here as safety and parking lot, but they were just saying was access road and parking. They didn't mention safety.
Well,
Yeah, the
there's an ambulance
kind
ramp.
of ramp and.
Lighting, wasn't the
Lighting.
lighting part of it? The parking lot?
I think they defined the whole access road as a safety-oriented project.
Right.
But how, there's an ambulance ramp along the access road?
No,
No,
separate.
that one's a
Wasn't even
curb cut.
shown- There was nothing up along the school that was shown in what we saw.
You're
Yeah.
right.
They emphasized the parking lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
did say in there that there was a curb cut. and then
Yeah.
ambulance.
Curb cut.
Yeah.
They want to cut the curb. Right now, the nurse's office, you have to take them out the front. They want to cut the curb so anyone that has to be extracted from the nurse's office can have direct
Directly,
access, which
yeah.
apparently happens more than you think.
okay.
So that's how they kind of presented it to
EEG
us.
funding this year.
What's that?
Sorry?
EEG, how are we looking at that? $125,000 for community television?
Oh, PEG.
Okay.
That's,
Does that go in there too?
that doesn't,
That's on the draft warrant.
Yeah.
That's really
125?
putting the Comcast revenues in the
Operating.
fund we've created, so there's no real budget impact to that.
No budget
Outside
impact?
the operating.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be positive versus previous years, right? In terms of our netted against costs.
but it's
Right,
not,
it doesn't impact the budget.
We can't spend it on anything else, right?
Right,
It's never been in the operating budget.
Yeah.
no.
It's on,
So, but this 600,000, that's our part of that 2 million?
yes.
Our share.
it's
Our-
based
And-
on
and
our
it's
student
low.
allocation.
So it's $600,000 for the access road and
Pretty routine.
And that's going to be a debt exclusion
The
article.
lighting.
right.
Requiring 2/3 vote in town vote.
$800 of parking space.
That's correct.
Yes. Do math quickly. Yes, we did it in our meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a separate
They
discussion.
would argue
Yeah,
it's
well,
not just
and
for the
they're,
parking.
they're voting before we have to decide, right? The
Right.
town?
Yes.
And for us, we're gonna take our position after we hear what
Yeah.
comes from them.
I just wish they didn't put them both together.
That
that's-
sentiment has been,
And communicated to
Echoed.
them from us as well.
Okay. We really think it's gonna be $100,000 for the soil?
That's the max.
No, we don't really think, and we'll know a lot more next week. They have done the core samples, they've sent the,
Consultant said that was worst
they
case,
filled the
right?
wells, they've sent the samples off for analysis, and we should
Mm-hmm.
know next week. I really don't think it is, but we've got to have that in there as a placeholder until,
And you're here for facilities, right?
I am.
I mean, how, you know,
You said the
So
police
there's a
station's
mistake
more.
on that 725, because that, we had the contingency in another part of the spreadsheet, so it fell off
Yep.
so we missed it when we, so I don't have the exact number with me because I forgot to bring my notes from this morning.
Contingency's usually what,
but
10%?
20% contingency.
Okay.
It's a high contingency because of the site.
Just add 20% to that?
Yeah, anyway,
About 15.
866 and change is what we
How much?
came, 866,000.
66.
and change. I will give you when I have time to type up my notes, I will email you a copy of it.
Good, yep.
So what about the DPW? Does that include the contingency, that number?
Yes, that one did.
290s, right?
That one stayed the same.
This might have been
I
the
know
earlier
we're planning.
version that went in the packet, like last Wednesday, yeah.
That's what the question I was gonna ask.
Okay, so, depends upon who you ask. The police station fails its, state inspection every year.
And they have for.
And they have, yes,
Right.
okay. The DPW is, I would say, a matter of severe health hazard for
Yeah,
the people working there.
Mm.
And I think it's the highest priority. The police station, we've embarked on it now. I mean, if we stall out, it's not going to get cheaper.
No, I'm not saying to not do it, but.
Well, I'm going to say, we have whittled it down. When TBS did their initial study, they gave us an estimate of $3 million worth of repairs and, upgrades for it. We have whittled that down to $866,000.
Oh, so this will get that whole chunk done. I mean, it was, the police station was, what was the final number total for the police station? Was it the 3? Was that?
The $3 million
Yeah.
from the TBS
Yeah,
thought?
was that the total over the?
And that wasn't a brand new building. That was the same
It's not
building.
doing everything in the TBS.
We are not doing everything that.
It's just prioritizing.
We totally reprioritized and said, we're going to do what we absolutely have to do, nothing more.
And the thing to remember, and we'll be working with Bonnie, and we're happy to have her on board,
Yes.
is we've had initial discussion about whether this is a debt exclusion, which would require 2/3 vote, town vote. And then look at, again, this would be borrowing, what's the life, what's the amount per year?
Right.
What's the fiscal 20 impact? So it may make sense to do them both together, we have to look at that. That's part of,
Next few years.
$2 million.
Police department, how long does it
yeah.
wait for?
I think Concord might be.
We're not gonna get more than
handle it
5
that way.
years, right?
No, that's in fact
This is-
part of we met for 3 hours
Yeah.
this morning
That's
because
gonna take it that
we
way.
didn't want to whittle it down so much that it was only going to be good to 2 to 5
Well,
years.
yeah, exactly.
Then so we think, a 10 to 20 year
Oh, good.
solution here. We might have to come back for a couple of parking spots later, but we would do that.
Parking again?
Well,
budget 7,800.
value engineered out, I mean, I'm
Park
just
at the high
letting,
school.
I'm just,
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
then you can
But no,
vote,
but
people
that's
can
good to know.
vote
I mean,
up
if
or
we,
down on
800.
each house.
but we would do that when we address all when the facilities department addresses all the parking at all the sites, then we would address the police
Yeah.
parking. That's what we said.
All right. Yeah, that makes it more palatable.
Yeah.
If it's gonna get us 10.
20 million.
Yeah.
2 million.
Yeah, that was,
So do we know why I'm sorry.
No, I'm just doing mental math. It'd probably be like 200 grand a year for 20 years, something like that.
The police?
I'm just for both.
For both.
wait until we do the fire department.
I just want to go back one slide. So we had put a stick in the sand about that time frame, and so why, do you know why the timeline wasn't?
Why wasn't it adhered to?
Yeah.
Personnel board not being able to get on the count, no quorum, sounds familiar, right?
So it wasn't the requests, it was.
Not the requests. And also meeting with this board. Conscom met with you once. We were going to have them back to finalize that discussion.
However, the question ends up being is when did they start trying to meet, right?
Yeah. They did.
If we set the line in the sand in January, at the
Well,
end
both
of January.
departments approached me early in the fall, and we
Okay.
started the process then.
Yep. So they couldn't get on the agenda for either of them.
And I
for
haven't
4
been able to
months.
get the clerk on this agenda, on the selectmen's agenda. So I'd say now the department, could be faulted in that regard. They started the process early and they did what they felt was the right thing to do. And, and in fairness, both the hours requests are, the same as they were last year. Both departments asked for the same hours last year.
Yeah, I think The first two bullets were done before January. The last one was just done February.
And by done, you mean through personnel board?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So what's the long-term apps good news?
It's, actually, before we get to that, if I could just jump in with one suggestion on the school district one. If it is this board's preference that the two questions be separated, I believe, I'm subject to further thinking about it, but it looks to me that the way the warrant is worded, that it would be as a procedural matter entirely appropriate for the question to be divided in the way that you want. And so, in other words, I don't see a procedural barrier to it now. The Concord moderator may have a different view, and she rules with as much iron authority as I do, so she may request otherwise. But if she does agree, and the Board of assuming that the Board of Selectmen in Concord is moving the article similar to what you're doing here, it would certainly be within your rights to take a vote and say it's the sense of the board to request their esteemed brethren in Concord to submit it as a divided question with two motions rather than a unified motion. And just tell them that's what Carlisle would like to see.
Yeah, worst they could say is no, right?
Yeah, the worst they could say is no, but at least it's not, you don't have to leave it up to the regional school committee. You can, if the selectmen in Concord are moving the article. Now, if it's, I don't know what they're doing in Concord, maybe it is the regional school committee.
I think it's the regional school committee.
But in either event, you know, you can certainly make your preference known. You don't have to stay silent about it.
And
Yeah, could we do that?
I made it.
I think it has to be voted the same way in both communities.
Yes.
And if it was
Right.
not
But if we
divided
don't
there,
ask, we
you
don't
could.
get.
Right, yeah.
So.
And there's time to ask.
We've asked the school committee, but, and the worst that could happen is the selectmen said, we don't have anything to do with it. The school committee is moving it.
The school committee, whatever.
Well, yeah.
Well, we've told them.
You could vote to make a formal request of whichever is the appropriate moving body. Actually, I can probably look up
Yeah.
the Concord warrant and figure it out.
It might be the town manager. Might be the manager that does, or the FinCom that makes the motions.
Hinting that perhaps it might not pass in Carlisle,
Remove their budget.
unless they're willing to look at it this
Operating
way.
budget.
So if they think about that
At
before
the
they.
town
go
meeting,
there,
though,
town meeting.
sometimes the maker of the
Yeah.
motion is the FinCom. Yeah, or the manager, yeah.
Based on what they said, the numbers would likely be higher. Because if you presuppose that only one would pass, then the money for that one would have to be more because you don't have the economies of scale based on
Yeah,
what
but
they
they
said.
haven't priced those in.
I understand, but that was
Yeah.
part of their presentation.
They're
Yeah.
just hoping to get that.
And I thought
That's
our
the
wording
basis
was
of
that,
their number.
that combined it would come in lower, right? So that was their high number, right?
Right.
I thought,
What they provide was a high
the
number.
high number, yeah.
The high number for each separately will be higher.
No, their high number was like 216.
They have not factored in economies of scale into
Right.
their numbers.
Right.
They said they did, I'm just.
No, I can tell you they did not.
They did not.
Because we met with them and that question was raised and we asked about what the economies of scale would be and they said they haven't, that hasn't been
Yeah.
discussed. So I understand your point and we asked the same thing and it's.
That's why she brought it up tonight. That there could be economies of scale if they did it.
I heard that. I heard it could be, not,
Yeah.
it's factored in.
Yeah.
But still, you know, economies of scale versus going ahead and spending another $1.2 million.
Do you want to do long-term
That's right.
caps? Well,
Yeah, we'll get back to you, Wayne.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
please,
Yeah, no, that's a great idea, though.
So not much has changed in long-term capital requirements since we last updated. What you're looking at has not been voted on by the committee. I expect we'll take a vote at the next meeting. So in the FY20 draft, that's not been voted on by the committee. That's my best presentation of what's been discussed. The only change since last time we met with Bert previously from the fire department to get more information on the request for the protective clothing washer dryer, fire gear locker. I won't recap the discussion, but there was, and we'll discuss as a committee, but there were a lot of valid points made about why that's required, and he has also gone and got an updated estimate, which increased the amount for the protective clothing washer and dryer from $18,000 to $20,275, and that includes installation. So with all that taken in, the total long-term capital requirements as it stands right now and what we're advising FinCom prior to vote as a placeholder would be the $372,413. That's a reduction from last year. However, last year included the ambulance purchase, which was
Pass through.
Yep. Which was funded by the ambulance fund, so the net impact to the taxpayer was zero on that. This is a little bit higher than the typical long-term capital requirements, primarily because it includes the DPW 1-ton pickup truck and a wood chipper. And then there's an additional request for a pickup truck and a bucket truck that we would look to push to next year. But those vehicles are end of life, and I think we're looking at used equipment in that respect. So that's the biggest delta in terms of previous requests. But everything else is pretty much unchanged since we last updated you.
So town hall major repair, replacement, and library repair and service, that's not covered under the money that was allocated the last time. This is just more repair.
Well, there's nothing there. That's just
The 10?
which one?
We're looking at 19. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, 20. No, that's only in there because there was included in previous years. So I think, yeah.
Oh, there's still no 5 for the library.
Right, yeah, and that's a recurring request that relates to some of their equipment. It's
That's never done.
But also, we decided so far, like we decided last year, and so we're not changing the decision this year, that we didn't move the maintenance.
No, we have,
there.
no.
Facility,
Yeah, I
so
can
let's still.
That would well, and that's, so building maintenance and repair, that's actually in the operating budget. This is a separate repair. This relates to, I think, copiers and things of that nature.
Yeah.
The repair and maintenance and the operating budgets are still within the departments. Given, we just brought on a facility manager. My expectation is that'll be something that we can hopefully do next year. But that's separate from what this is. This is more of repairs and service of capital items.
I think we ask this question every year, but, and not to pick on it because I ask it every year. Is there detail behind the 80,000 for computer replacements, or is it just 80,000 for computer replacements?
How many are at kind of end of life?
The detailed.
What's the replacement cycle? How many computers is this replacing? And
This is the school
why?
number.
Yeah.
They actually would say that the total number is much bigger than that. That they pay for some computer replacements with other funds, and this is only the portion they ask the town for. I think the number is like 200 or 150 to 200 per year.
I don't have the list in front of me.
It's
I-
on a program that every so many
murkier for
years
me.
replacing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes it even
Well,
murkier.
and in fairness, this is one of the things that we've discussed about wanting and looking at in future years, breaking out the technology requests and having the technology committee who's
Got the expertise on this.
got the expertise and take a more granular approach to actually what is being replaced and does this make sense? Because there's a lot, this repeats in multiple areas, which typically been in long-term capital requirements, but if really would be better served if we had a regularly meeting technology committee that could really take on these requests, because quite frankly, we're not into the granularity of like, here are the iPads that need to be replaced, and assessing, is this the right replacement cycle? Certainly the technology department in the school works with them to do that. But that's an area that we've identified as would be better served if we could carve that out, because it's not only the school, it's town hall, and there's economies looking across. It's similar to building maintenance, right? Where we have all this technology and it's kind of distributed.
What if we just said no?
I guarantee you, I personally asked, did they buy a $150 memory chip to expand the memory to see if it worked better,
Well, but even
or
still,
whatever.
I mean, literally 1 year.
Did we really need it?
iPads can't last one more year, or laptops can't last one more. I mean, just 1 year, right? I mean, instead of going literally 80 grand every year.
Well,
it's actually more than 80 grand
It's
every
more, well,
year.
it's more than 80 grand, but what if we just don't give them the 80 and they just use whatever they normally spend, which we don't know how much that even is? Right, I mean, how many students do we have? Not everybody get a new laptop every couple of years? Everybody get a new iPad?
Well, that's why I asked the question, is what's behind the number? I think it's a detail that we don't have, and so we're deciding to spend $80,000 not knowing why.
Right. And how much did you slice off the top of the school? 75?
75. They're asking for 33 back.
I'll get into that. And then we did ask them to, with regard to the simplex fire alarm system upgrades, the painting and interior finishes, or the ceiling replacements, those were larger requests that we're splitting the simplex fire alarm into a multi-year project, and there's some reduction in the other projects because they're going to use a custodial staff to do the demolition. So I think that number went down, I forget the original number, but it's on the order of, I think, $30,000. But I can provide a more comprehensive list of the technology replacement. I don't have that in front of me. I know there's a lot of iPads. Those are, used, I think, in most grades now. And those have there's just a replacement cycle on those, and there's 600 kids and all the different. There's a lot of technology in the school, and they have a replacement schedule that this is kind of the steady state replenishment. So I'm sure we can.
I totally agree that there needs to be a steady state replacement cycle. I'd just like to know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, when we get that list of stuff to dispose of, you don't see, 112 iPads on it, you see 2, So I mean, it's like, what's going on with this stuff?
All right.
Scott.
Yes.
I'm sorry I asked about the PEG funding because this year we're going to end up with a surplus of probably $50,000 or $60,000 in that account. And is there no way we can use any of it to help us with our operating expense?
I don't think so.
No, there is no way.
I think you can't do anything with PEG, right? It has to be used for. Yeah, it's a separate. It's
earmarked.
It's its own thing. It's its own, carved out from the operating budget or anything the town can access.
Okay, so we'll be taking a position. Oh wait, next time? No.
At the next meeting, you'll be finalizing all the warrant language, as well as the order of the articles.
Okay, because I have a lot
We'll have a
of
final
notes about
budget
the
number
order of the
by then.
articles.
All right.
Goal is to get to the printer on the
We
29th.
to start providing feedback on the police station and the sidewalks and. I can't read these numbers.
Which ones you're looking at
Give them the other.
the one with the articles.
What they are.
Amounts.
The warrant article amounts. The slide back here. There. If you turn around, you can see it.
And this Carlisle Public School parking lot.
No, and I think
Oh, yeah.
for FinCom, we haven't taken a position on these, but I think it's necessity versus, certain things we may deem need. We have to prioritize. We can't.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a lot.
It's a lot. You can't rebuild the whole thing and.
Right.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the breakout of town hall versus DPW stuff?
What's that? The
290.
Yeah.
It's probably just DPW, right?
It's mostly DPW.
Town halls.
Yeah, I don't know why it says / town hall.
Is
I
this
think originally I had it in there, I was just tweaking
Yeah.
the number at the end.
Yeah.
Is this
Didn't take the-
patching
Yeah.
the building or giving them a new building?
I'm not sure yet, because the septic is going to fail. And they can't stay in their, we have to get a trailer up there. We're right now doing a site, we have Stamsky and McNary doing a site survey so that we can figure out what we can do. The other big,
So does
the
that mean
big,
this
one of the big
this
item,
290 might not be enough?
one big item is 120K for the new salt shed. Of that 290, 120 is for a new salt shed.
Can it fit in Nathan's garage?
Well, of course, it would be way easier if we could site it on the Center Park. We wouldn't have any wetlands issues
Really?
there.
It's $120,000 for a salt shed?
I know.
I haven't built one recently, so I don't know.
That's right, where's that salt being used?
Global warming can't come soon.
Yeah, anyway.
All right, what else do we have?
So there's a lot of problems with that site. Procedures for personnel board?
So what are you?
It's not, I don't know where it falls, but it's probably discussed under the warrants, but the issue of the solar panels vis-à-vis the school parking lot.
Yeah.
Is something that needs to be
So there's
discussed.
new information as of today.
I don't know where, we
Oh,
don't need to get
there
into
is.
that
Yeah,
here,
no,
but
no.
I don't want to lose sight of that either.
Yeah.
Probably in the placeholder warrant.
But I just point out for you guys that the 250 for the, you decided to keep the 250 in here regardless of the fact that it might get,
There's a contingency.
it might get repaid by the pilot or the lease.
Oh,
But I don't think, that can't be packaged, so we still have to carry this.
that's right.
And
This
go
is here
ahead.
no matter what,
This is here no matter what,
Yes.
unless we don't pay for the parking lot.
unless we don't pave it. But if we do pave it and we do the solar, it's possible that we don't have to totally,
Right.
If the,
we don't have
if
to,
the solar
we
doesn't
don't have
pass,
to bond it and we don't have to, you know.
to be clear, if the solar doesn't pass, the school is not requesting that this year.
Uh-huh.
Right.
So the reason that this was not originally in this year's
That's what I
plan,
thought.
it's at its end of life. It's gonna have to be repaved in the next 3 to 5 years. But the reason it's here now is because if we're gonna be dropping solar panels in and cutting into the parking lot, and we're gonna have to repave it in a few years,
Then it's
you kinda should just
not
do it
nego-
now.
Well, you'd have to,
Because I
because,
think it's 31
everything
years,
down.
it's
Yeah.
31 or 32 years old on a 30-year ideal lifespan, so it's,
Important to the schools that it not be perceived as their request here. Just,
Right.
okay,
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna move us along, but, so I think the bottom line is, you know, we're not taking a position on anything now, but the message is loud and clear, we're gonna have to make some hard decisions.
Yes. We'll have those same discussions.
Okay, great, thank you, and then there's a personnel,
Yep.
The draft policy?
That's a draft policy. In a-
Yeah.
In a certain sense, I think my comment on that is I think your draft policy, in a certain sense, essentially stipulates that they have to start early in the process, right? I think that's
Right.
the concept of resolving it and providing some clarity. However, the thing I will highlight is that both of these started early in the process and ended up kind of in the same circumstance that we're in. And it didn't seem like this
Yeah.
year there was confusion as to who to go to. They were going down that process. So-
Yeah, the goal was, this kind of comes out of the meeting we had with Personnel Board back a few months ago. The idea is to kind of reduce to writing, what are the requirements to make a personnel request or change? And I think there's a September date in there. The idea is that by the time FinCom starts the budget process, they don't want to be waiting on action from personnel or select. They want to know what are the changes that are going into a department's budget request this year. So we want to start that process early on so they get through that before the budget cycle. So we're not at the tail end of the budget cycle and things are being seemingly coming out of thin air and got to be shoehorned into the budget. So it kind of puts a timeline to the process, describes the kinds of requests that require action, like changes in hours or job description, possible change in grade, those kinds of things. And then the idea, they need some work, they have kind of a roadmap that they'd meet with the personnel administrator, which is me, they'd meet with the Board of Selectmen, then they'd go through the personnel process. The results of that would be communicated to FinCom no later than October, the beginning of their cycle, that these are the changes for next July 1. And anybody that comes in, the gate closes then. You can't come in November, December, January with something new. I mean, you can, but you're going to,
That'll be for next year.
in the next cycle. And I think that would help them with their budget development process, not getting
Yeah.
surprises kind of.
And my
continually.
comment was that in concept, right? Because these two started that process this early,
Right.
according to what we said here. So there's a material issue in terms of, getting quorums and things like that to be able to support
It wasn't timely, right.
Yeah.
We've,
So, sorry, let me properly introduce myself, Vanessa Brown, Personnel Committee. So when do things need to be completed by, and decisions need to be made by the Personnel Board in order to get onto FinCom? Because if we're saying by October,
the policy they have in front of them, I think, says September 15th, so someone would have to make a request by then that would be dealt with by October for July 2020, the next budget cycle.
This doesn't lay out
The
all
answer
the
to your
timelines.
question is
Yeah.
that your decisions have to be made before October, before the budget process starts in October.
yeah, so I would back this way up then. I mean, I think
We-
requests
yeah,
need
that's-
to come in no
summer.
later than August, because we see, some of them have to come back a
Yeah,
couple times.
well, it's just a,
Yeah,
It's a draft.
we can move the date up,
Yeah,
Feedback
yeah,
is
yeah.
good.
I agree.
so that you could have it by October 1, yeah.
Okay.
And I think our understanding was to have our decisions made by the end of December this year. That was what our
Mhm, that's
understanding
right.
was.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this would be a little bit different. This would really back it up.
Just
and
trying to
back
advance
up.
it earlier.
Right.
Yeah, we're pushing it back even further than we thought
So, but,
for this year,
I
yeah.
think
No,
that
that makes sense.
the dates we can work out, but the overall thing here is people need to submit it early, right? And then they go to you.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
The Board of Selectmen say yay or nay. And then
Right,
you
because-
bring it to the Personnel Board.
If you say yay, if this
Right.
board says nay, then we're not wasting a lot of time going to the Personnel Board with
We're not
anything.
wasting their time. But
Right.
this says that the request will be forwarded to the Personnel Board within 15 days of submittal of all requested information.
Yeah, in fact, I have a question here. When does the
So that-
Board of Selectmen see this in that case?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think it says that the Personnel Administrator will
Before
review
the
it with the Board of Selectmen.
It does say that, but then it
If there's
says,
missing information, I can request that before I,
it just seems like, if we can't take it up within that 15 days, it's going to the Personnel Board no matter what, the way this is.
yeah, well, that's not the intention.
Okay.
If that's what it says, we can
Yeah,
work with that.
And then Personnel Board will place it on their next agenda. I guess it depends on how many there are.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah,
And then they'll hear the recommendation.
yeah. I have also a question about, should the board take no action within 30 days after such meeting, the request will be deemed denied?
So
Which
FinCom didn't like that language.
I don't
very
like
much.
it either. I mean, it's very odd. I mean, what if they just couldn't, if they can't find a quorum, just because they can't find a quorum, the person that needs the job change is denied?
Well-
That's not fair. So we have to rejigger that language.
But I think I suspect the intent in that is that each of the groups has to act expediently. I think he was trying
Yes.
to force that. And I think that was my comment earlier, right? We're essentially saying start in September. You guys already started in September, and we still didn't even make end of January, right? So what makes us think that we're going to go from beginning of September to October? And so there's a material issue that we have underneath it, yes, beyond the policy itself.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have one other question. It says here, if the request is approved by the Personnel Board, do you feel that you're approving the position, the need for the role, or are you just approving the job description, that it's graded properly?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so, you know, in follow-up of our last meeting,
Mhm.
right, so I think our understanding is that we would be approving whether or not it's a legitimate need,
Okay.
whether or not the job has changed significantly enough that the grade needs to change. And, yeah, so it's really about need and the equity of the job.
Okay,
Right.
so when you're saying yes to additional hours, you've evaluated, you think those additional hours are needed? Okay.
But
What has been
it's always
presented.
voted contingent upon budget
Yes,
availability and
correct.
finance committee, it's kind of, there's a
So
caveat
it's
to it,
made clear
always.
that
It's not just a,
the need seems legitimate, and we're approving the need, but it has to be approved from a budget perspective, and that's not.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
And-
so we just need.
And then how do you communicate that information? Do you just give that verbally? Do you give it in a memo? Could we have a copy of that memo sent to us so that we all, because, you know, it's a little bit like, you know, Daddy said I could have this ice cream, you know.
Say, you know, it's approved, but it's subject to, obviously, FinCom's approval. You also say the Board of Selectmen's approval.
Okay, so
Well, we
I'm-
would have already approved in this new scenario.
Yeah.
We've already said
Would it be,
yes.
would it be in like your minutes that it was approved?
It should, yeah.
Yeah, so
it would be.
you'd be able to look at their minutes.
So we should be looking at the minutes then.
Because you
it
don't
just-
issue a memo saying that it was approved, but it's in the minutes.
Correct.
Right, so
And
you
we
have to
need
look at the
move on
minutes.
to our 9:30.
Okay.
Yes.
We're on California time now?
Pretty soon we'll be on New Zealand time.
This is 9:30. Who needs to be here for 9:30?
Annual town meeting.
Okay.
four members, they should.
Is that
So I
sequencing?
have 2 pages of questions.
What's that topic? What is the scope of this discussion? Do you need FinCom for this?
No. I think
Which
we just
agenda
need-
item are we on?
just
The
need,
the warrant.
For the right of first refusal, Stern Street? Okay, what can go on now?
It's just to, I can do it in like 2 minutes.
Thank you.
My kids are still.
The agenda
Still
item.
up? No, they better be in
The
bed.
draft warrant, just to show you the draft warrant that contains 40 articles. Wayne has proposed reordering some of those articles, and I'll send you guys that memo.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So it's more of an advisory.
I'm working the show.
I mentioned you had
That's
sent a
the way
memo
my kid did.
recommending possibly an alternative order of some of the articles.
Is that purely what?
My bag is unwieldy.
I was gonna skip over to Stern Street, because I think that was gonna be quick.
Yeah, you should certainly, I know there are a lot of people here to talk about Stern Street, so I totally, Mary's okay with it.
I'm gonna put hello.
Okay, so, 108 Stern Street. So, I think that we've heard, you know, from planning board and from Conscom, Trails Committee, and, maybe there was just a mention of Trails and Conscom.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just open it up to hear from you all briefly about your thoughts about 108 Stearns and the correspondence that we've got.
I guess, long story,
Let there be light.
Nice property. I think, 1.9 million, I don't know where that money would come from. Plus, we don't have a plan for it. I could see if, we had something kind of in the works or an idea, but to drop 1.9 million on a property that we have no idea what we're gonna do. 1.8, yeah, sorry. In a time when, we're crunching everybody's budgets, we still haven't finalized the teacher negotiation. We're holding a hard line with all the other contract negotiations we're doing where, and I know we would bond it and it would be, spread out, but ultimately without having a plan, I don't see it being a responsible purchase right now.
you only want us to talk, or?
I want to just hear from you
Okay,
first,
okay.
and then definitely want to hear from
Okay.
the other boards.
I understand what you're saying. On the other hand, I feel like we don't have enough municipal land so that we can't have any projects because projects need land and, it's chicken and egg type of thing. So if we had some available land that when we have a need, and I think we're going to have several needs. I mean, we have a lot of facilities that are not in good repair, are badly sited and various, that maybe we need to be taking a different kind of look at. I don't know, I just feel like it's important to have land that's not so bound up and tied up in all kinds of restrictions that you can't do anything with it.
No,
And-
I mean, I agree with that. I think we're, we have nothing in the works right now, so I mean, we buy that property that potentially a developer is gonna develop, right? In 3 houses, that's tax revenue for those 3 houses that we wouldn't be getting, but also too, it's land that just kind of sits, and Tom came here last time, and he explained how, we could parse it out and sell the house, right? But then ultimately, if we sell the house, we now have to do all the sort of remediation for lead paint and all, I mean, it's more involved than just a parcel of land, and, I mean, so that's my concern. I mean, obviously, there's a parcel across the street that you could do something else immediately with, but, I just, if we had something that we had an idea of what we wanted to do, but I mean, we're not even at the idea stage. I mean, yeah, we want to do housing, or we want to do, possibly a municipal building for fire and police, and I'm not saying that that's happening.
The salt shed.
Right, a salt shed, right? You guys have a salt shed? But that's the thing. I think if something were a little further along.
Well,
Yeah, if something were a little more, not even necessarily shovel ready, but kind of further along in the process. I mean, like, we haven't even figured out what we
Yeah, I
want.
guess I'll just ask a question. Is I think our last Board of Selectmen meeting and the Board of Selectmen meeting before, whenever it was that we talked about this, I think what I presented here was I would support something if there was a real, if somebody came up with what we would be supporting. And I just threw that out here. Has anybody figured out what it is that we'd be supporting? Or are we still without any supported uses or plan? I think that, I think it would go nowhere at town meeting to spend $1.8 million for nothing, without any kind of a plan for it at all.
Yeah, at our last meeting, I asked you to hold off making a decision on that meeting because I wanted time to think some more about what we might use it for. And frankly, the only thing I've come up with is land swap for a more desirable spot. I mean, I don't think we want to put a municipal building, Stern
No.
Street, but we might be able to swap that, some or all of it, for something that is much more suitable for that sort of a thing.
to a developer who's putting houses, for instance, on a thing, and this is how we ensure that we get some affordable housing.
Right,
so
so-
a little more.
So we're
Just-
spending
just-
$1.8 million.
You're right, there's still no plan.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But we're spending $1.8 million in order to swap land for somebody who has land that we want that's more in the center of town or something?
Well,
Well,
one of the problems in figuring out uses for that land is where it is. You don't want it disrupting the neighborhood, I
Right.
mean, it's a beautiful property. There's a lot of things I certainly wouldn't want to put on that land and mess it up. But I can see it becoming very attractive to somebody who may have land in a spot that we wanted, where you would want to put either a municipal building, senior center, affordable housing, new firehouse, whatever you're going to do.
Parking
I
lot.
think it might be, it's a very attractive property,
Yeah.
and would be, I think, attractive to somebody who might look at it in an innovative way. And
This is opposed to just buying that other property outright.
you might not be able to buy that other property.
I see, they're more inclined to quote-unquote sell it because of this property.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's, it's down the road, but it's the only thing I could come up with in the short term that made me think that this would be a smart thing to do. To see that land go and have 3 new houses built on it and become unavailable in perpetuity, in spite of the great tax revenue we get off of it, I think I'm just concerned about losing an opportunity that we may not have again in a long, long time.
Pete, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, planning board agrees very closely to Alan and what he's saying. We looked at this as a very good opportunity to pick up a piece of land that's unrestricted. We don't run into that too often. We also looked at it as an opportunity where we're not just going to sink money in and lose it all. If I know you guys are talking about selling off the house, I know there's complications for that. But if you look at the combined value of the house plus four other buildable lots, on that property, it far exceeds what the town would be paying for that property.
Yeah.
So we looked at it as a way that the town could possibly grab a little bit of land, and basically finance part of that grab through the selling off of the property. So we didn't look at it as like, hey, the town's just sinking 1.8 million into it and we're not going to do anything with it, because we don't have plans. We looked at it more as an opportunity, a rare opportunity that since the town has a first right of refusal to pick up unrestricted land that could be used for things that yes, we haven't planned yet, but it also represents a good financial opportunity where we're not just going to spend $1.8 million and lose it all, on that land. So that's where the planning board was coming from with this, with our recommendation to you guys to proceed with the exercising the first right of refusal.
There is lost tax revenue. I mean, that has to be considered. The longer we sit on that property,
Right.
right, it's less, even just the initial, if they don't develop it anymore, right? Whatever the value of that property is.
Yep.
Right now, that's, probably 30 grand a year.
There are pros and cons, no question
Yeah,
about it.
there are.
1.8 that we spend, so.
But we spend an awful lot more on Benfield for an awful lot less of usable land, for instance.
George?
Yeah, I'd just like to say something from the perspective of having worked as the planning administrator for this town for 23 years. In that time, I've seen a lot of properties come on the market, and some of them the town had the opportunity to acquire and acquired. I've never seen a property like this at a relative price. I mean, 23 years ago, the price would have been quite different, but at a relative price to this property. And having talked to some realtors about this, to me, I'm not a realtor, but what I hear back is this property at the price that the agreed upon price that the town has the opportunity to acquire, it is a very attractive price as well as a very attractive property. We don't have a plan yet because putting plans together takes time. We do have a planning process though about to take off. And as I said, in terms of the serendipity of having earlier this evening, having the kinds of studies we're having going on right now with the Chenal funds, to have this as a resource to look at as part of the long-range as well as short-range planning for the town's government needs or the town's private needs. I mean, maybe the town would sell all or part of it because that was the best deal for public and private both. But you can't decide that within, 3 weeks now before the period expires. Had this discussion begun in December, that might be a different story. But still, we wouldn't have the planning committee wouldn't be any more active than they are now, but they will be active in something like this soon. So to me,
I just want to say this, so this process did start a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah, but
things
it
just
wasn't-
don't happen unless somebody picks up, unless there's energy behind it and somebody owns it and somebody makes it happen. And, that's been my point all along. It's like, if we want it to happen, somebody needs to pick it up and make it happen and come up with the ideas.
that's true. I
Right.
mean, I've been.
It doesn't happen in this meeting, right?
No, and I've been in discussion with user departments such as the Council on Aging and the Recreation Commission, all of whom are interested in being part of that discussion, but don't know quite how they're gonna get, they're waiting for you. That's the problem. They're waiting for you and you're waiting for them. And you know, it's just not, has not come together, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be pushed to come together, in my opinion.
All right, so I'm going to open it up to anybody else who's, this was all boards, so anybody else who wants to say anything, if you would like to, if you wouldn't mind, I've been totally breaking protocol. If you wouldn't mind just stating can you hear them? I'm sorry. Can you hear them when they're talking?
From the audience?
Yeah, would you mind coming up to the podium, and not to put you on the spot, yeah, and just state your name and address, and that way, so the microphone up here does not project in the room, but for people who are watching on TV, it does.
Both of the people who are still up and watching this.
Well,
You can watch it on.
So I'm Joe LaFlamme. I actually, but you're the builder, correct? Is that correct?
Me?
No, behind you.
person behind.
So we've been approached, both the abutters on the 2-acre parcel, the lot, has been approached to sell land because it's not 2 acres? Is that the, what I understand? Less than 2 acres? Yes.
The planning board received yesterday a land court certified plan of the property. It's 10 acres in total. And if you're talking just about the lot on the east side of Stern Street, that is 2 acres.
It is 2 acres?
On a certified land court plan, yes.
Okay. I'm seeing no.
He's saying no.
Is that?
It's
A&R,
it's Mark White, I'm the developer. It doesn't have the square footage to make a building, to meet the building lot requirements. Our engineers look at that.
Is it the radius issue?
Not the radius, it just doesn't have the square footage.
Just the same as
It's
acres.
4,000 or 5,000 square feet short.
So I think that was one of the things that I saw in the mosquito, is there was a number of things that I saw in there that weren't entirely accurate. I think the Conscom, I saw where they stated that there were a number of different places where their trails could connect. It's entirely bounded by private property, so it doesn't connect to any other private property. There's no sidewalk on Stern Street, and there's no sidewalk from town to Stern Street. So I think those are some of the inaccuracies that I wanted to get out. So, it's kind of a hard sell for me when there are 1,696 or 95 households. You're asking people to put up an average of about $1,060 for something that there's no plan for, and there's the number of inaccuracies that came out of that, out of the last meeting, or at least from the mosquito. So I think that was part of what I had to say. The other thing too is that I think my personal thought is that I have a hard time with the town being in the land development business. Just looking at the open space and recreation plan, there's 3,362 acres right now in the open plan space. There's Fox Hill, there's Banta Davis, there's 5 baseball fields, there are 2 soccer fields, and none of them, some of them aren't in particularly good condition, nor are they being used that much. I find it hard to believe that we should be spending more money on something that we seem to have ample supply of, but we just can't seem to figure out how to allocate it and manage it. And that's one of the other things that I have a hard time with. I don't think the town should be in the land management business. I'd rather see them putting the rules and regulations in place and having the private sector take care of that. So that's pretty much all I had. I guess the other thing, just from an example of the land management, I went down to that den of iniquity, the Greeno land. This had quite a reputation in the past, just to kind of take a look. And, one of the things that I did today is, it seems to be pretty busy. The clientele I saw, or the people walking around the trails, I don't know what they're like, but they kind of look like me. But the thing that you probably can't see up there is, there's a building on Stern Street that we don't know what we're going to do with it. That's the Greeno property with a barn on it, and there's graffiti all over it, and there's been, everybody kind of knows what kind of problems have been there. So, as a father of a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old girl, I really don't want that in the neighborhood, and I'd rather have some sort of a plan in place. I'd rather have the master plan in place to say what our needs are before we go ahead and acquire the property. So I'm on board with what you were saying.
Yes.
Hi there, Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. So I say this as someone who's not, I don't live on Stern Street, I don't directly abut, but I do drive Stearns basically every day. And my concern is the fact that Stern Street, especially that area of Stern Street, is steep, winding, narrow, and in fact the area where this property is located is the narrowest part of Stern Street. And you have to, if large trucks are going by, you have to pull over so that they can go by. And the idea that you're going to have a large municipal building or ball fields or something where you're going to get people parking on the street and it's going to be traffic, and it's just, it doesn't work as a place where you have large groups of people going at a time. The street doesn't work for that. And there's no way to expand it. There's rock walls, there's large trees. It doesn't make sense to me that you're going to figure out later what's going to go here when there's various ideas, and some of them seem to be general municipal buildings in what is effectively an established neighborhood. And again, I'm not in a butter, so I'm not going to speak to whether or not they prefer that versus housing, but having a couple more houses there doesn't change the neighborhood as opposed to suddenly having was effectively a public building there. The other thing I just want to point out, because it seems like what came up just now was the idea of, well, we hold it for a land swap at some later point. If we own the property as a town, if we want to sell it, we have to go out 30B and give it off to the highest bidder. We can't just decide who we want to give it to. So that doesn't work as a plan. Just because someone else has property we want, there's no legal mechanism by which we just switch the properties. That's a derogation of your obligation to get the maximum value of it by going out to bid. If that's the only reason to have it, it's not a reason at all. And I don't like the idea that every single time a different board or committee or commission brings this up, there's a different idea of what's going to go on there. And some of them could be good, some of them could be really, really bad. And especially given the fact that this is an established residential neighborhood, I think it's a disservice to the people that live in that area to not let them know what the purpose of getting this is and surprise them with this 5 to 10 years down the line.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
I'm
You
Mark
wouldn't mind-
Rivero from 251 Stern Street. I do want to speak, but I was wondering if I could charge, I don't know your name, I'm sorry, the developer, Mark, with the plan that you have for the property. Is that okay to ask him to tell us what he's planning to do with it?
Currently, what we'd be doing is selling the existing home and then putting two houses across the street. One to the left of the existing house and then one further out back.
Wait, so,
What about the land?
And then in the land, we're going to be speaking with the abutters.
I'm sorry, you said selling the home and building two houses across the street.
So the existing house
Yeah.
would be selling.
Yeah.
And then to the left of that, as you're looking at the house, we'd be building a house. And then in back of those two, in back of the pool.
Okay, on the same side of the street. Okay.
How much of the pine tree growth would you be clearing for that house? Do you have a sense of it?
We'd be tucking it up front, so probably not a lot. I mean, we'd be
Yeah.
preserving enough of it, but yeah, anything I told you, I'd be speculating.
Sure. But you're not planning on clear cutting?
It would not be clear cut, absolutely not.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to tell you my name and...
Yes, please. Name and address.
Sure. So I'm Marco Rivero from 251 Stern Street, and I basically feel exactly like Luke does. Well, I didn't want to start with my conclusion, but given the time, I wouldn't feel comfortable supporting a plan to hold the property. I know it's really difficult to give up a right of refusal to a really juicy property. I understand, but this is what happens with people that hoard things. They have things that they really like, but they don't know what they're going to do with them. Okay. And I'm sorry for the bad simile there, but I love Stern Street the way it is. If there's two extra houses, I agree with
Blank.
Or Ryan.
Ryan, that's what I thought.
Blank's close enough.
Yeah.
It's after midnight.
Yeah. So I agree with Brian that that's not going to change the character of the street. It is not a place for any municipal type of building, I'm afraid. And I understand the need for municipal buildings. I understand the need for community buildings. But I don't see them fitting in that street. So
Thank you.
basically, thank you.
I think there's one other person.
I am Charlie Shepp. I live directly across the street from the property at 135 Stern Street. And you're not going to like what I have to say. I really think this is a once-in-a-generation lifetime to pick up a really nice piece of property for the town. And at the moment, it's true the town doesn't have a plan for it, but this is a chicken or egg kind of problem, I think. And a lot of times you need to have infrastructure and then people will come to it with ideas. The situation that we have right now in Carlisle is we do not have affordable housing. Affordable housing that people who work for the town can afford to live in and purchase and buy. Firemen, policemen, other town workers cannot afford to live in the town that they serve. And so we really should be looking at this as an opportunity to take and build a small, affordable community, something maybe like a Malcolm Meadows or something, because that's about the size of what Malcolm Meadows is, okay? And make that be something that is a real contribution to the neighborhood and to the community, because then some of our fire and police and town workers will be able to have a place where they can afford to live in town. So that would be my approach to it, is to try to do it. And there is already a buyer who's interested in the home, and so that could be parceled off, and it would be about $1 million proposition for the town to pick up the 6 acres. So, thank you.
David?
I don't know whether you're going to like what I have to say or not.
I liked what he said, so.
I know. David Friedman,
Go for
Hutchins
it.
Road. A whole bunch of issues here. The most important of which is this idea that you can't plan without the land in hand. I don't buy that. We're going through a planning process, and if we need to have the land before we can do a master planning process to have goals and things we want to do, then we shouldn't do the master planning process because we don't have the land yet. I just don't buy that. If people were serious about wanting to buy this, then rather than the vague idea of affordable housing, what somebody would need to do is to say, what are the economics of doing it? What's the possibility of doing it? And that's just one possible use, but you need to be able to flesh that out before you go to the town and say buy it, because we might want to do affordable housing there, because there's no understanding with that of what the economics are. I mean, we went through this whole process on Banna Davis where the Housing Authority and the Housing Trust came to the town and said the only feasible economic way to do affordable housing in town is to do a minimum 50-unit rental development, 3/4 of which is affordable. And to do that and have it even be economically viable, we already need to have owned the land, not spending the $1.8 million here. We already need to have a wastewater treatment plant as opposed to putting the money into, I mean, this is what a developer would need to make it worth doing this. The town is not going to develop affordable housing and do all that investment. You need to convince a developer to come in. The other thing they said is you need a minimum of 10 acres to do all the things you need to do. Rather than go into all those details, the point is that if somebody wants to present this to you as possible doing affordable housing, that work needs to be done. And that work can be done or could have been done in the 90 to 120 days there was, and wasn't. So I think to sort of suggest this is a vague idea without any of that and suggest we go ahead and buy it without having done that work would not be doing the due diligence that, as you said, whoever wanted to take this up could have done, or, if the selectmen believed in it, they would have done it, and you clearly didn't have that belief. The other thing is, you went through the budget and you look at what's the expense, the $20,000 on Spalding, for example. It's to figure out what needs to be done to make that property that we own usable. There are all the problems that Pete talked about in terms of the use of that property, but that $20,000 is going to tell you that you need to spend $1.8 million, let's say, to make that property usable. That's the property that needs to be made functional for the town, because that's what the school needs for athletics, and that's what the sports teams need for athletics, et cetera, et cetera. It is in the ideal place. If you spend this $1.8 million, given what your budget is, you don't have that money to buy this. So it's a matter of priorities. We can't forever say we can't do anything till we have a master plan, but clearly having a master plan that identifies needs that the town has bought into collectively, because you're going to town meeting without any sense in the town whatsoever as to what we as a community feel that we need in terms of community space, recreational space, etc. There's a whole lot of aspirations, and there's all the different silos and so on and so forth, but there's no community understanding of that. And if you don't have that, to go in and say we want to buy this and trust us, we're going to figure out what we want to do at some point, that's why it's worth us doing this. Just doesn't make sense. This is a beautiful piece of property, and what it's a beautiful piece of property for is 4 homes that will be assets to the community, that will bring in revenue to the community, that will not change that neighborhood, that the neighbors will generally be in support of, and that the town, which doesn't have enough time to even have a meeting to discuss the things we need to prior to town meeting, can put its resources towards the things that need to be addressed in terms of the other land we have. One last comment in terms of process. This discussion taking place at this meeting, which is the last meeting you can have before you either do or don't exercise your right of first refusal, is for the most part the first opportunity for people to weigh in on this. My understanding of Chapter 61 is that you either accept the price that is presented to you or you don't. You're not negotiating as to what the price is. In some circumstances, there are things to discuss in executive session in relation to the purchase of Chapter 61, and there are complexities involved. But in this particular instance, I think the discussions that went on from the Selectmen and for the Planning Board being done in executive session, where clearly the main discussion was what are the possible uses for that, because the recommendation from the Planning Board talks about, municipal facilities as expressed in the committee, has expressed an interest in land, which unfortunately isn't true because that's not in their charter. Their charter is to figure out how to maintain the land we have. Talked about trail connections, and if you talk, was what Conscom talked about as well, and if you talk to the trail committee, they will say very clearly there are no trail benefits of this property. In any event, all that discussion should have taken place in public session so that people who live in the area and et cetera could be there to weigh in and have an impact on what those recommendations would be to you. Instead, we're left to this after midnight, people having sat here for a 9:45 agenda item for 3-4 hours to weigh in on something at a last minute, when this could have been part of the discussion, and if there were ideas to develop, the input to do that could have been done at that time. And I think the Selectmen going forward should look at, and I know we adopted at one point a Chapter 61 policy, but look at amending it in terms of being very clear that the only reason to go into executive session are very, very narrow ones, and any discussion whatsoever that has to do with the potential use of the land, et cetera, that don't have to do with having a detrimental effect of the town's negotiating ability to purchase that property should not take place in executive session.
All right. Yes.
Sorry. I wasn't going to speak because I'm not a direct abutter. And my name is Kathy McDonald, and I live on 33 Knoll Farm Road. And I wasn't then going to speak because I'm not a direct abutter, and I didn't want to speak against if all the direct abutters were against this. But having someone who spoke, eloquently about the value of purchasing the land, I think is great. And I think that David, what I've seen is you are a force. You're one of those people that gets behind when there's an opportunity, who's able to rally the town and get things done. And so clearly this wasn't one of those things that you saw as an opportunity to get things done. But I think that the town isn't as organized as you are in making those things happen. So that's great that you've done that. It only sort of came on my radar screen recently that this was an opportunity for the town. I think that listening to the different boards, there are many of those opportunities. I'm a huge proponent of the master plan and of finding the places where we can do more with what we have and find places to do more with what we don't yet have. I would love to see this opportunity go forward to the town to decide, my understanding that still the next step that would come is you guys are saying, yes, I think we should do it, but it's really up to the town to decide at the town meeting that's forthcoming. So why not give the opportunity for between now and the town meeting to see if people can get a little bit more organized, to say if there's value to do that, and RecCom and the planning board and others that now see that there may be some opportunity and value to do that can put forward a plan that would seem to the town broadly value in doing it and doing something that hopefully would be of the right taste and support for the neighbors on Stern Street, but also of long-term value for the town. And again, and maybe that even is simply the option value of a beautiful property that's 10 acres and has, no wetlands and all those other kind of good stuff. So that's.
Thank you. Okay. So I guess first, David, I'll respond to you. I think you're right. We shouldn't have been in executive session last time. It should have been open. I'm not exactly sure why we were, because I believe we've had other discussions about it that were part of open.
Yeah, I don't know if it had something to do with the actual, the way it was written up, right? Because Tom was here.
I think discussing the value of real property is a valid exemption, and I don't think town council would have permitted the board to enter into an illegal executive session, so.
Yeah, but I mean, but it is all about getting the feedback. I guess, what I worry about, and it's kind of in relation to what you said, what I really worry about going to town meeting with things that are not fully flushed out. I worry that we've done that in the past, and in some cases they are really topics you don't ever even want to bring up because they're sore topics. Highland was something that we did without fully fleshed out. We spent money on it, and it's still there. There were other properties. I mean, this is going way back, but I think where the church was. The town went to buy it and wasn't fully fleshed out, and the town said no way. I really worry about going to town meeting without a plan. I think that for me, and I think I am perhaps a hoarder because I do have things that I wonder why I have them. And I look at this property and I just keep thinking about, it's a beautiful house. It's an absolutely beautiful piece of property. It really is stunningly beautiful. And then I think, okay, so yeah, I'd really like it, but is buying it the right thing for Carlisle? And I haven't come to a yes on that. I mean, is this something that we should bury our volunteer resources in trying to figure out how do we get rid of the house, figuring out what uses we have on it, when we still have to figure out what we're going to do with Highland. We still have to figure out what we need to do with the fire department and with DPW. I think we are very limited in the number of volunteers that we have in town, and we're kind of stretching them really, really thin. And I just worry that it's got a longer term impact. Notwithstanding the idea of bringing it to town meeting, I'm not sure that I support it, but it's just me.
One other point is if you don't have a purpose, you can't use CPA money for this. And that's a real limitation, right? Because that's money that's been benefited by the state. But unless you're going to build housing, you cannot use CPA housing money. Unless you're going to use it for open space and recreation, you cannot use that money for it. And unless it has historic quality, you can't use that money for it. So it's 100% taxpayer dollars without any of that state match that's been built up, that has been used for similar things where people have worked them through.
Mhm.
That's, to me, that's another important part of this.
Right. And really is, I mean, some of the arguments is that, okay, well, we sell the house. Well, obviously, I think we'd have to sell the house, but as I understand it, we may have more requirements about what we have to do with the house in order to sell it, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's selling now.
Yeah, but only I think we're public.
Right, it's a private
It's
sale.
a private
Right,
sale. I
it
think
turns
it's
into-
different. I think we have to fix it, I think.
I don't know.
But then we're buying it, and then, but then the next thing is, well, it could fund itself because we could just sell off the other 3 lots, and what have we gained?
No.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's not how I looked at it. I looked at it.
That's what some people have said,
Okay, maybe
right?
some people. I looked at it because housing is very expensive in this town because the cost of the land is expensive. This was a piece of property that if we could have taken the house off, would have made the land affordable, and then we could have worked with a developer with some sort of a LIP project where we would have the land and they would have the development costs, then they could build affordable, nice little affordable Riverwalk type of thing, or like the Woodward thing on that property. And that's where I was going with it, but.
I guess, I don't want the town to buy it so that we develop it.
Well, then I guess this board is not really for affordable housing.
But I think the first
Don't
question.
say that.
Well-
I mean, there is no plan.
Right, the first question at town meeting is gonna be, well, how much is it gonna cost to do that? And we have no idea. How many units are we gonna get and how much is it gonna cost? Right, if we get 10 units for
Well-
$3 million, is that worth it? If we get 10 units for $7 million, is that, like, I don't,
No, we wouldn't be paying for the units. The developer would be building it and selling it, but we would be basically donating the land, but then we have control over the development because we are partners with the
and
developer.
they'd have to make it financially feasible. I mean, we looked at it at the
Well, it
Woodward
becomes
property and it
fina-
was,
That's because he had to pay for the land.
but he didn't pay.
So you're suggesting another Benfield type property?
No, actually, I think it would be for sale. These would be units that would be for sale, affordable units that would be for sale, just like the Woodward property, but we subsidize it.
Right, we subsidize, but they're gonna want more than the land. I think that's the whole thing. Every developer
Well-
has wanted more than the land, and we don't know what that is. I mean, for example, Woodward, it was 400 and some odd thousand to buy down a house, right? Or some, right, was that the number he threw out?
I mean, have the number by Thursday, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing, I mean, and
Because the house is,
in order to make money on that, because every developer is gonna wanna make money, right? I mean, they're not gonna do it for free.
but subtract the cost of the land out of that.
Right, but I don't think.
Then he's
I
not
don't
needing
know
the
what land
400,000
price is,
anymore.
But it wasn't huge for, I mean, yeah, this is a discussion for another.
Well, anyway, yeah.
It's 1 o'clock in the
The
morning.
only way the property could be developed would be as a 40B, because we don't have any bylaws that allow dense development without giving away open space that you don't have, and the only bylaws we have, you have to have at least 10 acres on the property,
And you can't use the lot across the street.
and you don't have 10 acres because you're selling one of them, so it would have to be a 40B, which, it's problematic.
That the town controls. So it doesn't have to be 60 units, it could be maybe only 4 or 5 units.
Sorry, can I point out one more thing about the concept of selling off the house lot to fund whatever else is going to happen? No one's going to buy that house lot unless you know what you're going to do with the rest of it. They're not going to risk suddenly having something developed around them that they weren't anticipating. So you have to have a plan in place, or no one's going to buy that house from you.
They'll just buy it for less money.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's.
The house on Long Ridge Road, next to the 40B, that was under development, sold for $1 million. $1 million.
Carrie, are you awake? Do you have anything you want to add?
I'm certainly awake. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's early for me.
It's early for us too, actually.
This job is that we're so reactive normally.
Yeah.
And here's an opportunity with the master plan for us to be proactive for a change. We're going to come up with a plan that the town will get behind, and we'll do the right thing, whether it's affordable housing, a community center. It's the right way to go about doing it, I think, rather than being once again reactive and going to the town meeting and saying, you know, give us $160,000 to engage a consultant to do a plan, but oh, by the way, we want you to spend $1.8 million for some property that we don't know what we want to do with. I mean, it's just sort of cart before the horse. Unfortunately, I think we need to not react to this as juicy as someone described it as it is, and get on with the plan and do what the town wants us to do.
Okay.
Just saying.
I want to get a sense of everybody here. But actually, everybody here stayed for a very, very long time, so before I cut you off, does anybody else want to say anything? Really appreciate you hanging in there with us. So what's your sense, Carrie?
Well, I say we pass.
Okay.
Well, I would be in favor of still keeping our options open and bringing it to the town meeting and let the town decide it.
Yeah.
And maybe, somebody will do some scrambling and get some planning.
Okay, one thing to add on, if we do exercise our first right of refusal, it gives us 90 days. So I know nobody likes the idea of a special town meeting, but if we felt like we weren't in a position to plan anything on this before the first town meeting, we have 90 days, before we have to actually exercise for the second phase of that. Purchase and sale. So, just thought.
I think it's a good opportunity, and but
Alan, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think it's a good opportunity, but I fully understand the resistance to it, and I intellectually agree with it.
I have to say
I think without some sort of a plan, I'd be reluctant to spend the money.
I don't think we should purchase it.
Okay. I would love to, but I don't think it's the right thing at this point in time.
That's fine with me. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It's so tantalizing to have these things come up and they're just out of our grasp because we never have a plan. And so at this point,
I think that's what the House needs to.
I just,
The master plan might help.
I'm ready to just grab it and say, all right, let's grab it, and we'll come up with a plan, because it's just, without the piece of, it's hard to plan without the property.
Well, you can plan economy of scales, right? I mean, I think you can have an idea of what something would cost, right? And then a parcel comes up that's 14 acres, or just throw a random number out there, and you say, oh, we could do this number of units on it, and this is what it's gonna cost, and this is the developer that, because another thing too is we need to talk with developers and see who would even be interested in working with us.
Plus, I'd much
Okay.
rather spend $2 million
Well,
small, medium, and
we
high
were
school.
starting down that path at one point, and then we dropped the ball because of the, foo-ha. But we were going to work on a LIP
Right.
thing, and I think that still needs to be done. And that's when we would be then, courting developers and seeing what their ideas are, seeing how we can craft projects, but it went by the wayside.
Okay, so.
You should vote to formally waive your right of first refusal for 0 and 108 Stern Street.
Was there a
Yeah, we've got a
motion
letter
to
there's a letter to go to the seller and their attorney that says the board is waiving its right of first refusal.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Selectmen waive our right of first refusal to 108 Stern Street.
And 0. This, for
Zero.
some reason, is the other parcel.
Stern Street, yeah.
Second.
Sorry, I kind of fell asleep.
Yeah, the end,
He's kiss and dry.
Oh, Reed, aye.
Brown eye.
Oscar Lilo,
Lewis, aye.
Great, thank you. Thank you all again for hanging in there with us.
Yeah.
Okay, on to our 9:30.
We did our 9:30.
I seconded it. That shows
We're on to our 10 o'clock.
I don't hold any grudges. I fight the fight, but, you know,
You gotta get
Or Wayne.
5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
I love that. I absolutely love
Hello again. It's the revolving door.
Go to work and
At this rate, it just makes it easier to get to work in the morning.
yeah.
Aren't you glad you're not the town clerk in Lancaster?
Oh, God. I'm gonna have to take a,
Well, you have draft warrant in your packet that was current as of, I think, the middle of last week. I've since sent it to both the moderator and the town clerk, and they've come back with some edits, so we've got there's a corrected version that you don't have. Also, Wayne has proposed some reordering of the articles to, kind of flow, because I think it's his opinion we might be looking at more than one night with this town meeting.
Oh, hell, just our meeting to get to town meeting.
So, I will not allow anyone to go on for half an hour. Yeah.
that was
I tried hard.
outrageous.
And I can distribute to you, well, at this point, I'll email you to Wayne's proposed reordering, and you can suggest things,
Also, I just want to say, in my defense, we are trying to make up for a missed meeting.
I guess I would just say two things. My concern, usually, my concern is, can we keep it to one night instead of two? When I saw the length of the warrant, it was like, can we keep it to 2 nights instead of 3?
Yeah.
So, the alternate thing that I sent to Tim, and he'll send around to you, I don't know that it does much. I can't predict. I wasn't doing it trying to save time. There's no way to do that. Normally, I'm concerned when it looks like we're going to multiple nights is getting the quorum on the second night.
We got a lot of juicy items you can put one in each night.
Given the juicy items that are at the tail end of this, you don't really have that concern. So the reorganization that I suggested was primarily just thinking about overall flow and rhythm of the meeting, so that you don't have 5 big ones in a row. It's interspersing with a couple of smaller ones, and not feeling like we're totally locked into the way Carlisle has always done it, that all the budget items come first, and then the conservation and other ones, and then the zoning comes at the tail end, unless there are any citizens petitions, and they come further back than that. As it turned out, just the luck of how it came together, that was somewhat already broken. So I'm suggesting an alternative that breaks it a little bit more, but either one would work, and so it's just more of a philosophical thing. And at the end of the day, it's your call. You want to order them. So just those are some things to think about as you look at it, and we can decide in concrete ways.
I had some questions about the order of them. For instance, I thought Article 34 should come after Article 37 and moved only if 37 passes. That's the that's on page 26 on our.
An earlier version that she was looking at.
Must be an earlier version, because these aren't related at all.
So it was the Housing Authority. So if the Housing Authority is not dissolved.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh, these are.
So I can give you my notes,
He's given an entirely different word.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, you were looking at a different.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we think is
I read all of it. Come on, I mean, gee whiz.
I had no idea that you had a different version than I was
Okay.
looking at.
All right, so All right, so then, I don't know if any of my
Send me your
questions make
note.
any
Yeah,
sense.
you-
23 and
just send
24
the
and
notes to me.
26. All right, I have to look at your thing and then look at my notes to see if any of them make sense. I can email you if I have other questions, okay?
Well, you got it all mixed up here.
So what?
Yeah.
What? And I'm just going to bring up something that might be a third rail here. But what? How can we adjust the wording in these things at this point?
At this point, you can, yeah. Until you finalize it at your next meeting, and it goes to print, you can change
Okay.
the wording of any article.
Except for
citizens
the
petitions.
except for citizen petitions and this,
What
the high
bylaws?
school.
No.
Because that one, you have to have the same language as Concord, Mill, and Lot.
Right.
All right, so.
Anything you're the sponsor of, you can.
I'm just getting back to this Article 30, what was 39?
Pay as you throw?
The pay as you throw. I mean, all throughout it, it says, in the description, it's saying that it's pay as you throw.
In the
In
presentation, you can have it
No, in this,
In the resolution.
Oh.
it says it is advisory, but it's asked them to develop a pay as you throw system for the transfer stations. Yep.
You don't have to recognize me.
Yep.
So.
I don't recognize you,
I
but I'm gonna let you speak.
I understand what Kerry said in terms of, people are gonna still say X. The point isn't that people can't say what they're gonna say, the point is whether they're justified in saying it.
Right.
If the selectmen, basically, the question is, do you wanna hear from the public
I think we should.
what they think of what the Household Recycling Committee has put a lot of work into, and think that it's something that citizen, it's about being a citizen of the town, and they think as a citizen of the town, we should be good citizens of the world and so on. And do you believe that's strong enough that you want to ask the selectmen to try to figure out how to make this work?
Right.
All this is doing is asking the community to let you know how they feel about it. Beyond that, you can choose how you go about it however you want. And your first step could be, or not your first step, but you could take all the input from them, which you're gonna have to do this and work out, because you have to even consider it, even the alternatives that you wanna consider, you need to understand the ramifications of what they're proposing, and you should look at, do we charge a dump fee, do we do this, how do we do it, and there are many different ways to do it, and they've done all the work, and they will present it to you in detail, at which point you can fairly say, sounds good, but before we do that, we think we should do these other 8 things. You might be totally convinced, and you might decide to go ahead with it. But you might also say, first, we're gonna try these other things. And yes, maybe it's kicking the can down the road 2 more years while we figure this out. But that's what we're gonna do, because we've listened and we've thought about this. And if the things we're putting out there don't work, you haven't dismissed that. But again, all you're asking is it okay for you to hear from the public what their views of this are? And that's all this article does. It does not lock you in any way, shape, or form, except that maybe 75% or 80% or whatever the public says, we want you to try to do this. So what's the harm in that?
Well, what is the article? Is the article what's here, or is the article what we were looking at when we were reviewing the articles? Because they're different.
They submitted a revised article.
This revised article is different than what they were saying, and it is only pay as you throw.
Well,
And they added in the business about the Mass DEP standards for pay as you throw. That's revised.
And
That's
again,
the language.
they're asking the town to tell you that they think you should adopt something that meets Mass DEP standards, because Mass DEP, and they believe that only if you do that will you get any reduction. You don't have to believe them or not, but if the community buys into it and says, and just 60% of them or 80% of them, whatever number tells you, it's advisory, as Wayne has pointed out. You do whatever you want to do, and if people are angry at you, they're angry at you.
So, couple of things. One is a general principle, and I expressed this, there were a couple of inquiries that came to me this year as a general rule, I think it's ill-advised for town boards and committees to be bringing advisory type motions to town meeting, because I think they should do their job and actually make a concrete proposal. I think it's more the citizens' right to bring a citizens petition for advisory sort of things where, it's still the democracy mechanism. And I think there are some risks to doing it. Now, the Household Recycling Committee itself is basically an advisory committee that doesn't have any power anyway. So perhaps they're in a different category. The second thing is the way they've written this thing is really, I'll just say, it's poorly drafted.
Which one are you looking at, the
I'm
longer one?
either
Paragraph
either one.
Paragraph
That it's in two paragraphs. The second paragraph is really, and I mentioned earlier with the marijuana thing about the importance of the summary, the factual summary. The second paragraph is basically a summary. It doesn't need to be in the the resolution. And they could take even if they wanted to have the DEP stuff in, they could move that up to the first paragraph. And the way that the first paragraph is written, I think it actually does give you, as written, it gives you that flexibility because it says supports the creation of a plan and a timeline to evaluate and implement. And those words kind of suggest that you're going to look at things, come up with different, and if you say we're going to go through a stepped implementation, that meets literally the wording of it as is. So I think that if you suggested to them that they moved some of that DEP language up and simply dropped the second paragraph, and they can use that second paragraph and go in the warrant, but it's just the factual explanation. It's not the article itself.
Well, I would feel a whole lot more comfortable with it if the first paragraph said, responsible solutions for increased recycling and waste reduction, including evaluating the strategy of pay-as-you-throw. If you add that word in, I feel a whole lot more comfortable with it.
It's not a citizen petition, so
Yep, that's the board's warrant. It's the board's warrant. You can.
I mean, if that makes you feel better.
exactly the way you want it to be.
I mean, ultimately, your concern is that people are going to come back and say, town meeting voted to support this, why aren't you, much like deer?
I hear it all the time.
Yeah, and it's not a valid argument 95% of the time.
But it is the perception of the town meeting.
Exactly, right.
So it doesn't do any good to say what we think it ought to say,
Right.
it's what they think it says.
Right, exactly.
And then, do we even need the language about the,
I like the original writing better than this second.
Yeah, the second one.
so the and just do the first paragraph. Resolved, the town meeting supports the creation of a plan and timeline to evaluate and implement fiscally responsible solutions for increased recycling and waste reduction, including the evaluation of the strategy, or including evaluating the strategy of pay-as-you-throw. Period.
Or taking any other action relative there too. Just the first paragraph with
That would work.
evaluating in there.
That can be it.
That's fine.
Just the board's warrant.
I think that's what they were intending.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Well, no, not if you read the second paragraph.
Well, they want it to happen.
Yeah, they want it to happen.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Convince them that they'll get more people to vote for it if it's less restrictive.
Yeah, well,
And they want the number to be as high as it can be. I mean, they want it to be pay-as-you-throw, and they believe absolutely it's the only way it can happen, and all these other ideas you have are just, everybody's thought of when they don't work, that's their belief.
Well, signs are too expensive.
Well, and the empirical data support that.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a million things
Okay.
they haven't worked out, and you're gonna have to work with them on it, it's gonna take 2 years to even work them out, unless you're thinking about putting solar there. I mean, this is not gonna happen quickly.
All right, so let's put evaluating and drop the second paragraph.
And drop the second paragraph.
Yeah.
I'm going to just slide that over.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So the other thing, just before I forget, is I would like to officially ask him to, or whatever the official process is for us to
let either Concord Board of Selectmen or the Concord Regional,
Mm-hmm.
Concord Carlisle
Their
Regional.
practice is that the regional school committee moves these articles.
Okay, the
So
regional school.
it's
So I would like us
moved
to
then.
so I would like us to officially let the regional school committee know, right?
Yeah.
We can still let them know that we would like them to
We
split
would
it
like
into
to
two.
divide the question.
Divide, yeah,
Divide.
I'd like them to divide
Okay.
the question. That-
Okay. Yeah.
Once
I'll
you use the
contact them.
words, divide the question, and Tim does have a draft letter.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, they'll know what it means.
Can I ask about Article 30? The Special Purpose Stabilization Fund? Where's that coming from? Article 30,
Which one's
special.
that? Is that
well,
solar?
Is it solar? That's what I'm asking.
I think it's
To see if the town will vote to establish under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, a special purpose stabilization fund to be used for
That's it.
energy-related projects.
Yeah,
and to appropriate
That's
sums
the
of
solar
money to set-
project.
If the board wanted to earmark the revenue from a solar project, you'd have to create such a fund. So it's a draft language in case the board wants to go forward with the solar project, but doesn't want the revenue to just go to the general fund. You want to direct
To
it, earmark it to a fund for a certain purpose.
Okay, so my question is,
If you don't,
and
that
this
article
came
comes
up
out.
in FinCom, was why to energy-related things. Do you have ideas as to what you want to spend it on already? Do you have a plan?
Part of that had to do with the paving of the parking lot.
I totally understand that. I understand that, but I just want to know, is that the plan? Is that the
If it goes
only
into a
use that it's gonna-
stabilization fund,
And-
it's a two-thirds
and
vote at
excuse me,
town meeting to take the money out.
But
So you gotta have a
energy-related
pretty good
projects,
reason.
paving is not an energy-related project.
It is if you have to dig it up to put in the conduits out
Okay,
to
but then,
make the
once
connection.
that's done, I mean, do we think we're going to have anything left over?
It creates an energy-based CPA.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's,
It's exactly
okay.
the same.
I mean, I can see we don't want it to go into the operating budget, but I just wondering why we would want to restrict it this much to just these projects. That's my
It can be for
question.
any purpose, any legal municipal purpose, or not, or just let it flow to the general fund. That's, and then town meeting can appropriate it for whatever use in the future.
Well, I think the complaint was that, for example, the Energy Task Force did all this work to get, for example, LED lighting in the school,
Yeah.
and the school got the benefit.
I totally understand
Right,
that.
so I think that's the logic behind this, is that it'll give us money, a fund, to fund other.
So,
Yeah, and it was only for the school, not for the transfer station.
no.
Transfer
wanted it-
station was gonna flow to the general fund.
No, so I think this was what I asked for.
Okay,
I
so
think
I'm
this is
just
my
trying,
fault.
okay.
And it's just partly just because it's one of my pet peeves is we sit here and we listen to the energy committee on all the projects they've done and all the savings that they've done, but our budget has never, ever gone down. But they're looking for more money to do more projects. And so I was like, okay, well, here's actually a direct income-related thing from an energy-related project. Is there a way, I don't know what the mechanism is. I wasn't saying let's create this fund, but is there a way that we could collect this money and have it so that it is available to just do energy-related things so we're not having to spend it in other ways? I guess I wouldn't want it to have to be earmarked or have to go to town meeting in order to spend it. Like, if it can only be spent on energy-related things, that would be a problem, because, it would be good if we could use it somewhere else if we wanted to, but somehow tagging this money that's coming in as energy, something that happened because of energy-related things that we did.
Well, let me ask you this, would you think about using it as a staff, to fund a staff position to help the energy,
Could be used for
committee
that.
to write grants? I mean, they need help, they're burning out.
If they had a good thing, yeah.
Well-
We've been-
Well, I actually had a comment on the thing that you've already moved past, but since you're on this, I mean, essentially, if you just agree that you're gonna track it, so whatever money it is, you're just gonna track how much money came in. They still have to make their case each time for what they wanna do, but they will be able to point and say, here's one, I mean, you said their problem is they can't point to a specific dollar amount. You will be able to keep track of all the money that comes in. You don't need a special fund, you just keep that track. And that's for them to use when they come in and say, we saved you this much money. regardless of that, you're still gonna evaluate what they want to spend the money on or not.
And
This
we'd have
just
to
gives
approve the
them the
spend
proof
anyway.
that they have it. But if you do anything from a fund standpoint, then you can only spend it for those things. And, you know, it's like giving the Housing Trust all of the CPA money every year so that they don't have to come in and ask the CPC for a recommendation. And you don't want that because there, as Tim pointed out, there's limits.
But the fund, I mean, ultimately though, the fund, we would approve the spending of that. And you can make the conditions of the fund, you know, you can have it be energy efficiency and blah, blah, blah. So you can buy, you know, a blower motor for something or, you know, I mean, you can make it vague enough where I think you could
I
use
guess
it
I'm-
for certain things.
It would
but-
be nice to, you know, if we need it for some
That was
municipal
that was
building.
the purpose. I mean, this
But I think
actually
that's
came
just
out
a-
of the last meeting we had with the solar group. And because the question was, you know, is the school committee going to glom on some of this money?
Well, yeah.
And that's why they said, let's set up a stabilization fund, so
Okay.
that's.
That's fine, I just wanted to, I don't know where I was during that
You weren't
conversation.
here.
Yeah,
You
see
see
there,
why they
that's why
want
I'm
it,
asking the
because then
questions.
You can only spend it on things that they want you to spend it
Right.
on. That's why they want it.
But
And
I
you
just
decide
worry
you think
about-
that's a good idea or not.
You know, the language, energy-related projects. Okay.
I think keeping it open, the PEG is a good example of what happens when you make it only
Too restrictive.
a single purpose. For years, we got $125,000 for CCTV, and we spent it all on CCTV because we couldn't spend it on anything else. Now we have a new contract, we have a new provider, we're going to generate a surplus of $50,000 to $75,000 this year in funds, and we can only use it for CCTV. Can't use it for anything else. So I think to keep it open, I mean, the solar, the Energy Task Force has always said, come in and said, we've saved so much money over the last X number of years. They've always used that, and it's true and it's effective. They're trustable in their accounting, and I don't see why we, can't continue that. I agree with David on that point.
Just explaining it, not
Yeah.
advocating one way or the other. You
Yeah,
just
so-
have to know what you're doing.
This is one of those things where I kind of threw something out and I didn't really realize what the entire ramifications were of it. I don't think it should only be able to be, I think there should be some flexibility, but if there's a way that we can account for this so that it doesn't just like disappear or just get totally absorbed in the budget and we're spending it on something else, and then if it were to go away, we're kind of.
It could be a stabilization fund for capital projects, then you could use it on any capital project.
See, I like that
townwide.
better.
Right, yeah, I mean, you make it vague
You can
enough.
define the purpose any way,
So that's.
you want. It doesn't have to be
I was
energy.
mostly questioning,
But then you couldn't spend it, for example, on a
Staff person.
municipal energy facilitator.
Right, no, I mean,
oh,
yeah.
that's true too.
There's arguments to
Yeah,
let it flow to the
Yeah.
general.
So
I wasn't-
maybe we need to
I wasn't
find the
saying
right-
we're giving the money to them, I was just saying that we are gonna have money that we would be able to figure out.
Well, that's what you're gonna have anyway, and they still have to make their case each time, and this, you just know, you can't deny that their actions have saved you money, assuming it all
So,
works.
I
So
guess the
maybe
question-
what we could do is, maybe the way, I'm presuming that our budget has different revenue streams.
yeah.
Could we just track this as a different revenue stream that goes into the general fund?
See, you don't want it to go into the
Well,
general fund because then it kind of gets,
They're gonna be defined lease payments and a defined
Yeah.
pilot
Yeah.
each and every
You're
year.
gonna know how much
I
comes
mean,
in.
You're gonna know just going in, yeah.
yeah.
Accounting's easy. You're
Yeah.
just getting yourself into the same trap of, it's advisory and, in effect, I mean, you're saying, okay, we'll have this understanding that, when you come back and say, okay, we're generating this much, from the pilot and this much from this, that you will get a good reception from us in the future. Trust us. And I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just saying that's in effect what you're doing, and versus guaranteeing them a little bit, a stronger argument, even though in both cases they still have to convince you.
Yeah, I mean, they don't get to spend it.
Yeah.
No.
No.
So-
What I'm worried
I
about
think
is that
that's
we also don't get to spend it because the way it's written. So I'm just wondering
I mean, if we don't
about this
do it-
energy-related projects,
Well,
whether that's
that
broad enough.
language was, among all the things that had been proposed at that meeting, that was the language that was the most general.
Okay, all right.
And it was figured,
I mean, it's
there's
even
all
more
kinds of
general
things you
than
can call being,
energy.
you can build
Yeah.
an energy efficient building, that's an energy-related
Okay, all right.
project.
All right.
All right, Tim, maybe you've heard some of our questions, maybe you could talk it through a little bit more.
Is everybody catching a second wind here?
Well, that happens.
So you wanted to
You
go
get
back
wound
one?
up.
Yes, I want to go back one to the splitting of the thing. Just, I understand the
Oh.
motivation for it is from a financial standpoint, but I just want you to think about it from a town meeting standpoint, and from the school committee standpoint, and from how you're going to think about it in terms of whether you support both articles. How do you weigh the big need? I mean, there's two big needs, and one of them is the safety of the road and things like getting the nurse out and things that they didn't tell you about, but apparently is part of it, and more curb cuts, so it's ADA, and that's all part of the bigger, the two-thirds of the money that they're asking for, and the other is this parking lot, which is an untenable situation and has to be dealt with. So you put both those out there, and you say, okay, we're gonna pave the road, we're gonna do that stuff because we don't want the nurses having to do this and go around, and we're trying to save money, so we're not gonna do the other thing, and next year, 2 years down, whatever, that's gonna need to be done, and so you're gonna drive all the construction trucks over that to build this parking lot, and they're both gonna be bonded for 10 years, so all you're doing is, the second one will be bonded for 8 years, and it's ultimately the same thing, but you're asking town meeting, you're asking the citizens and yourself to make choices between things that are not, they're not entirely mutually exclusive, and it's not like one is better than the other. Up to you to make the decision. I'm not, I don't feel that strongly about it, but I don't think it's as, gee, wouldn't this make more sense? Why don't we ask them as you thought? And I just want to throw that out there so you think about those things.
Yeah, well, I mean, so curb cut ambulance thing never came up.
Let's just
It
believe
had
it's there.
before.
I don't think
prior.
it's,
Last year,
I don't know how big a safety risk that is, right?
Yeah.
No, I
That was
understand.
It's just a curb cut.
$25,000 expense is what I
It's-
Yeah, it
recall.
was crazy.
It's just a
expensive
curb
for
cut.
it. Yeah.
And so, if I were to look at it and say, well, what is the priority? The parking is a bigger priority than fixing the road.
Yeah.
But will the road be as
Didn't know
much
you
of
were
a
a junior in
priority
high
2
school.
years from now? And if so,
I just need it in the next
you need to look
7
at the
years.
financial implication. If you know the road's going to
Have
be
to
done
have more
sometime in the
parking
next couple of
within
years,
7 years.
The way it was promoted
is
was
splitting them
we have an obligation to
have
this.
really that much impact?
We have to
It's
buy
not
them
like you're
cars too,
saying
so they have
anything.
something to park.
You're just moving it down a little bit.
Give 'em a
I
break.
think you just want to think that through in terms of what it takes to get something like this done and how they do interrelate to each other. And again, I just wanted to throw that in there. I don't think it's quite as simple as we're just saving money. You're not splitting them because you might not do one of them. It's really a matter of timing.
Yeah.
And what's the financial impact of that? And when you're bonding something for 10 years, I'm not sure it's that much, but I think that should be the basis of splitting it. Not just, it makes this year's budget look better, because you're still gonna be spending it within the time that you bonded the first thing, so have you really saved anything? And I think you wanna think that through before you get into a fight with their, I mean, you can ask the question, but I just wanted you to have that thought.
And they're definitely not splitting it.
No, they're
No, they
definitely
won't.
not.
No, they won't.
Okay, I had
Well, then is it worth asking? I mean, what do people think?
about,
Do you want to split it or not?
Probably not. No, I mean, ultimately, I don't like the whole thing,
yeah.
you know? I'd rather just
We've
not
asked
do
them
it.
several times already. I know, didn't comment, said it. We said it the last time they were here. And they I don't think they're going to. I think it's late in the day to ask them again.
Yeah.
If it had been the selectmen, that was another, that would be, kind of,
Yeah, and I think we got the time out of them last year pushing it, you know? It needs to be done. And, David's point, I didn't even think of this initially, because I was thinking, they destroyed the road with the construction vehicles, but yeah, if they do the parking lot second, right? Ultimately, they're gonna destroy, I mean, it's not gonna be destroyed, but
It's not the same as construction.
But they're gonna do it when they put the track in anyway, so,
Yeah,
in the field.
destroy it some way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true too.
All right, let's move on. Thank you.
I just wanted to
We
know
still have
about
an
debt
executive session.
exclusions. Do we know, beyond the school thing, do we have any other debt exclusions?
Louise ever came home from planning.
Are we gonna do the police station that way?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I don't know. Who's going to let us know about which of the warrant articles will go into debt exclusion?
Well, FinCom's asking Bonnie for some input on that.
Bonnie, okay, so because I'm just putting this out there because there might be more on the ballot than just the one debt exclusion.
Could be
There
the
might be other
marijuana
debt
questions,
exclusions.
Right?
Yeah.
Shall I give you a ring? Is that why you're looking at me? Okay,
Ballot's getting longer.
All right.
yeah.
I have a couple of like little typos, but I'll tell you tomorrow.
Send them to me.
Shall I move?
Do I need to keep this? No, I'm not going to bother with these, I guess.
Discuss the real value of the property. Is it a issue to go into executive?
Yeah, well, we gotta move to go into executive session first.
If discussing it in public, it wouldn't hurt your negotiating position. They're not either or.
All right.
It's that and.
I gotta cut you off. We still have to do town administrator report. Anything?
Okay, can handle that pretty quickly.
Thanks, David. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the
You remember the Eagle Scout who came in last year, Richard Chuang? At the time, I didn't realize that he asked for $300 to do 18 markers. I didn't realize he'd be back again next year to do the next 18. I thought there was like,
That it was done.
there were few markers that, but he'd like to restore another 18 historical markers, and it's short money. I just wanted the board to know that.
I saw one of them. I was impressed.
Yeah,
It looked
some of them look
great.
really nice, yeah.
Approval for that?
No, I just wanted you to be aware of it. I mean, I can certainly, spend the money on the supplies. It's only $300, but.
Yeah.
All right, Stephen Smith resigned from the Conservation Commission. The board has a letter of interest from a former CONSCOM member. I think we'll take that up at the next meeting. It's someone they're very excited about bringing back on the board, so Luke may know who it is, but anyway.
Somebody didn't tell me the name. He's a lawyer, though.
Yeah.
On
yeah.
land.
Okay, and then the Agricultural Commission's recommending that the board appoint Steve Huberman as a full voting member of the commission. He's just an associate member now.
I move that we appoint Steve Huberman? Huberman? As a full voting member of the Agricultural Commission.
Okay.
Second?
With a term expiring June 30th. Just renewed at that time.
Brown eye?
Reed, aye.
Lewis, aye.
Okay, and when you, by the way, I'm just going back to the CONSCOM, when you do that, municipal facilities also asked for the facilities manager to be put on as, appointed as a member of that committee.
We're going to look at whether we have to change the charter to allow the facilities manager to be a full voting member.
And the question is, should we allow that, should we have him on as a full voting member? And I don't know if someone will bring that
I'm gonna make a run quick head call.
next month as well.
All right, the planning board hearing on the solar, amendment to the solar zoning overlay district is March 25th. And there's some revised language regarding limiting that the district, you recall that parcel 28 includes Spalding Field and the woods and everything else. So there's some language that limits it to just the area where the project will go and the buildings themselves on the school site. And it's also attached to the packet, you'll see this year's Chapter 90 letter from Governor Baker. We'll be getting $252,000 in Chapter 90.
That's about what we get.
But that is about exactly what we get, so.
Do we get a list from Gary as to the streets that he's going to do each year?
Yes, I'll ask him.
I remember seeing that last year.
Mosquito always asks for that too, but I'll.
I'd like to see that.
Chapter 90 project.
Now that he's got his.
Okay. All right, that's all I had in my report.
Okay.
Chairman?
Okay. So is there a motion?
I move we go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Paragraph 21A, Section 21A, Paragraph 2, to discuss strategy with respect to union, police officers, and non-union, Chief Fisher, negotiations as an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position, and that afterwards the board will not return to open session.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Read aye.
Brown eye?
Oscar Lilo, aye.
I'm taking a break.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and I'm sorry about the late evening.